GY. Right, what we got on? We got a fucking... Got to hit that button to make that go back to that. Hey up. Oi, oi, Jay. Well, I scheduled the live, but somebody went live 5 minutes before my live started. Oi, oi, Linz. Can you hear me? I heard myself. I heard myself and my bloody fish tank. Yeah, I scheduled the live for 10 o'clock. Shalom, shalom. Bad bars. Oh, God. Never mind, eh? Because I was just talking to somebody. Now, something I was going to put out. Hey up, Di. Yeah, I know. I scheduled my live for 10 o'clock and he went live 5 to 10. Strange. Strange. Never mind. But this was what was supposed to be on last night's live, but obviously last night we got hijacked and I never got out what I was supposed to be doing my live about. Hey up, man. Hey up, Paul. So Paul done, people. When he goes on panels, he makes the women tingle. That's why we call him Sir. Hey up, Blunt. Yeah, exactly, Blunt. Exactly, Blunt. And you know, psyops everywhere. That's all I'm saying. I kept saying there's going to be a psyop. I said Birmingham. I forgot all about Manchester. I mean, Manchester, they seem to do a lot of psyops in Manchester for some reason, you know. But then, when those dear children happened, there was no SAS involved in that, was there? They didn't get out there. What do they call the helicopter? It's got a special name, hasn't it? I can't remember what they call the fucking helicopter. There's the 22 SAS helicopters, but they call it a special name. But that Manchester thing, right? Why was there fucking Welsh police cars there? If you watch the BBC, I can't play it because it's the BBC. But if you watch the BBC, they got head glue on them. So you telling me that they can get from fucking Wales to Manchester quicker than fucking Manchester police can get that? Blue Thunder, that's them, Maverick, that's them. Cheers for that. Yes, Blunt, yes, 7 minutes. You had a knife in one hand, didn't they? But you had somebody videoing it. You had somebody video. I can't play the video because you see old matey lying there in a puddle of blood where he's been stabbed. So you can't play that video. I think somebody else blocked it out. But I just seen another video where the bomb squad are now leaning over him, or image, sorry, but it's a video. But they've actually rolled him over onto his belly now. Yeah, shouting out the words. But I mean, die. I can't. More and more evidence will come out. There was 2 other people down the road, or the houses not far away from it. There was 2 other people who got arrested or taken off in handcuffs that they haven't given out any information on. It's coming out, I think, that is the distraction he was putting in place to be. Yeah, they've arrested 2 or 3 others in White House Lane or something it's called. White House something or other. I was reading it earlier. But I've been saying for weeks there's going to be a psyop. Hasbara. Blunt knows all about that. Maverick knows all about that. Cone said it was Tupac Shakur. Well, you've all seen the images of him, haven't you? But we know you did, Smiler. But yeah, all right, Tom. But we know that another religion will dress up as another religion. You know, we can't. He was a 35-year-old Syrian who got citizenship in early teens, right? That's good to know. Have you got sources for that? Because we know what's happening in Syria at the moment, don't we? Big Rocky. Yeah, take. Yeah, I'll put some images up in a minute, Tom. I'll put some images up. I was going to share this, right, which I actually got September the 30th. Now, another YouTuber that I'm subscribed to, they've played it tonight, and they're currently sitting on 8,280 views. That's jumped up a hell of a lot. It's going up nearly 1,000 views every 10-15 minutes. That what they put their video. It's only a 16-minute video. His name is Jihad. But I was going to play this. Yeah, I don't really follow Al Jazeera. I mean, I don't know, some of the stuff and some of the and then other of the stuff is just mental. Yeah, hit that like button. Get me out of being shadow banned. More likes I get, I get out of being shadow banned. And the YouTube algorithm hates me. So I was going to play this. Now, this person recorded it on September the 24th. It's Rosh Hashanah. It was a service at the Central Synagogue in New York City, September the 24th, 2025. Listen to every word. I think it's full volume. Let me know if you can hear it.
The greatest lie humanity tells itself is that we have outgrown human sacrifice. We call it by different names now and make our offering to different gods. We offer young men we call soldiers, as if the designation means that their mothers cry less when they die.
I mean, there's a few people in here going to know what that means by human sacrifice. What do you mean Big Roggy can't hear nothing?
We call masses of humanity collateral damage and turn our eyes away from the pictures of their lifeless bodies as we sip our morning coffee. And the truth is, we don't do it because we are heartless. We do it because we believe that it is necessary for the world to keep running. We do it because we believe that the gods whose favor we so desperately seek, freedom, security, prosperity, flourishing, that they demand blood as the price of their favor. We do it because we cannot see any other choice. And maybe that's why we read the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, on Rosh Hashanah. Because the story of the Akedah isn't about inconceivable obedience. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac, he is just accepting the same bargain of blood we still accept today, that some need to die for the world to flourish.
Did you get that? Tom did. This is a synagogue. This is said in a synagogue in New York. In New York. You know, they talk about blood libel, didn't they? They used to sacrifice in the trophets. I can't say too much because I got fucking banned from showing the sacrifices, you know, from pictures that have been depicted from years and years and years and years ago, you know, and yeah. But yeah, this is our.
The greatest lie humanity tells itself is that we have outgrown human sacrifice.
So we haven't outgrown human sacrifice, apparently. Or is it a couple of religions that enjoy human sacrifice? I don't know. What do you all think?
Call it by different names now, and make our offering to different gods. We offer young men we call soldiers, as if the designation means that their mothers cry less when they die. We call masses of humanity collateral damage, and turn our eyes away from the pictures of their lifeless bodies as we sip our morning coffee. And the truth is, we don't do it because we are heartless. We do it.
They don't do it because they're heartless. But is it religious, Pink Bow? Is it religious? And yeah, it was a test, Tyke. It was a test.
Because we believe that it is necessary for the world to keep running. We do it because we believe that the gods whose favor we so desperately seek, freedom, security, prosperity, flourishing, that they demand blood as the price of their favor. We do it because we cannot see any other choice. And maybe that's why we read the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, on Rosh Hashanah. Because the story of the Akedah isn't about inconceivable obedience. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac, he is just accepting the same bargain of blood we still accept today, that some need to die for the world to flourish.
So we'll sacrifice the Goyim. So people that wear this get up, flourish. You know, and history and true facts show us time and time and time again. You know, why have they got the Hannibal Directive? That human life is collateral, you know. Yes, 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 the congregation is seated, we may begin. Well, I had a load of where be it to. I believe she is rat nest. Well, they want, you know, they want the American military to go in. You know, they're stirring up trouble. I reckon there's going to be another attack on Iran. You know, but there's this strange deal that's just been signed, isn't there? Are you speaking to us from the side? Are you speaking to us from the side, mucker? Are you speaking to us from the side? From the side where? The side of where? Are you speaking to us from the other side? Which other side? What, death? Which side, which side are you meaning? I'm going to sneeze. Oh, that's better. Thank you very much. Oh, which video was that? I'm just looking at your picture and it looked like you went to heaven. Ah, no. That's my picture. I sold my soul to YouTube. Look into the meaning of it. Thank you, Bad Mark. What's this one that I've saved? I don't know what this one is. Well, this one's about the Rothschilds. You know, the Red Shield type. But the Red Shield isn't all that it's cracked up to be, really, is it? When you look into things. I say 4 videos for last night, but I had it all planned in my head for last night's live stream. And it all went a bit tits up and pear-shaped, didn't it? So we all know what the Rothschilds. If you ask me, I believe man from outer space created an asteroid to wipe out prehistoric animals like reptiles, T-Rex, so we could evolve and take over. You mean evolve and take over, because we couldn't do it without them. Evening, Beyonce. It's an audio book. Stephen Whitford, good son, on YouTube with a lot of history. Good listen. Yeah, Food Toy actually did a really good video. Yeah, well, the Bowers are the Rothschilds, aren't they? All right, tomorrow 9 p.m. No worries. Tomorrow at 9 p.m. people. Have you scheduled it? Have you? So I have to remember not to go live tomorrow. I mean, I scheduled this live at 9:30, and Dave went live at 5 to 10. Yeah. We'll post the link. Well, that's right. I mean, what's the Smithsonian Institute? I mean, there's many pictures of them having JCBs, etc., getting rid of the giants, or the giants' remains. There you go, people. Link for tomorrow. Peter Pope, guilty or not guilty? Let's hope that Peter Pope turns up and gives us his definition. Not his explanation, his definition. I think we all remember listening to a little bit of Heisenberg's telephone conversation. There was a big argument the other day on Torbs' channel. So we'll find out tomorrow night, 9 p.m. people. Is Peter Pope going to be there? Beyonce. Okay. Just bear with a minute. Bear with. Let me screenshot it, Chief. Well, I'll see if I can find it. See if I can find it. But this is about the Rothschilds. Let me know if you can hear it.
important to note that the Rothschilds claim to be Jewish, but are in fact Khazars from Mongolian Eastern Europe. Like Eisenhower, the Rothschilds have Asiatic Mongolian genes and not genes of Judaic people. The Rothschilds are like 95% of the Jews today and have Khazar genes and are now known as Ashkenazi Jews. But Georgia and Ukraine are 800 to 1,000 miles north of Palestine. Fact, every prime minister of Israel has been a Khazar Ashkenazi Jew with no connection to Semite people at all.
Yeah, every single one.
An ultimatum was delivered by Russia and other surrounding nations impacted by the Khazar murders and robberies that they must reject paganism and choose between Judaism, Christianity, or Islam as their official state religion. The Khazarian king chose Judaism, but despite his promise, the oligarchs kept practicing ancient pagan Babylonian black magic, or secret Satanism. The king melded these practices with Judaism and created a secret satanic hybrid religion, derived from Babylonian Talmudism, written by hired rabbis. The deep dark secret of the occult ceremonies was that they were all based on ancient Baal worship, also known as worship of the owl. It involves child sacrifice, with bleed-outs, blood drinking, and eating of children's hearts. So these evil practices continue, and all these are part of the Khazarian Mafia today. In 900 AD to 1200 AD, Russian conquests were made into the Khazar kingdom, and eventually drove most of them out. The Russian prince, Svyatoslav, made war upon the Khazars. The Russians created the gradual fall of the Khazars, so in a matter of a decade, the Russians removed most Khazar presence. Unfortunately, the Khazarian leaders had a well-developed spy network and were able to escape across Europe, taking their vast fortune in gold and silver. They infiltrated Europe and Slavic nations, and perhaps back into Asia, infecting many nations and city-states, including as far as Venice, Spain, and most of Central Europe. In secret, they continued their satanic child blood and sacrifice rituals, all for their trusted Baal to give them the whole world and all its riches. Ever since, the Khazars have plotted eternal revenge against the Russians and the surrounding nations that invaded Khazaria and drove them out of power.
Mm.
Any judge, when he charges a jury, says, "Gentlemen, any witness that you find..."
I played as Benjamin Friedman. He tried to warn everybody years ago. Yeah, Bohemian Grove, Skull and Bones. All right, Lip. But Benjamin Friedman, that video, the full video is on my in my YouTube videos, I think, from Benjamin Friedman.
Has told a single lie, you can disregard all his testimony. That is correct. I don't know from what state you come, but in New York State, that is the way the judge addresses a jury. If that witness said one lie, disregard his testimony. Now, what are the facts? The Jews, I call them Jews to you because they're known as Jews. I don't call them Jews. I refer to them as so-called Jews because I know what they are. If Jesus was a Jew, there isn't a Jew in the world today. And if those people are Jews, certainly our Lord and Savior was not one of them. And I can prove that. Now what happened? The Eastern European Jews, who form 92% of the world's population of those people who call themselves Jews, were originally Khazars. They were a warlike tribe that lived deep in the heart of Asia. And they were so warlike that even the Asiatics drove them out of Asia into Eastern Europe. And
Max.
to reduce this so you don't get too confused about the history of Eastern Europe, they set up this big Khazar kingdom, 800,000 square miles. Only there was no Russia, there were no other countries, and the Khazar kingdom was the biggest country in all Europe. So big and so powerful that when the other monarchs wanted to go to war, the Khazars would loan them 40,000 soldiers. That's how big and powerful they were. Now, they were phallic worshippers, which is filthy. I don't want to go into the details of that now. It was their religion, the way it was the religion of many other pagans or barbarians elsewhere in the world. Now, the king became so disgusted with the degeneracy of his kingdom that he decided...
Who did that look like then? Looks like Charlie Boy, doesn't it? Does it not look like Charles? Does anybody else see a similarity? Wind in the willows, yeah.
Elsewhere in the world. Now the king became so disgusted with the degeneracy of his kingdom that he decided to adopt a so-called monotheistic faith, either Christianity, Islam, the Muslim faith, or what is known today as Judaism, really Talmudism. So, like spinning a top, he said, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and he picked out so-called Judaism. And that became the state religion, and he sent down to the Talmudic schools of Tel Aviv and Surah, and brought up thousands of these rabbis with their teachings, and he opened up synagogues and schools in his kingdom of 800,000 people, 800,000 square miles, and maybe 10 to 20 million people, and they became what we call Jews. There wasn't one of them that ever had an ancestor that ever put a toe in the Holy Land, not alone in Old Testament history, but back to time, the beginning of time. Not one of them. And yet they come to the Christians and they ask us to support their armed insurrection in Palestine by saying, well, you want to certainly help repatriate God's chosen people to their promised land, their ancestral homeland. We gave you one of our boys as your Lord and Savior. You now go to church on Sunday and kneel, and you worship a Jew, and we are Jews. Well, they were pagan Khazars who were converted just the same as the Irish. And it's just as ridiculous to call them people of the Holy Land as it would be. There are 54 million Chinese Muslims. 54 million. And Muhammad only died in 620 AD, so in that time, 54 million Chinese have accepted Islam as their religious belief. Now imagine in China, 2,000 miles away from Arabia, where the city of Mecca is located, where Muhammad was born, imagine if the 54 million Chinese called themselves Arabs. Imagine. Why, you'd say they're lunatics. Any man that believes that those 54 million Chinese are Arabs must be crazy. All they did was adopt as a religious faith a belief that had its origin in Mecca, in Arabia. The same as the Irish. When the Irish became Christians, nobody dumped them in the ocean.
Biblical times, Max. Biblical times. So it must have been when Islam was invented. What year was Islam? I mean, they're supposed to have written the Quran in 626, wasn't it? But the Babylonian Talmud was first, wasn't it?
Imported from the Holy Land a new crop of inhabitants that were Christians, that had Christian flesh and blood. They weren't different people. They were the same people, but they had accepted Christianity as their religious faith. Now these pagans, these Asiatics, these Turco...
So this was the Khazar kingdom, was in the early 10th century. Yeah.
They were a Mongoloid race who were forced out of Asia into Eastern Europe. They likewise, because their king took the faith, the Talmudic faith, they had no choice. Just the same as in Spain. If the king was Catholic, everybody had to be a Catholic. If not, you had to get out of Spain. So everybody, they lived on the land just like the trees in the bushes. A human being belonged to the land under their feudal system. So they all became what we call today Jews. Now imagine how silly it was for the Christians, for the great Christian countries of the world to say, we are going to use our power, our prestige to help repatriate God's chosen people to their ancestral homeland, their promised land. Now, could there be a bigger lie than that? Could there be a bigger lie than that? And because they control the newspapers, the magazines, the radio, the television, the book publishing business, they have the ministers in the pulpit, they have the politicians on the soapboxes talking the same language. So naturally, you believe black is white if you heard it often enough. You wouldn't call black black anymore. You'd start to call black white, and nobody could blame you.
Yep, there's only one trick being played here. Time was supposed to be a few rabbis having a conversation. But if you go back to that, right, so that was a land that they had. Ukraine, Khazaria. Which is another one which is being put up as a Greater Israel project, isn't it? Even what's the Ukrainian leader, Mr. Sniff, called? Zelensky, the Jewish man, the one that was installed by America, Great Britain, coup d'etat. Yeah, one question, Urban. Nice to see you. To see you nice. Yeah, I believe there's a crusade as well. I have got to do my religious video. I've got to finish my religious video. It's in CapCut. It's half done. I need to finish it. If I get time tomorrow, I might finish it tight. And it debunks all the fucking religions. Well, because he's being replaced, Urban. He's being replaced by another CIA operative because he ain't doing the job proper, is he? And he'll probably disappear or have a horrible ending. And is it Zaluni, somebody like that they want to put in power? Right. Do you not know anything about the 2014 massacre, Urban? Do you not know about the coup d'etat of 2014? Very famous. Played it on here before. El Capitano.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Sorry, mate, I was running a bit behind.
That's right, that's right.
Oh,
What's that? What's that? What's that's going mad, man?
It is, isn't it?
I don't know how much you see because you had a phone call, didn't you?
Yeah. I'm still sorting stuff out, but carry on.
Urban's doing so. We got Urban in early tonight.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, we were trying to work out last night, Urban.
What time you joined the other night? And I think we worked it out. It was about 3:30 in the morning our time.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're mountain time or which timeline you're on, or how many hours you are behind. All right, I'll catch you later, Tyke. Thanks very much, mate. Drive safely tomorrow. Stay safe in 6 hours behind. All right. Dies off to bed at 10:30.
Oh.
Yeah, Midwest time. What's the difference between Midwest time and Mountain time then? Because I was trying to work that out on that Utah, wasn't I?
Well, if we tell him what time it is here, and he can tell us what time it is there, we'll be able to work something out, because it's nearly 11 o'clock p.m. here, Urban.
Yeah, it's 5 to 11.
$8 p.m., so 3 hours difference.
No, he's 6 hours behind us. 4:54. 4:54 in the afternoon now.
Oh, right. Okay, 4:54. Yeah, so you're 6 hours behind us then.
Yeah, if you remember, they Charlie on the Charlie Kirk, Trump and Netanyahu both messaged at 3:10 on the day that Charlie was assassinated, didn't they?
Yeah.
And so I was trying to work out, because
What the
Utah's mountain time.
What's Bright on about?
Beyonce Wilder, you'd be doing everything for about a week. I don't know.
He ain't even in here.
No, it was earlier. But she put the link into Michelle's live tomorrow night, 9 p.m.
Ah.
So you get all the gory details tomorrow night, 9 p.m.
Yeah. Utah will be 8 hours behind, I think. Nah, none of them's 8 hours. It's 6 hours at most, isn't it, over there?
Mm.
I know it's a big place, but 8 hours is a bit.
Yeah, that was the link for tomorrow night's live.
Oh.
And I asked whether Peter was going to be there. And he said tomorrow shows the proof. No idea. He's not banned on the StreamYards I'm using.
Oh, right. So he's invited to then. Yeah.
So Beyonce's gone off to drop round the other chats about the live.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So, Urban, I got loads of good stuff for you tonight. Where's the bloody close button there? Why have I got the essence? They were 2nd century BCE. Yeah, because there was only 3 types. There was only 3 types of Jew. One of them being the Essenians.
Ah.
But types just gone to bed. So Netanyahu admits his quest to establish Greater Israel. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, let's just call him fucking Bibi, said he felt he was on a historical and spiritual mission, and that he was very committed to the vision of Greater Israel. Bibi spoke to the Israeli channel I-24 about the Israeli dream as a generational mission passed down from generation to generation. Well, remember, every single ruler of Israel was Khazarian Ashkenazi. Oh, you're flying out tomorrow, you die. Here, presenter Sharon Gale, a former right-wing MK, presented him with a box containing, I think I've got the video, an amulet bearing a map of Greater Israel, which is that map there, the same map that I showed you that the IDF wear as an arm patch. When asked if he felt connected to the vision of Greater Israel, Netanyahu replied, absolutely. The phrase Greater Israel was used after the Six-Day War in June 1967 to refer to Israel, the areas of East Jerusalem and the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt, the Golan Heights and other parts of Syria, Iraq and some Gulf states and Lebanon. And I'm sure I got the video. I'm sure I got the video. I'm sure I have. Is it that one? Alright, so this video here is part of what I played last night, but I only played the part about the first cousin stuff.
Yeah.
It's Quan.
Welcome to the end of the world. The Jews want us to go to World War III. The baby boomers are mentally retarded half-wit children and will never own up to any semblance of their doing, being the disgusting and blind.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Right, this is about the Samson option.
Yeah.
And the final solution. And it goes into loads of different other detail.
Subhumans that they are, and we are reminded that Muslims were never really allies of Christians in the first place due to their excessively low IQ and inbreeding. They just want to con us so our guard is let down, to rape our women, and kill our next generation of boys. The whole world is a cesspool of targeted anti-white violence and pedophilia-obsessed sexual perversion, where the book of Revelations unfolds closer and closer into reality. But first things first, I hope all of you feel the same way when I say that none of us are dying for Israel. Well, it's wonderful to see the JQ going mainstream. That's wonderful, sure. But there are still many people who are absolutely brainwashed, especially the imbeciles known as the baby boomers. They are continuing to hold this fake faith for this psychotic and entitled fake nation who wants all of us enslaved. So as we edge closer and closer towards this third world war, be aware of what is known as the Samson option. Because when push comes to shove, this is Israel's final FU up their sleeves. You know, similar to these baby boomers voting in majority for Kamala Harris as a final FU to their children. Samson option is the decision to revolt in massive nuclear retaliation and a last resort to potentially losing their false nation of Israel. The world is changing so fast right now because the owners of this country do not want people to continue this great awakening before momentum truly catches wind. They're afraid. I told you last week that us Christians are the sleeping giants.
See, not only do they own America, but we know that they own the UK as well. Type in.
Yeah.
They're well aware of this. It's just time that we also wake up to this reality. But to further understand the mentality behind these anti-Christian sewer dwellers, you must be knowledgeable towards the one and only.
Oh, Skyworks, you've got me blocked. I can see you in StreamYards, but I can't see you in YouTube.
Who's that? Skyworks.
Yeah, Skyworks got me blocked.
Yeah, believe it or not, got me blocked as well because I can't see it.
Why would you come in here if you've got us both blocked?
Actual final solution here. They would literally rather end it all. The lives of billions of innocent children, traditional Christian families, and the entire repository of cultural achievement we sacrificed to have the luxury to embody, just to say, I told you so, I am chosen. You know, when Oppenheimer told President Truman he was terrified of the results of nuclear power, Truman dismissed his cries, thinking he was referring to the aftermath of Hiroshima, which was, of course, catastrophic. But Oppenheimer was in actuality in fear of a future extinction from some wilder and more sick aggressor who would have this power now that the genie is out of the bottle. Someone who would pull the trigger for not getting their way. It's like going into a room of total strangers and giving a gun to the man with the Napoleon complex. These people, they have accepted the thought of global suicide if that means we are eviscerated along with them. They would rather have that over us winning, even when us winning means a more benevolent and peaceful reality for all people. Even the name, this title, it's based on the capturing of Samson in the Bible when he was captured by the Philistines. And he shouted to let me die with them.
Skyworks doesn't have me blocked, and you can't see her either. That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
How can we see it in here, but we can't see it in YouTube? I don't know. I missed what he said then.
Yeah.
Aggressor who would have this power now that the genie is out of the bottle. Someone who would pull the trigger for not getting their way. It's like going into a room of total strangers and giving a gun to the man with the Napoleon complex. These people, they have accepted the thought of global suicide if that means we are eviscerated along with them. They would rather have that over us winning, even when us winning means a more benevolent and peaceful reality for all people. Even the name, this title, it's based on the capturing of Samson in the Bible when he was captured by the Philistines. And he shouted to let me die with them, right? This is what we're dealing with. Israel's relentlessly fakery and denial of nuclear weaponry tells you everything about these narcissistic and demonic people. Our entire planet is literally being held hostage by lunatics on an entitled temper tantrum. In the words of Holocaust survivor and poet Ekmar Yoashke, there is a right reserved only to us Jews. If indeed any human has this right, to destroy and to take the weary and sated world with us to non-existence. Understand, this isn't an option against their so-called aggressors. This is a very clear option against the entire world for being the disgusting subhuman Gentiles that we are. They feel entitled to our slavery and demise. A civilization of people who are trained to hate themselves and therefore de facto all those who reject living under their enslavement.
But that's true. But they don't. They have no value to their own lives. You know, the leaders, the IDF or the Mossad.
Yeah.
You know, they don't think nothing of putting on clothes, growing a beard, blah blah blah, and going and kill other Jews.
No.
They've done it all around the world. They've done it to themselves. Oh, you've now unblocked us, Skyworks. I can now see you in YouTube. Strange. They did it in Egypt. They did it in London. They did it outside their own embassy with the car bombings. Did that happen today? Was it somebody that was acting on behalf of Israel? We know that ISIS leader, Al-Qaeda, we know that he's now the de facto leader, don't we? We know that he's done loads of deals with Israel. Land deals. Negotiations. an ISIS terrorist sitting in the United Nations. An ISIS terrorist going around shaking hands with world leaders. It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then you got people protesting because Palestine Action has been designated terrorist. So because they wear a Palestine Action or because they wave a PA flag, they're arrested under the terrorism laws. But Al-Jilani, they shake his hand. But yet they've been trying to arrest him for years and years and years. Why has Smiler got a lunatic Islamist as a mod? Because Smiler's not religious in any way, shape or form, and Smiler will call out all religions, but people can worship their deities, people can worship their gods, people can worship whatever they want. Hey, Princess Angela.
Hi, Angela.
That's exactly it, Blunt. We also saw it in Ireland, didn't we? And then we also saw the other sword attacker. Right? He attacked that second lieutenant. What happened to that second lieutenant that got attacked and you had the two gay men standing in their doorway speaking about it? What happened to that? What happened to that person?
Sycophantic.
That all went very quiet, didn't it? What happened to that? What happened to that person? Oh, Max.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. You?
I'm doing good. Just finished
Yeah,
dinner.
you, Max.
Hi, Michael.
You all right, mate?
Doing great.
I had Chinese, Max. I had a knock on the door earlier on. My local Chinese was stood there and said, "Your next door neighbour asked me to pass this to you." I said, "Thank you very much."
Wow. Nice.
She was at my doorbell yesterday. She was at my door yesterday, but I was on telephone. But so I was listening into a conversation with my other next door neighbours, and she was dead chuffed about her because I repaired her car for her.
Oh, nice.
So I'm guessing she bought me a Chinese tonight.
Nice.
It's all nice.
What'd you get?
Shredded beef and I believe it was special fried rice. It had prawns, chicken, pork, vegetables. It had loads of stuff in the rice, so I'm presuming it was special fried rice.
Yeah, that's like a number 5 up here. That's a more expensive meal.
Yeah. I mean, she was asking the other day what I normally get from the Chinese because I think a couple of weeks ago, she said that she'd ordered too much Chinese and gave me a load of sweet and sour.
Well, that's sweet.
What do you think? What he's saying so far at the moment?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing research into the Islamics there. There's a guy who does videos on the writings of Islam. And pretty much nothing was written down until a couple hundred years after he died. And what they
Well, it
have
was
right now is written by a Dutch and a German dude. They're two books. They're written.
Yeah, I believe it was 626 BC.
Hmm.
I have shown videos on here about the timeline from when he died to when it was written down. And I've shown timelines now. When he was supposed to have been in the cave,
Yeah.
his wife was a Jew. So when he was in the cave and was it Allah that was supposed to have visited him? I can't remember the whole story and the whole history of it. But his wife was Jewish.
Well, that's peculiar.
Yeah. I mean, I can find that again.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, there
because
wouldn't have been anything called Islam back at that point, so
no.
it'd have to be something.
Hmm.
Yeah, the writing of it's pretty interesting. Like you say, the timelines there of things.
Mm.
Like Mecca didn't even exist.
No, Mecca, Medina.
Yeah.
No.
Wasn't there. What's that? Not at that time, anyway.
She was Jewish because he killed her Jewish husband and married her the same night. Okay. Now my other phone's going mad.
Yeah, the Khazarian questions always fascinated me because they claim, in many cases, to have historical references in their Bibles of the rabbis that taught them, you know, way back and way back and way back. Did they just create that history or what?
I don't know.
You know?
There's a guy, I can't remember his bloody name. I actually shared that person with Ron. Ron had done a post and I said, go and have a look at this guy. And he comes to London regularly to Speaker's Corner. And he has studied and gone through the whole history. Now we've got text messages now.
The whole history of Mahmed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there wasn't a Muhammad. There was a Mahmed.
Right, I know some of you are typing in the chat. I can see it on my other screen, but I got people sending and saying they can't see chat.
Who can't you see?
No. I've got people saying that they can see the main screen. They can see what we've got in front of us in StreamYards.
Yeah.
But they can't see the live chat conversation.
Oh. Yeah, you can put that on the side. There's an option to do that in StreamYard, I think.
No, not on StreamYard. In
Restream we've got it. Yeah.
In YouTube.
Well, in Restream you can have the chat on the screen run beside you.
Yeah, no, they're not on Restream. They're on a browser.
Yeah,
they've gone and swapped it to another browser, and can't see the chat at all. I ain't got a clue. Looks like are you using is that Microsoft Edge? I'm not 100% sure.
So what was this video on? Samsung. We were talking. I heard about the Samsung option.
Yeah, it's a Samsung option. It's talking. Let me have a look on. Oh, that's not my stream, is it? Let me have a look. My own live stream. Does it show me my own live stream? What that? View channel. Live. View channel.
There you are.
Live. No, I can see the chat. I don't get it.
I can see the chat just fine in here.
Yeah. I don't know.
Check on YouTube.
I thought maybe YouTube had done me up the kipper again from one of the videos I played earlier.
Yeah, it looks like YouTube's fine too. I'm in Canada, so I don't know if that's any difference.
No, I can see it. Yeah, no, it's not StreamYard, but that's his actual YouTube. They're actually looking at YouTube and can't see the live chat. Though, perhaps try coming in under Google. I'm not sure. Right, let's get back to what he's saying.
Deranged and childish. And as we edge closer and closer to a third world war once again, from these disgusting and satanic pedophiles, just remember, they don't have any care for you, your family, your safety, or well-being. They want you physically wounded and paralyzed so they can rape at your disfigurement and laughter. I'm not even exaggerating. However evil you imagine or believe the enemy to be, they're worse. It seems that 2,000 years of persecution from even God himself and this tribe still hasn't learned from their mistakes. They're willing to end it all just to get the last laugh. Pure entitlement from the genetic shortman syndrome that is the diaspora identity of the Jewish people. So for the sake of basic integrity and self-worth, make it publicly clear to all your family and friends that you're not moving an inch for these Satanists, and do not apologize. Now, speaking of these anti-Christian sewer dwellers, we see the Kalergi plan continuing its course onto the United Kingdom.
No, it don't.
I talked about the unabashed browning of America last week, the very clear anti-white agenda that proliferates in the absence of a populace towards an oriented reverence, some type of symbol, being the cross, of course, for the Aryan people. Well, we've been seeing the UK totally ransacked daily here by Muslim migrants while the government does nothing to stop innocent white children from being assaulted and raped. I'm sorry, okay? There are a lot of cool Muslim celebrities like Andrew Tate or, Sneeko, who I love, by the way, but these individuals who I sincerely do like are not representative of the vast Muslim populace. They aren't actually teaming up with us Christians anytime soon. If anything, they're just pretending to be on our side to ride on the coattails of Christian success. But what's going on in the UK is just evidence that 9 out of 10 times, Muslims will stab us in the back for their own self-aggrandizement, especially when they have an opportunity like this. The reason we are in such a mess in this situation here right now is because none of us want to call it as it is. So I will. Religious preferences is heavily based on your racial makeup and genetics. People who desire multiple wives, and being mentally dry will tend to be low IQ and dark skin, and they will inevitably lean towards Islam. In turn, people who want a more wholesome ideal of creating the nuclear and sovereign homesteader's family, in turn, tend to be white and East Asian, who more often will choose Jesus Christ. And on top of all that, people who want the enslavement of the world, who desire to suck the penises of castrated babies, and desire to ensure mass migration into Western countries out of deep resentment for being physically neutered as a people genetically, will venerate the satanic teachings of the Talmud. So, it's back to the only way, and back to what I've been saying for 10 years now. The world is a war between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And I have many Muslim friends in actuality, but they are basically those Muslims, especially the ones you are kitchen with as well, have been basically imprinted at a young age by Christian values in a Western society and won't contest with the harsh reality that there is a disproportionate violent demographic in the Muslim population due to the combination of martyrdom or jihad in the Quran in conjunction to the non-existence of consanguinity. In other words, their inbreeding problem. Gavin McInnes spoke about this on the Joe Rogan Experience like a decade ago. And honestly, as a side note,
Really,
appearance,
Tyler?
yes.
Yep.
In reality, Judaism and Islam aren't really religions. They're more political systems. They contain their own laws, their own, things.
Well, yeah, Noahide laws for the Jews,
Yeah.
which Trump put in last time he was in power,
Yeah.
and Sunak or Boris, one of either Boris or Sunak, put them in place in the UK at the same time.
Wasn't Charles? He converted to Islam, didn't he?
Well, before Charles, the Queen, I mean, I've shown it on here before, I've shown declassified documents, where obviously she's accepted gifts from Saudi, and she's wearing, well, I mean, she used to wear a headscarf.
Yeah.
You know, they used to call her the Queen of Saudi, or the Queen of Arabia. So,
that's
the royal family. I mean, the royal family. But I mean, she was a druid as well.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, with Druidry you can have other faiths as well. Druidry isn't exclusively on its own. You can merge others into it.
But I've shown a video on here where a man is in Israel and he's asking them loads of different things about Judaism. Yeah. even speaks to some rabbis. Right, okay then. He even speaks to some rabbis that are speaking in Yiddish, right? And if they had a choice, whether they chose Christianity or Muslim faith, Sunni or Shia or Islam, whatever, which would they choose? And they turn around and say, well, Islam is closer to their faith than Christianity is closer.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
But then the Islamic faiths, they believe that Jesus was a prophet.
Yeah.
Whereas the Jews don't believe that Jesus was anything other than the son of a whore.
Yeah. Burning an excrement, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're both political systems. Christianity excluding the Old Testament, because the New Testament should pretty much wipe out the Old Testament.
Mm.
The New Testament doesn't have any laws in it,
No.
other than the Golden Rule. So I would choose Christianity, the one without laws, that isn't a political movement instead of a religion.
Well, yeah. I mean, then you've got the Zionists, haven't you?
Yeah. Well, they're all political, right?
Yeah.
Like, other than Christianity, and even Christianity has become political in some cases. So.
Right. Yeah.
Because it's only recently, about the past 400 years, that you weren't forced to go to church and pay your dues or your alms.
But it's like Arthur here. I mean, Arthur Quad. I mean, he's a Christian.
Yeah.
Calling out both religions.
Well, neither of them good for the rest of the world, right?
Yeah. Yeah, bird's nest. But decades and decades and decades ago, Medina, the cube, whatever you want to call it, where they go and kiss the meteorite.
Kaaba stone.
Yeah, the Kaaba
Kabbalist stone too. They link themselves right there to Judaism. But
yeah,
yeah,
which used to originally glow bright white, and they moved it. Well, what was the story? That was full of
sins.
Full of sins, but also full of pagan carvings, pagan gods.
Oh, inside, yeah.
Yeah. It was all full of pagan gods. And what was the story that somebody was told? Oh, it was something about sacrificing his children, how many, or sacrificing his animals. That was it, sacrificing his animals instead of his children to see whether I can't remember. I'm fucking it up.
Is that the Adam story, the story of the house there that belonged to Adam or something?
It might have been.
Yeah. I don't know it, but
I've played it on here before. Does Michael remember?
No. Played so much on here, it's a hard job to keep up, to be honest.
Right.
Well, anyway, yeah. My point was they're both political systems. They're not religions.
No, that's it. Well, that's why you've got Sunnis falling out with Sunnis and Sunnis falling out with Shias.
Yeah.
And you got the Sunnis that are like really, really extreme, which are called the Daesh. And you've got the Sunnis and the Shias fighting against the Daesh, which are Sunnis. And you got the Daesh Sunnis. I'll play a video on it. Well, it was between two mountains. Mecca, Medina is not where Mecca was. In true history, I've shown that on here before. Because they had to cross between two mountains. So where Mecca is now isn't where Mecca was before. And Muhammad never went to Mecca. that where they claim Mecca is now. It's all very confusing. It's all very conflated, and
Yeah.
every religion is a lie.
Yep. I only believe in the esoteric value of them, the alchemical or esoteric.
Yeah. I believe that we got a soul. We're in a vessel.
Yep.
And when we our soul moves on when we pass over.
There you go. That's good enough.
Yeah. Bit like my avatar.
The Bible tells you the rest, that you're part of the infinite God. So there you go. Make of that what you want. You know. But don't shove your political system down my throat.
That's right. Yeah, Petra. Yeah,
Well, didn't he start off in Petra?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where does the soul go? I think you're reincarnated, Skyworks.
I hope so.
And every single body loses, what was it, £2, is it?
A couple ounces.
Yeah,
A couple ounces.
2 ounces.
They say the Russians have mapped the soul leaving the body, and that it goes to a particular star system. All the ones that they've mapped.
Right.
Yeah. Don't know if that's true or not. It's pretty interesting.
You guys are hilarious. Why?
All right.
I mean,
could be all kinds of reasons.
Yeah.
From the perspective.
I don't know why we're hilarious.
Yeah.
Explain yourself, Skyworks.
Yeah, you should have that Joe Pesci. You think I'm funny? You think I'm funny?
Yeah.
Do I amuse you?
Are you being entertained? All right, let's see what else he's got to say.
All right.
Joe Rogan experience.
Oh, this is getting on to the interbreeding. This is. I know where I am now. This is the bit that I played last night. It's the only bit I managed to play last night.
Oh, you had videos to play, did you?
Oh, I had a lot to play last night because I was going into America's files on Bibi Netanyahu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took off because I thought it was just a bitch fest.
Well, I mean, I don't know what it turned out into. It was nothing to do with the title.
Yeah.
I was ambushed as soon as I shared the bloody link.
Yeah.
And it was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
It was very strange, Max.
Yeah.
Then I had an unqualified person trying to teach me about ship navigation. Yeah. You know, somebody that learned how to have a little bit of safety on a not even a yacht.
Yeah. I got my commercial license, but I don't have much experience.
Couldn't even tell me what a transducer was. couldn't even tell me what DECA was.
I know what a transducer is.
Mm.
It's a male that's become female.
Oh, God.
Every home could have one.
Yeah, true, Urban, true. Done for BMT. Right.
Ever. You know, if it wasn't for the extreme Spotify censorship, most of us would be saying the same.
A part of it was inbreeding.
This is your own theory.
No. Look at
Someone else has a
Muslims and
theory?
inbreeding, major
I've
problem.
never heard this before.
Especially with immigrants in Britain, like the Pakistanis in London. They'll have all kinds of serious inbreeding problems because that's an even smaller sample size you're dealing with.
Strap yourself in for this. 70% of all Pakistanis are inbred. And in Turkey, the amount is between 25 to 30%. More stillbirths among immigrants. A rough estimate reveals that close to half of everybody living in the Arab world is inbred. A large percentage of the parents said, this is blowing my mind. So listen to the BBC investigation in Britain several years ago revealed that at least 55% of the Pakistani community in Britain was married to a first cousin. Holy shit. BBC's research also discovered that while British Pakistanis account for just 3.4% of all births in Britain, they accounted for 30% of all British children with recessive disorders and a higher rate of infant mortality. What in the fuck? Labour Party called for a ban on first cousin marriage. Medical evidence shows that one of the negative consequences of inbreeding is a 100.
I guarantee that Labour MP has now been booted out of the Labour Party. Because the Labour Party have just blocked the bill to stop first cousin marriage. Yeah, Starmer's just blocked it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Mm.
Now you can marry your sister.
Yeah, and the NHS did a thing that they took down the day after.
Yeah.
And you know, people are trying to find it where the Labour Party, where the NHS is saying it might be a good thing.
Yeah, I saw that. I heard about that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they do, Urban. They do. No, Blunt, sorry.
Percent increase in the risk of stillbirths. Wow.
I can't believe that Joe Rogan's blown away by this.
That's insane.
I also read somewhere that a lot of the symptoms of inbred people are irrational rage,
Put that
fanaticism, and they end up just describing ISIS.
Look at what it says here.
That's why Blunt that they got a genetic deficiency. That's why a lot of the orthodox, I mean, you look at the kids and all that lot, and you look at the adults, and you see the inbreeding in them. I don't think Joe Rogan calls it out. I think Arthur Kwon calls it out. I'm not sure.
That with the
No, he did. He called it out beforehand, didn't they? He did call it out.
IQ points. It says findings on intelligence. Research shows that if one's parents are cousins, intelligence goes down 10 to 16 IQ points. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70, criterion for being retarded, in quotes, are they using that word? Increases 400% among children from cousin marriages. Well, let me say that again. The risk of having an IQ lower than 70 increases 400% amongst children from cousin marriages. Jesus Christ.
And why don't we know this? Because
I've never
people
heard
don't
this.
like the truth.
Islamophobia. They don't like being called Islamophobic by even discussing it. Like, we're going to be called Islamophobic for even bringing this up.
Information has to come out.
You blew my mind with that.
And this conversation has been resurfaced all over X due to the current cultural climate in the United Kingdom. Muslims are just another pawn for the ZOG to utilize against the white race. Make no mistake. If they want to be like Salahuddin, they're going to have to earn that image. Christianity has done so much for the world, for both Islam and Judaism. They are trying to flip the script in the media. It's right-wing extremists being Islamophobic. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm very glad to see that, all these white people are not falling for it anymore. And again, I love to see it. It's time that they exemplify for themselves what it is that they do for Christian countries. How are you supporting Christendom, my Muslim friends out there?
Huh.
Again, I'm not saying to go into war like these Muslim people.
Right?
Killing them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at Jelani. Look at he's killing all the Druze. He's killing all the Christians. Look what Israel are doing. Yep. Killing all the Christians, blowing all the churches up.
Yeah, in Canada, they've. Remember, I told you about the Truth and Reconciliation Day. That led to 100 churches in Canada being torched.
Well, there was a church torched there. Where was that church torched today again?
That was in the U.S. Yeah.
Manchester.
No, yeah,
Manchester, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't Manchester.
Oh,
Norfolk. It was in Norfolk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a church. Yeah, it was a church burnt to the ground in Norfolk. I'll show it in a minute. But nobody spoke about that.
No, they won't, will they?
No. They didn't send any police there to go and investigate. Yeah, I know you are. I know you are, Spike. They didn't send anybody there to investigate how the church suddenly caught on fire.
No. Had an attack at a synagogue. That's made major news.
Yeah, and the SAS. Even the SAS. The SAS are turned up. They didn't turn up for the children, did they? There was that little concert thing.
No. I'm going to be a minute on cornflake heating.
No, they didn't turn up. They didn't turn up for Lee Rigby. I'm free now. What evidence do you have for souls remaining after the physical death of the body and the end of brain activity, Smiler? What? I didn't say they remained. I said they separated from the body.
Well, first, your body releases a whole bunch of DMT and you have a trip. And then your spirit leaves your body. They believe DMT actually facilitates that.
Yeah. The army are training a huge building in Norwich on an industrial site. Strange. It's mad, isn't it? Because they got a whole of Salisbury Plain. They got a whole village in Salisbury Plain. I'm full for World War I and World War II scams.
They got a whole village on the USAF of Hereford.
Yep. Yeah, no worse, right?
I'm not saying to fall for the psyop that they are placating so that we're all fighting one another and having this hostility between two faiths. I'm not saying that either. I am saying do not trust them as an ally de facto going forward. It's been primarily one way here, and they have to earn our respect as we represent the Most High.
If you're looking for premium fine art prints, American made, and as a matter of fact, the best in the world, that reflect the symbolism, imagery, and most importantly, the values in your heart that you were brought up on. Look no further than Vinci Logo. Printed on top-of-the-line fine art paper, based imagery from the most banned artists in the world. These purchases also support the continued production of the Dissident Review.
Fringe actor Ben Stiller stated that he wishes he was black like every white or Jewish actor, and has publicly announced that he'll be
Put some beauty into your home.
Fringe actor Ben Stiller stated that he wishes he was black like every white or Jewish actor, and has publicly announced that he'll be donating $150,000 to Kamal's campaign. And this castrated baboon did not mention a single political accomplishment for a reason. Because there is none. He says, she's a woman, she's Indian, and she's black. It's historic. No mention of intellectualism or policy, because this is obviously just another DEI puppet who orally satiated herself to climb the political ladder. And it's funny how all of these race advocates lecture on breaking stereotypes, but ultimately kowtow to hypocritically utilizing the exact domain of identity politics to placate themselves further. Because these people don't believe in anything solid or foundational in the first place. But let's fully commit to this contradictory line of thinking. Yes, the deception on the left is retarded, but you can say the same thing about the right. Everyone is full of hypocrisy, and we will only see more identity-based politics proliferate as we walk closer towards the elections. Ben Stiller has completed his transformation into a leftist cuckold, becoming a parody of himself, inspired from his performance in Tropic Thunder, being a moronic imbecile, dumbest motherfucker who ever lived, a man who went full retard.
She's also a historic candidate. You know, it's going to be the first woman president, and that's incredibly exciting. And, you know, she's Indian, she's black, she's everything. You can be more than one thing. It's incredible. Jewish and Irish. I wish I was black. Every white Jewish she was black.
Remember,
every white Jewish guy wishes he was black because he wishes that he comes from the Middle East, so that they can have Semitic blood, but they don't.
Anyone who works through the ZOG and the establishments that they own, including Hollywood, obviously, they have no independent thought of their own. They just nod their heads, repeat what they're told, no care about the future, no acknowledgement for white people, no respect for Christendom, no patriotism for traditional values, no consideration for the children of the Western world. Just give me money and shekels for falling into line. Use me as a slave. Let me exercise sexual derangement through your transactionary pipeline. Make me feel special and chosen. Satiate my little man ego and call me a celebrity. You political puppets are a joke, and none of us are falling for it anymore. I'm Arthur Quinley, and this is the Dissident Review.
Well, I've got two mice on the screen.
Most people have never heard of the Samson option, but it's not a secret. It's on Wikipedia, in Israeli media, and it was first exposed by Jewish American journalist Seymour Hersh, the same Pulitzer Prize winner who uncovered Abu Ghraib. The Samson option is Israel's last resort nuclear doctrine. If the state faces collapse, it won't just strike its enemies. It plans to strike major world capitals, not just Tehran or Damascus, but Washington, D.C., New York, Paris, Berlin, even cities in the countries that fund it. Recently leaked Israeli documents list these exact targets, confirming what Hersh warned about decades ago. This isn't a defense policy. It's global blackmail. A doomsday doctrine where the entire world becomes collateral if Israel falls. Iran has never threatened to nuke its allies, but Israel has, and still might. So ask yourself, if any other country had a doctrine like this, would we call it a democracy or a threat to civilization?
Our best friend.
Yeah. Well, they only got nuclear weapons because they killed JFK, didn't they? JFK didn't want them to have it.
Yeah.
And then shortly after JFK, they snuck all the information and the yellow cake, they snuck it into Israel, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now we're in this mess.
Yeah. What did I record there?
NHS removes controversial report on benefits of first cousin marriage after fierce public backlash in UK. The United Kingdom's National Health Service, NHS, has come under fire for potentially prioritizing cultural sensitivity over significant health concerns after it published a report last week questioning a major issue of public debate: should first cousin marriages be banned? Debate over the issue heightened earlier this year after UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer said he would not ban the practice outright, despite known risks to future generations, as children born from first cousins are at increased risk for...
Hey?
How is there no risk to future generations? If your parents are less intelligent, how are they going to raise you? That's a burn. Anyway.
Oh, I wonder what they're training for. Let me send that to my other one. I'll see if I can play that in a minute. That's bizarre.
Diseases like sickle cell disease and cystic fibrosis. Starmer, along with members of his Labour government, has argued that education...
That's what the Jews suffer with as well.
Yeah, they got thalassemia.
Thalassemia, yeah.
That's one of the things that the jab was for it. Some of it contained thalassemia. Africans now have a large amount of thalassemia.
Yeah.
Because of all the vaccinations they put down there to study that disease so they could cure it.
Yeah, probably blunt. I'll see if I can play it in a minute.
Should be prioritized instead of overreaching government mandates. The article, which was posted to the NHS's Genomics Education Program's website entitled, "Should the UK Government Ban First Cousin Marriage?" had been removed by Monday morning, and Fox News Digital could not gain direct access to the report, nor did the NHS immediately respond to Fox News Digital's questions. According to UK-based media outlets, the article caused some uproar after it suggested there were certain benefits to first cousin marriages, including stronger extended family support systems and economic advantages, the Telegraph reported. The NHS report also noted that inter-family marriages have long been the subject of scientific discussion due to the increased risk of inherited diseases, and that first cousin marriages have been legal in the UK since the 1500s, when King Henry VIII married Catherine Howard, his ex-wife's cousin. First cousin marriages are also not federally banned in the US, where the practice is still permitted in 20 states. The article also noted that there are risks of genetic disorders related to other external factors like alcohol use during pregnancy and smoking. The age of the parents can also impact...
We got rid of that in Canada too, I think. The blood test to see if you're cousins.
Yeah?
Yeah. I didn't have one, and that was 28 years ago that I got married. We didn't have to have one.
Yeah. Did you did you see? Did anybody else see in the SAS debunking the helicopter today?
You didn't see what you saw? Is that what they're saying?
No. Spike's talking about military training and they ain't in uniform. But the SAS looked well funny. Unless they had wigs on.
Canadian military is training Antifa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right, Urban.
Yeah.
The report pointed out that none of these factors are banned in the UK. Genetic counseling, awareness-raising initiatives, and public health campaigns are all important tools to help families make informed decisions without stigmatizing certain communities and cultural traditions, the article added, according to the Telegraph. The article, first posted last week, drew rebuke from conservative Tories like Member of Parliament Richard Holden, who accused the Labor government, headed by Starmer, of taking the knee to damaging and oppressive cultural practices. The conservatives want to see an end to cousin marriage as a backdoor to immigration too, but Labor are deaf to these sensible demands, he told the Daily Mail. Similarly, conservative member of Parliament Claire Coutinho took to X on Monday to say, the NHS puts conditions on IVF by age, BMI, and history of conception. The NHS tells you a lot not to smoke or drink during pregnancy, but the NHS won't say a word against cousin marriage. The Daily Mail report also noted that the NHS article said in first cousin marriages, the increased risk of being born with a genetic condition was small. In the general population, a child's chance of being born with a genetic condition is around 2 to 3%. This increases to 4 to 6% in children of first cousins. Hence, most children of first cousins are healthy, the article said, according to the Daily Mail. The Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeting, who oversees the NHS, did not immediately respond to Fox News Digital's questions for this report. Proponents of the ban in the UK tend to be conservative Tories, while Labour officials have argued the ban insensitively targets certain cultures, like British Pakistanis, wherein family marriages are more common. Starmer's Cabinet Office directed Fox News Digital's questions to the Department of Health and Social Care, who did not immediately provide comment for this report. Holden also could not be immediately reached for this report.
Yeah, what did I say the other day? 46% of the NHS are immigrants, weren't they? Rick, just seen the news on telly, maybe a war might happen. Is that the Israel versus Iran, is it? Which war are we talking now? We know that Qatar signed a deal with America. You know, just after Israel attacked. This is Netanyahu. This is him taking the Greater Israel gift, this was.
I'm taking that piece of Syrian land.
Syria, Jordan,
Yeah.
Egypt.
אנחנו כאן בשליחות של דורות. יש דורות של יהודים שחלמו שנגיע לכאן, ויש דורות של יהודים שיבואו אחרינו. אז אתה שואל אם אני מרגיש שאני בשליחות היסטורית ורוחנית, התשובה היא כן.
אני לא רוצה לסבך אותך לסיום עם תיק 6000. אבל...
מה זה?
זה הוויז'ן שלי, זה אחד הדברים שחלמתי עליהם, מפת הארץ המובטחת.
יפה.
הגיע הזמן, קוראים לזה ירושלם. אני לא נותן את זה לך, אני מעניק את זה לך כדי שתיתן את זה לרעתך שרה.
תודה רבה.
אתה מתחבר לחזון?
מאוד.
באמת?
מאוד.
בישראל השלמה.
At its core, Greater Israel is a vision of Israel expanding far beyond its current borders, taking all of Palestine, Lebanon, and Jordan while seizing most of Syria, parts of Iraq, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and even Turkey. The idea isn't new. It predates the creation of Israel and can be traced back to the early revisionist Zionist movement. One of its loudest historical proponents, Netanyahu's own father, Ben Zion Netanyahu, member of a militant Zionist group whose emblem showed a Greater Israel map covering present-day Jordan. The roots go even deeper. Theodor Herzl, founder of modern Zionism, often envisioned Jewish state borders from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. And in the 1980s, Oded Yinon, an advisor to then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, wrote the Yinon Plan, arguing Israel could only survive by becoming a regional power and breaking up neighboring Arab states along ethnic and sectarian lines. And while critics once said this was fantasy, recent events suggest otherwise. In March 2023, before the war in Gaza, Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stood at a podium bearing a Greater Israel map, including Jordan and parts of Syria, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia. Now, Israel has annexed East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, expanded West Bank settlements at record speed, and approved plans to fully occupy Gaza. It's even hinted at taking over Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, seizing the Philadelphia Corridor, in breach of the Camp David Accords. Lebanon isn't off limits either. Israel has set up military outposts in the south, while in Syria, the collapse of Bashar al Assad's government in late 2024 has given Tel Aviv unprecedented freedom to push into Syrian territory. This is not Israel's first involvement in Syria. Since 2013, it has backed rebel factions, some linked to Al Qaeda affiliate Nusra Front, and explored the creation of a Druze aligned state in southern Syria. Today, with Damascus under a pro US leadership, Israeli forces operate far beyond the Golan Heights, while villages are being emptied and borders redrawn. So, why does this matter for the whole region? Because if the greater Israel vision is it reshapes the entire map of West Asia, not just through annexations, but by fueling sectarian fragmentation. From Kurds to Sunnis, Shias, Christians, and Druze, the strategy has always been to divide and weaken neighboring states, then dominate the fractured pieces. Netanyahu's latest admission.
But those Druze in Syria, they're being murdered. They're being hacked up. They're being hacked up by ISIS.
You grab some chickies?
I'll mute you, Max. These guys' grandchildren there. Yeah, it definitely is on that.
Rips away the thin veil of ambiguity. Greater Israel is no longer a fringe aspiration. It's a declared policy goal from the very top. For Netanyahu, this isn't just rhetoric. It's a blueprint, one that could redraw borders through force and defiance of international law. The danger is clear. Unchecked, his vision risks igniting a chain reaction, destabilizing neighbors, collapsing fragile truces, and dragging West Asia into an era of perpetual conflict. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
So how is it the Indians can see this, but the U.S. can't? Eh?
Yeah. What happened to the bloody volume on this bit?
Did it have sound before?
I think I recorded the sound or I played it. Maybe I didn't have my mic switched on.
So what are they talking about in this bit, if you remember?
When asked directly by former right-wing MP Sharon Galal whether he identified with the vision of Greater Israel, Netanyahu replied, very much. Pressed further, he repeated the phrase with emphasis, later explaining, my parents' generation had to establish the state. Our generation has to guarantee its continued existence. I see that as a great mission. During the interview, Gal presented Netanyahu with an amulet symbolizing a map of the Promised Land through the exact map, though the exact map was not displayed. The concept of Greater Israel traditionally includes not only Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, but also parts of Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. The remarks have provoked a storm of condemnation across the Arab world. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry issued a strong statement rejecting what it called Israel expansionist ideas.
It's what they look like.
It wasn't arson, was it not, Spike? It definitely went up in flames.
Did Netanyahu come out and condemn that too?
Yeah. The idea of Greater Israel is not new. It has been part of an ultranationalist discourse for more than a century, predating the modern Israeli state itself. Theodor Herzl, widely regarded as the founder of Zionists, recorded in his diaries that Eretz Yisrael was envisioned not only within the confines of historic Palestine, but stretching from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates, which is the two blue lines on the map. Not the map, the flag, rather. This expansive view included the Sinai Peninsula, parts of Egypt, Cyprus, and beyond. Although, I mean, you want to have a look at Cyprus and have a look at how much land Jews have been buying up in Cyprus. It was crazy. And they've already surpassed the borders in Tyre. You got Tyre, just Jordan. I mean, they invaded that. Was it last year, Michael? They invaded that when they attacked the Irish, who were the Irish part of them was the United Nations then.
Yeah.
And that was over that was in Jordan or Lebanon, and it was and then into the Golan Heights, wasn't it? And that was all the United Nations that were serving there that got attacked by Israel. They were all Irish because the island condemned the attack. But United Nations, I mean, they've got all the military hardware. Why didn't they fight back? Why did they allow them to invade their base? I showed the video, didn't I?
Yeah.
No, they seem to be allowed to invade places, blow up ships, blow up countries.
Anything
they want. You know? Well, that Samson option gives you a little bit of clout. You know? want to try to find the original on that video?
Which one?
The one that had no sound. Do you have that one? No.
Yeah, it's basically what I read out.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, this one. Spook, terrorist or criminal? America's mysterious files on Bibi Netanyahu. Posted. I had to dig this out at the archives. This was posted on October the 24th, 1996. Urban. So, Neve Gordon. Congress received him with great fanfare. President Clinton, who during the recent election campaign had backed his rival, Shimon Peres, appears to have had a change of heart. Yet who is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu? And why did the political elite in the US accept him with such warmth? A few important facts about Netanyahu and his objectives, which the US media have obstinately neglected to report, help to clarify the enigma. Netanyahu has lived both in Israel and the United States. First grade in Israel, second and third in the US, fourth through 8 in Jerusalem High School in suburban Philadelphia. Military service in Israel, BA, MA and MIT. He held dual citizenship, which enabled him to travel freely between both countries. Study in the US. Now, he had to relinquish that dual citizenship because you can't be a dual citizen and be leader of Israel. So he had to relinquish that. But I don't think he ever has.
Nah, they just give him one if he needs it or wants it anyway, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So in the US, he received federal loans to cover his education costs. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Receiving loans for their education?
Yeah.
MOT and work legally, like every US citizen. Netanyahu has a social security number, a credit account, and numerous other files in a variety of government offices. Nevertheless, Netanyahu's files differ from those of most US citizens. The Israeli Weekly Hair reports that 4 requests for credit approval appear in US Social Security file number 020364537. Under each request, one finds a different name: Benjamin Netanyahu, Benjamin Nittai, John J. Sullivan, and John J. Sullivan Jr. One man with 4 names. Sounds like somebody else with 4 names, doesn't it? Hey, Tommy.
Who else has got 4 names?
Tommy Robinson.
Oh. I thought you were going to say Putin.
Benjamin Netanyahu is the name Israel's current prime minister was given at birth. No, it wasn't. It was Milowski, in which he now uses in June 1973. During his studies at MIT, Netanyahu submitted a petition to the Boston court asking to change his name from Netanyahu to Nitai. I prefer a shorter name, he wrote on the request form. The petition was approved. Thus, the second name has an explanation. The last two names, however, remain a mystery. Furthermore, the address attached to these names, somewhere in Malibu, California, does not exist. Who then is John J. Sullivan? Bernadette Goran and Einet Berkovich from Hair tried to find out. They looked into Netanyahu's credit account. The file is supposed to hold information regarding bank accounts, loans, credit cards, and so forth. Yet, surprisingly, the file was empty. As if Netanyahu never had a debt, had never taken out a loan, and always paid his bills up front and in cash. Goran and Berkovich.
Yeah. Thought he got a government loan for school.
Yeah. Then attempted to examine Netanyahu's social security file, but were denied access. They did, however, find out Netanyahu's file has a different classification than most. They were denied access not merely due to the 1974 Privacy Act, but because the file had a confidential classification. Goran and Berkovich have explained that such classification only applies to 5 categories of people. Those who work for one of the 3 federal agencies, FBI, CIA, or IRS, or those who are considered to be terrorists or criminals. Since it is unlikely that Netanyahu fits the latter 2 categories, remember this was written in 96, people, or that he worked for the IRS, it appears that he was on the payroll of a security agency, the CIA or FBI. According to Israel law, a person who runs for the Knesset, Israel Parliament, cannot hold dual citizenship. Netanyahu claims that in 1982 he gave it up, his US citizenship. Yet he is unwilling to grant press access to his file located in the US Embassy in Tel Aviv. The file which holds information regarding his citizenship. Interestingly, the status of his files in the US has not changed. So according to the US law, Netanyahu remains a US citizen. Netanyahu, the person in 1982 left his job as a furniture salesman to be a policy advisor at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C.
Because that's a natural progression, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like Epstein goes from being a teacher, a low-grade, terrible teacher, to being the best investor in history.
Yeah. Yeah, Epstein was absolutely useless at maths.
Yeah.
But he was this great, everybody give me money and I'll double it and triple it for you.
Yeah.
Policy advisor for the Israeli embassy, DC, and within 14 years became prime minister. Is still in many ways a conundrum. By contrast, his political objectives become clearer. An Israeli proverb asserts that the intention of a person can be understood by examining the goals of his friends. And indeed, in order to gain insight into Netanyahu's political objectives, it is well worth looking at his acquaintances and financial supporters. Goran and Berkovich report that Haagen-Dazs founder Rubin Mateus, who contributed until his death sometime last year, millions of dollars to Rabbi Meir Khan's fascist political party and to the Jewish settlement in Hebron. So all you people who are buying Haagen-Dazs, Know where your money's going.
Sounds so German, though, right?
Yeah. Hagen-Dahl. Also contributed to Robomir Khan's fascist political party and to the Jewish settlement in Hebron. Also contributed to Netanyahu Marvin Josephine, the head of ICM, one of the biggest publishing companies in the United States. Is considered a major contributor to the Likud, and more specifically to Netanyahu. Another donor is Barry Slotnick. What a name, eh? Slotnick.
Yeah, I think I have that name.
And I suppose it might sound different in fucking their Hebrew.
Maybe.
An attorney who has among his clients the Italian and Russian mafia. Slotnick was also a friend of Kahan, acclaiming him one of the biggest heroes in Jewish history. Ted Arison, who owns cruise lines in the US, is considered not only a friend but a confidant. His Cowridge Arison Group is interested in purchasing Bank Hapolim, the second largest in Israel. Contributors and political allies from Australia, Joseph Brender, Bernard Moss, Mark Bisson, Jack Mendel, wish to invest in Israeli real estate and the textile industry. Mendel, one should note, lets Netanyahu use his luxury condo in Tel Aviv. Sandy Eisenstadt, who allows Netanyahu to use his Jerusalem condo, owns an Israeli oil and gas company.
That could be.
In London, Netanyahu often stays with Rupert Murdoch. Finally, Netanyahu, as an ally, in Ronald Lauder of Estee Lauder Cosmetic Dynasty.
His parents must have hung out with some pretty fancy people.
Yeah, who ran for mayor against Rudolph Giuliani. During his unsuccessful election campaign, Lauder called Giuliani an imposter who was not conservative enough to be a member of the Republican Party. Lauder is founder, major contributor, chairman of Shalom Institute, a right-wing think tank located in Jerusalem. Dr. Hazani, the institute director, told Hannah Kim of the Israeli Daily Haaretz that the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C. and the Center for Social Policy Studies in London are his models. Like Heritage, which is thought to have developed Reaganomics, and the Center for the Social Party, which designed what is now called Thatcherism. It seems that Shalom Institute will introduce what in years to come will be known as Netism. One of Netanyahu's goals is to introduce an aggressive policy of privatization. Following Thatcher, one of Netanyahu's goals is to introduce an aggressive policy of privatization. According to Nahum Barnea and Shimon Shiffer from Israel's mass circulation Yedit Aronot, a bill proposing to establish a government institution for privatization was presented for review in the Ministry of Justice less than 2 weeks after the elections. This bill would create a loophole allowing Netanyahu to sell government firms regardless of limitations specified in existing laws. Any government agency that is opposed to an act of privatization must send a written statement to a ministerial committee explaining its opposition. The statement must reach the committee within 30 days, otherwise it is automatically rejected. Netanyahu will chair the Ministerial Committee for Privatisation. While the Ministers of Justice and Finance will be its only other two members.
Oh my God.
Most important, if the bill passes, the committee will be exempt from a number of existing laws. That sounds familiar. He seems to be exempt from all fucking law.
Yeah.
Furthermore, according to the coalition agreements between Netanyahu and the different parties, which are now members of the government, the Ministerial Committee will by law have authority to determine on matters of privatisation without the need.
So you can just sell off Israel and pocket the money.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Now we wonder.
Utilities, sell off the public lands.
Yeah. So now we wonder why he's, up in court for fucking embezzlement and everything else.
Right.
I wonder why.
Will by law have authority to determine on matters of privatisation without the need to receive approval of any other body. Thus, for example, Netanyahu will be able to sell Bezek, Israel's national telecommunication company, to his friend Lauda, who has his eye on this company for some time. Netanyahu's real religion is privatisation. Barnier and Schiffer claim in a recent interview, Netanyahu told them that he took upon himself many responsibilities, not in order to concentrate power, but to liberate it. He intends to sell Israel's land, firms, and communications to investors from around the world.
Yeah, his friends. It'll liberally land in his friends' hands.
It is not surprising that international corporations like him, which may well explain why the political elite in the US was so enthusiastic about him. Netanyahu's friends are potential clients, but like most buyers, they would prefer to purchase Israel under slightly better conditions. Israel's annual inflation, approximately 13%, a figure which is still considered high for investment. Luckily, the employment rate has gone down considerably under 4 years of Labour government. The 11.5% in 1992 to 6% in 96. Is that because they had a war? Thus enabling Netanyahu to utilise the known method of lowering inflation by raising unemployment. As the director of Shalom Institute indicated, the US and British economic programs of the 1980s are two models Netanyahu intends to follow. In 1980, annual inflation in the US was 13.5%, and in Britain 18%, while unemployment was 7% and 5% respectively in 1983. Annual inflation went down to 3% in the US and 4.5% in Britain, while unemployment rose to 10% in the US and reached 11% in Britain. Imitating these economic policies goes hand in hand with cutting back the last remnants of Israel's so-called welfare state. According to Gideon Eshet from Yediot Ahronoth, Finance Minister Dan Meridor was asked by Netanyahu to submit the government budget a week after he entered office. It seems that due to Operation Grapes of Wrath in Lebanon and a few other unexpected expenses, Israel's deficit had risen from the anticipated 2.4 billion to slightly over 3 billion. The following are a few steps Meridor offered to take in order to lower the deficit. Downsize the public sector by 10,000 jobs. Freeze the Ministry of Education's budget. The direct impact of this step is that there will be more students in every classroom. Reduce the health benefits provided by the National Health Programme, while simultaneously increasing the cost of the program. On top of that, Finance Minister wants to raise the price of medicine and add individual participation in hospitalisation costs and doctor appointments, raise women's retirement age from 60 to 65, while simultaneously reducing the pension people receive from Social Security, lower the subsidy for public transportation. It is clear which sector the poor will pay for Israel's deficit, and it is also evident how Netanyahu intends to lower inflation. This is not to say everything Netanyahu wants, Netanyahu will get, since the opposition in Israel is strong. It does indicate, however, Netanyahu is not only a right-wing political in the Israel context opposing peace with Israel's neighbours, he is also right-wing in economic and neoconservative sense. Like a small child who sneaks into his parents' closet, dons a pair of daddy's shoes and begins walking around the house, Israel's recently elected Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is attempting to mimic his US and British progenitors, Ronald Reagan and
progenitors.
Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. You don't have to be Jewish to be a neocon. So, a bit of a cunt, really, isn't he? Well, we know that anyway, don't we?
That's what I was trying.
Yeah, he's got it all wrapped up there. He can make all the money he wants.
Yeah. And then the weapons, Elbit Systems in the UK.
Oh, we know where they are, don't we?
Yeah. Washington, oh, it's not on the screen, is it? What does Urban think of that then? Washington report on the Middle East. Israel created two of its own worst enemies, Hamas and Hezbollah. Hamas, a pale image of Jewish Irgun and Lehi gangs. Have you seen the history of where the Likud party comes from and the IDF?
I haven't.
No? Okay. Okay, yeah. Bear with 2 seconds. Oh, where's it gone? Hey, where's it gone? I thought it was in history. What's later? Wish they'd sort out whatever's gone on with this bloody history thing.
Yeah.
Well, when you go to your history now on YouTube, when you save to watch later, it's all changed, isn't it? You got play all shuffle. They've messed around with it. What's Max got?
Went to mix up a drink. Well, that's Drea Humphreys. She's a black and indigenous lady talking about the indigenous day thing. Did you find your video?
I got 29-year-old Netanyahu debating Israel and Palestine when he was 29 years old.
Wow. I bet he wasn't pro-Palestine.
I'll while I put this up. I've got to remove that. I'll put this up and I'll go look for the other video. Hello there, my man.
Mr. Natai, welcome to the Advocate. Mr. Natai is a graduate of MIT. He is an Israeli, and he is a man who has written widely on this question before the House tonight. Mr. Natai.
See, it's called Benjamin Natai there.
Natai.
Yeah. Yeah, that video that I showed when they were talking about slaughtering, how they have to slaughter, and it doesn't matter about slaughtering people in the synagogue. Did you see that? The first video I played?
No.
Ah, that was the I don't know what they're called, whether they're called Jewish rabbis. I don't know what you want to call them. The very first video I played is about a minute long. Hang on a minute. If you missed it. That one.
No, didn't see.
All right, let's
Only a
The
minute.
greatest lie humanity tells itself is that we have outgrown human sacrifice. We call it by different names now and make our offering to different gods. We offer young men we call soldiers, as if the designation means that their mothers cry less when they die. We call masses of humanity collateral damage and turn our eyes away from the pictures of their lifeless bodies as we sip our morning coffee. And the truth is, we don't do it because we are heartless. We do it because we believe that it is necessary for the world to keep running. We do it because we believe that the gods whose favor we so desperately seek, freedom, security, prosperity, flourishing, that they demand blood as the price of their favor. We do it because we cannot see any other choice. And maybe that's why we read the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, on Rosh Hashanah. Because the story of the Akedah isn't about inconceivable obedience. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac, he is just accepting the same bargain of blood we still accept today. that some need to die for the world to flourish.
What do you think of that? So you got her saying that Rosh Hashanah service of the Central Synagogue in New York City, September the 24th, 2025. And you listen to those words are just mental. I mean, it's only a minute, I'll do it again.
The greatest lie humanity tells itself is that we have outgrown human sacrifice. We call it by different names now and make our offering to different gods. We offer young men we call soldiers, as if the designation means that their mothers cry less when they die. We call masses of humanity collateral damage and turn our eyes away from the pictures of their lifeless bodies as we sip our morning coffee. And the truth is, we don't do it because we are heartless. We do it because we believe that it is necessary for the world to keep running. We do it because we believe that the gods whose favor we so desperately seek, freedom, security, prosperity, flourishing, that they demand blood as the price of their favor. We do it because we cannot see any other choice. And maybe that's why we read the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, on Rosh Hashanah. Because the story of the Akedah isn't about inconceivable obedience. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac, he is just accepting the same bargain of blood we still accept today, that some need to die for the world to flourish.
You was just looking at that.
Well, that could be taken a couple of ways.
Go on.
Well, she could be meaning that it's a bad thing, but it doesn't seem like she does at the end there.
No, I mean, that is the Jewish doctrine, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, they used to call it blood libel or blood Latin, didn't they?
Mm.
You know, when they used to.
She had, come out with that, he defied God and wouldn't do the sacrifice, but that's not what happened. So, yeah. Well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Ulek. I'm already signed up to the Revolutionary. If you noticed just now when I started playing that other video, it was in the background because they did it earlier on today. They did it 5 hours ago. They did 16 minutes, a 16-minute live 5 hours ago on that exact same story, that exact same thing, right? I was going to play it the other night, but I got hijacked. They've had 33,424 views. And they've had 4.1 thousand likes on it. So see what happens when you're shadow banned and when you're stuck in one community, do you know what I mean? Yeah, you're watching on Revolutionary Change.
$33,000, you say?
Yeah.
Was it 33,000 or 43?
33,424 views. 33.
Yeah.
Earlier on, it was going up 1,000 every 15 minutes. And I thought, oh my God, you're playing the video I wanted to play the other night. Because it was David Icke that shared it on Twitter.
I like Ike.
Right, where's my bloody video? Where the bloody hell's my video? IDF. People won't find it that way. Oh. There we go. Right, here we go. So it's Middle East Eye that done it. Where's my StreamYard gone now? There. Let me know if you got volume.
Israel's well-funded, high-tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Right on. Right. Shout stop when you want me to stop.
Army is the most moral army in the world. That is, if you believe the branding.
צה"ל הוא הצבא המוסרי ביותר בעולם.
The most moral army in the world.
IDF is a moral army. The most moral.
The IDF does more to safeguard the rights of civilians than any other army in the history of warfare.
But apart from the allegations of war crimes in Gaza, the attempts to paint it as an animal-friendly, queer-friendly, religiously tolerant military institution of the IDF.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. I've been lied to for, half a minute now.
Wave that flag, people!
Holy moly.
More about.
Did they say that they help people?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are they helping?
If you actually see the IDF going into the Knesset, tipping out all their fucking carrier bags of medications and screaming at the fucking Likud party about what they've witnessed, what they've seen, what they've been ordered to do, and now they're just passed off with loads of fucking drugs, and you've got shitloads of them committing harry-carry.
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
From the
Happened to the Iraqi soldiers too.
Yeah.
There are a number of them.
Well, they definitely helped themselves in Palestine houses. I mean, some of them wanted to put on, Palestinian women's knickers, bras, and dresses.
Yeah, I saw some of that. Yeah.
Right, so listen.
Media image. Before the formation of the State of Israel in 1948, and before the Israeli army, there were three underground Zionist militias: the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi. They were comprised of mainly Jewish migrants to the British Mandate of Palestine.
Remind me next time I say Lehi, it's not Lehi, it's Lehi. Lehi.
Will do.
With the aim of helping usher in the Jewish state by any means necessary. They differed in their tactics and beliefs and at times fought with each other, but together they terrorized Palestinian villages, committed acts of violence, terrorism, and ethnic cleansing, and executed bombings and assassinations against the British to force them to give up control of the land. They blew up hotels in Jerusalem, embassies in Europe, and assassinated a UN mediator. All of this happened before 1948. Because after Israel was officiated as a state, these three groups would be brought together to create the IDF, and their militia leaders would go on to form Israel's government, become politicians, ambassadors, and prime ministers.
Yeah, Wigan, that was the King David Hotel that we were looking at just now, but they blew up.
And their dark history would be forgotten. So, let's talk about it.
Are you being entertained?
Let's begin at the turn of the 20th century. Europe was embroiled in revolution, war, and great social upheaval. Anti-Semitism had been rife for centuries in Europe, but attacks against Jewish communities had become widespread, particularly in Russia. While most attempted to flee to the United States, around 30,000 Russian Jews migrated to Palestine from 1882 to 1904, then under the rule of the Ottoman Empire. These communities were known as the New Yishuv, and they built small self-reliant settlements independent of the Old Yishuv, who consisted mostly of Arab Jews who'd migrated to Jerusalem over centuries, mostly for religious practice. Unlike the Old Yishuv, the New Yishuv were driven by a new ideology that was growing popular among European Jews as well as some influential Christian figures: Zionism.
The basis of Zionism was the belief that the Jewish question, as it was called in Europe, in other words, the place of Jews, given the rising anti-Semitism, could only be solved territorially, that is, by establishing a state of their own. And from very early on, that state had to be in Palestine, because that way you could use religious legitimacy to justify what was settler colonialism.
The New Yishuv were ambitious. They built farms, formed trade unions and councils to purchase land from Palestinians. They also began to form small militias, seeking to replace hired Arab watchmen with Jewish guards to protect the new outposts. Some of these militias, like Bar Giora, had bigger plans. Its members wanted to create the beginnings of an underground army, one that would one day serve a future Jewish state.
So that's like 1906, lot. So already, like 1906, they was taking over. Loads of different militias.
And fight for one if need be. One of its founders was a young Polish laborer called David Grun, who
David Grun, Polish.
It was the Balfour Declaration. That was in the 20s, wasn't it?
1917.
Okay.
Migrated to Palestine in 1906. He was shocked at how many Palestinian Arabs worked in the new settler colonies as farmers and guards, and set about trying to build connections between migrants and fundraise to ensure the Yishuv would become completely self-reliant. This included more money to buy weapons. Like many other Jewish migrants, he later adopted a Hebrew last name and would hence be known as David Ben-Gurion. Welcome back to him. By 1909, militias like Bar Giora began to evolve into larger networks, the most prominent being Hashimer, or the Watchman. Despite only having a few dozen members, Hashimer began...
Remember, he was the first Prime Minister, wasn't he? He was the one that fought the English over the Hasbara, not the Hasbara, the Haganah settlements that Hitler set up with the Ottoman Empire.
So they were running around whacking people and taking land?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To think of itself as guarding not only the colonies and properties set up by the new Yishuv, but as a vigilante force that would respond to disputes. If a Jewish person was attacked by a Palestinian, Hashimer would send its armed members to seek revenge. They were inspired by Ukrainian Cossacks and, interestingly, Palestinian Bedouins. They rode on horseback and even dressed in kuffiyas.
The Arabian Nights, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, blood.
Weird, right? In his book Orientalism and the Hebrew Imagination, historian Yaron Peleg says the young Zionists wanted to recreate the image of the Jewish man and reject the anti-Semitic tropes of Jews as weak and passive. In the new Yishuv, they focused on farming and fighting as ways to build stronger, more self-reliant men, what Zionist leader Max Nordau described as muscular Judaism. And while they drew inspiration from the agricultural Arabs they saw around them, they no longer wanted to rely on Palestinian laborers and guards in their settlements. The Jewish state of the future had to rely on a Jewish workforce and eventually a Jewish army. At this point, the total Jewish population of Palestine was around 60,000 and accounted for only about 7% of the population, with many of the earlier Russian migrants going back home once the situation had eased. But by the end of World War I, everything had changed. The Ottoman Empire collapsed and Palestine was taken over by the British Army. Lord Arthur Balfour, himself a Christian Zionist and Foreign Secretary, signed the Balfour Declaration, promising to create a Jewish state in mandatory Palestine. This led to a bigger wave of migration to the new Yishuv, and up to 100,000 Jewish migrants arrived from Eastern Europe in the decade following the war. By now, the local Palestinian Arab population were starting to feel like something was amiss. Were outraged at the Balfour Declaration, and many of them saw it as a European plot to colonize Arab land. House purchases in Jerusalem and Hebron.
Yeah, I've shown it all on here. It was before 6 million Jews, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, 6 million, and all the different countries sent money. Yeah, it was way before Hitler. And also, way before Hitler, in the 1800s, they all had to identify with a yellow star. Way before Hitler.
When did they buy Jerusalem?
Trump, not Trump, sorry, what's he called? Rothschilds.
Rothschild, yeah.
Yeah. And then Rothschilds and Trump, I think it was, made it the capital and used the money. It was that little short grey-haired woman and her husband that was in a wheelchair that were the biggest donors for Trump last time and the biggest donors for Trump this time. And Trump promised them Jerusalem, Trump promised them the Knesset and everything else. And he's promised them loads again this time. Well, not them, because he died. You know, but she's, yeah, that's it, Adelson, the little short woman. But she's in Netanyahu's corruption trial. And she said if this interview gets out, she'll be basically offed. If it's found out that she's made a statement against Netanyahu, well, it's all out, that is.
Were increasing, as were the construction of Jewish kibbutzes and settlements. But what pushed tensions to the brink was the increased religious activity around the Western Wall and Al-Aqsa compound, which some radical voices were arguing should be under total Jewish control. This spilled over into riots and general strikes targeting British and Jewish outposts, which escalated into communal fighting in 1920 and 1921. For the Zionist leaders, it proved that the local paramilitary groups needed to be better organized and better equipped to protect the new Yishuv. This led to the establishment of the Haganah, or the defense, which formed from the Hashemer recruits, as well as an influx of soldiers who had served in Jewish regiments in the British Army during World War I. They smuggled in more advanced weapons from abroad, and by the 1930s, the majority of Jewish settlers were enlisted, and the paramilitary group became the foundation of the new Yishuv. The Haganah now resembled what the Bar Giora had once dreamt up, an underground army fighting for the promise of a Jewish state. Initially, they coordinated and at times fought alongside the British against Palestinian Arab rioters in small skirmishes. The worst of these happened in 1929, when a rumor spread to Hebron that 2 Palestinians had been killed in the holy city of Jerusalem, and that a plot was underway to take Al-Aqsa. A riot ensued, targeting Jewish homes and synagogues. There were only 700 Jews in Hebron at the time, and many were sheltered by Palestinian families until the fighting ended. But by that time, at least 50...
Amazing that, isn't it? There was only 700, but they were sheltered by Palestinians.
Jewish settlers had been killed. The militants began to feel that the small British military presence was reluctant to fight the Palestinians, and resentment began to grow within their ranks. Some still looked to the British for protection, but others saw them as merely an obstacle to statehood that needed to move out of the way by force if necessary. Remember David Ben-Gurion? He'd now become the de facto leader of the new Yeshuv as the president of the Jewish Agency, working with...
There was the second prime minister there. What's she called? Oh, what else she called? I'm proud of my Palestinian passport. Oh, what the hell is she called? Golda Meir. Wherever Ben Gurion was, Golda Meir was right behind him.
The British to protect Jewish interests and to shut down calls for unity with Palestinians. But Ben...
Some say that she was trans.
Well, how can you have a Palestinian passport if Palestine didn't exist?
Yeah, I've showed the video where she's saying she's proud of her Palestinian passport. Every single person that got off a Haganah ship are meeting month to month. But every single one that got off a Haganah got given a Palestinian passport. There's also Palestinian coins. One side is Palestine and the other side is the swastika.
Ben-Gurion didn't want to confront the
everybody
Arabs
used the swastika back then.
No, it was because Hitler.
Oh.
The actual main parliament building was covered in Nazi flags.
Oh, okay.
And the German Palestinian flag it was Nazi.
Not at this stage, at least. He also didn't want to create problems with his British allies and instituted a policy of Havlaga, restraint. Under his watch, the Haganah forces would only be deployed to protect Jewish settlements, not launch offenses against Palestinian villages. At least, not for another few years. In a letter he would later write to his son in 1937, Ben-Gurion made his intentions pretty clear. Quote, "We must expel the Arabs and take their places. And if we have to use force, not to dispossess the Arabs of the Negev and the Transjordan, but to guarantee our own right to settle in those."
You do what, Urban? You think they are the most moral army in the world? Yeah, where they put their shields up and they physically rape men. Men bumming men. You think that's moral? Strange. It's a sight you ain't telling us, Urban.
Could be a sarcastic comment.
It could be.
Places, then we have force at our disposal. Ben-Gurion's focus was back on Europe, where the tides of anti-Semitism were rising to unprecedented levels. With the emergence of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, it became clear that more efforts were needed to transfer as many Jews to Palestine as possible. Over the next decade, 250,000 European Jews would flee to Palestine, pushing existing tensions to a boiling point. The divisions within the Haganah were growing as well, between those who followed Ben-Gurion's lead and another group of revisionist Zionists, who not only felt that the British were getting in the way of the dream of creating a greater Israel over the whole of the Mandate of Palestine, but who also believed that this greater Israel should extend to all of Jordan and parts of Lebanon. But to make this dream a reality, they needed to put an end to Palestinian resistance on their own terms, without waiting for orders from the British or even Ben-Gurion, whose policy of restraint failed to convince the most hardline young Zionists. So they took matters into their own hands, splintering from the Haganah and formed their own paramilitary group, the Irgun. The Irgun was led by a number of defected Haganah senior commanders, including, most significantly, the writer Ze'ev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky was the founder of revisionist Zionism.
Now, he was before Herzl.
And had been active in Jewish defense efforts in the Russian Federation before going on to found one of the Jewish regiments in the British Army with the aim of fighting against the Ottomans in Palestine. In a paper he published in 1923 entitled The Iron Wall, Jabotinsky outlined his fundamental disagreements with Ben-Gurion and the other moderate Zionists, who he called vegetarians and peacemongers. Quote, "Our peacemongers are trying to persuade us that the Arabs are either fools whom we can deceive by masking our real aims, or that they are corrupt and can be bribed to abandon to us their claim to priority in Palestine. We may tell them whatever we like about the innocence of our aims, watering them down and sweetening them with honeyed words to make them more palatable, but they know what we want." Jabotinsky believed that all native populations resist colonists, and that the only way to deal with them was by creating an iron wall of force that couldn't be penetrated. With his ideas, the new militia began to grow from dozens to thousands, with an emblem that represented their ambitions to expand to all of historic Palestine as well as Transjordan.
Now, there you go. Greater Israel map. 1906.
Looks like an old plan.
Where it was Jabotinsky, and then it was in Herzl's book before he died.
Yeah, but that it doesn't exist though, right?
Long.
Hey?
Greater Israel Project doesn't exist. It's
No. According to Urban, he wanted me to show him where it exists. Well, I'm showing.
Side the Haganah and the British, but that would change in 1936 when a Palestinian uprising would push them to take matters into their own hands.
Unrest in Palestine.
Yeah, he said he's going to jump up in a minute, Skyworks.
Suspecting that the Higher Committee had incited Arab leaders to start a holy war against the British government, police swooped on the secret headquarters of assassins and rebels. Many arrests were made.
It was called the Great Revolt. Furious at Britain's support for Zionism, the growing population of armed settlers, and the crippling economic impact of the Great Depression, the Palestinians attempted to overthrow British occupation, and with it, end the attempts of dividing their land. It began with a series of general strikes from mostly farmers, but soon the rebellion began to take structure, with armed rebels forming platoons and appointing leaders. But they were up against two British regiments, making up around 20,000 soldiers, as well as an armed and trained Jewish Guard force and Haganah and Irgun forces that together made up tens of thousands.
No, not Ubers, Urban.
Of armed militiamen. In short, they were outnumbered and certainly outgunned. The uprising lasted for 3 years, ultimately failed, with British forces, the Haganah and Irgun, often fighting alongside each other to crush the Arab revolt, killing thousands and razing entire villages. Irgun militants planted explosives and landmines in public spaces and engaged in shootouts with Arab guards. Seeing the situation spiraling out of its control, and with another war brewing in Europe, Britain passed the White Paper in 1939, which implemented for the first time strict limits on Jewish migration, allowing for only 75,000 new migrants over 5 years. This was the final straw for Jabotinsky and the revisionists. They saw it as a betrayal, proof that the best way to protect Jewish interests in Palestine was to go on the offensive, and that their biggest threat wasn't the Palestinians, it was the British, who they now regarded as an occupying force that needed to be expelled. By this time, Jabotinsky himself had been exiled back to Europe by the British, who were concerned about his growing influence. There he began to formulate a plan, recruiting and training small underground cells in Poland that would first help evacuate as many as 1.5 million European Jews and sneak them and himself into Palestine illegally, bypassing the white paper's restrictions. Together with one of the Irgun's leaders back in Palestine, a Polish Zionist named Avraham Stern, they recruited 40,000 Jewish militants and began smuggling handguns, rifles, explosives, and ammunition with the intention of launching their own revolt against the British. Stern even penned an anthem.
Remember the Stern Gang? We all heard about the Stern Gang.
For the Irgun called Unknown Soldiers, a song that called on Jews to join the underground militias and die for their cause. With the outbreak of World War II.
Sounds very much like another religion, doesn't it?
Just a bit.
Would put the Irgun's plans of a great Jewish revolt on hold. Seeing the rise of Hitler and the systemic persecution of Jews in Poland, Germany, and later France, Jabotinsky offered to lend the British his trained Jewish militants to fight against the Nazis, the same way he'd done during World War I. A year later, he died of a heart attack while visiting a training camp in New York. But that decision to assist the British in the war would divide the Irgun and its remaining leaders, who were now in British detention camps. Over what direction to take the militia, Abraham Stern decided to split from the group and form his own militia, the Lehi, or Stern Gang, and tried to raise funds by robbing British banks, which were almost never successful. Stern's ideas were even more radical than Jabotinsky's. He advocated for the expulsion or complete annihilation of Palestinians, describing Jews as a master race and Arabs as a slave race. He and his group of small but fevered followers referred to themselves as terrorists, who believed that acts of terror were justified to reach their aims. Stern was so obsessed with fighting the British that in 1941 he wrote to Nazi authorities, pledging to fight alongside Hitler against the British if he agreed to help establish a Jewish state in Palestine.
He wanted to fight the British in order to gain independence. Stern, in his utter naivety, believed he could form an alliance with Hitler against the British.
He wanted to make an agreement with the Nazis so that the Nazis will send or let the Jews from Europe come here to Israel and be safe. And in addition, the Lehi will help the Germans by fighting the British.
But the Nazis never wrote back. Eventually, Stern was killed while attempting to flee an arrest warrant by British police. And while his group never gained the dominance he wished, it would continue to wield a significant impact on the events over the next few years. Meanwhile, as the horrors of World War II unfolded, David Ben-Gurion became engaged in the efforts to continue the illegal immigration of Jewish refugees to Palestine. Taking advantage of a distracted Britain, he employed the Haganah to organize a continuous fleet of vessels across the Mediterranean to sneak in thousands to the new Yishuv communities. By this point, there were close to 450,000 Jewish migrants in Palestine, though the British continued to restrict further official avenues for migration. And as the realities of the extent of the Holocaust were coming into light, the Zionists in the Irgun, who'd put aside their differences to fight alongside the British, were outraged and determined to take control of Palestine once and for all. By 1944, a young, devout follower of Ze'ev Jabotinsky had taken control of the militia. His name was Menachem Begin, and in 1944 declared an open rebellion against the British mandate, orchestrating a series of bombings on immigration offices in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Haifa. He then went after the tax offices, then the police stations. The Lehi joined in, taking part in a series of increasingly brazen attacks on British police officers, which eventually led to the assassination of Britain's Minister of State for the Middle East. On the 6th of November, Walter Edward Guinness, also known as Lord Moyne, was shot by two Lehi operatives outside his home in Cairo. His death sent shockwaves throughout the region and put the Zionist fight for control of Palestine on the world stage. Lehi and Irgun accused Lord Moyne of being one of the architects of the White Paper and used his death to send a message to Winston Churchill. One of Lehi's leaders and the brains behind the assassination, Yitzhak Shamir, later explained this in an interview.
He was against any Jewish aliyah, any Jewish immigration. He didn't believe that there exists such a thing like a Jewish nation or a Jewish people, and therefore, we decided to make this operation.
It would not be Shamir's last assassination. Britain, still embroiled in the war, leaned on Ben-Gurion and Zionist leaders to quell the attacks, and the Haganah began going after Irgun and Lehi members, killing or detaining thousands of them in a period that would later be referred to as the hunting season. Fearing an outbreak of civil war, Menachem Begin instructed his militants to stand down, knowing that their actions had proven popular among the Jewish population in the Yishuv, and his plan paid off. Within months, anger at the Haganah's continued
Who called it
collapse
hunting season?
forced the Zionists.
Isn't it?
That's yeah, that's brutal.
Leaders to back down and join forces with Begin and the Stern Gang to launch a united Jewish resistance movement. The alliance between the three paramilitary groups escalated the attacks against the British and began to target vital infrastructure around Palestine: railroads, bridges, prisons, and police stations. It was now widely believed among the Yishuv that the British had betrayed their promise of a Jewish state, and that immigration restrictions had to be overturned to accommodate for the large population of refugees fleeing the end of World War II. But the alliance had to remain secret to protect the standing of Zionist leaders in Europe, a secret that was exposed in 1946 during Operation Agatha, sometimes referred to as Black Sabbath. The British conducted sweeping raids of Jewish settlements, arresting thousands of Zionist activists and militants, and obtaining a trove of documents that proved the Jewish agency, including David Ben-Gurion and the Haganah, were now working with the Lehi and the Irgun, both of whom were considered terrorist organizations. The raid infuriated the militants and threatened the fragile alliance. In retaliation, Menachem Begin ordered the Irgun to carry out an operation on the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, which was the base of the British Secretariat and where the confiscated documents were kept. On July 22, 1946, Irgun operatives placed a 350-kilogram bomb in the basement of the hotel, blowing up its southern wing and killing 91 people. Of them, 41 were Palestinians, 28 were British citizens, and 17 were Jews. The shock of the attack forced the Haganah to retreat once again, and Britain escalated its crackdown on Zionist activists. But the Irgun and Lehi persisted with their operations, targeting British police in assassinations and kidnappings and branching out into Europe. 3 months later, they blew up the British embassy building in Italy. Then in January 1947, Lehi operatives drove a truck full of explosives into a British police station in Haifa. It was called the world's first truck bomb. Then in March,
Who created the world's first truck bomb?
Right. I was just about to say that.
They also did the first belt bombs as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure whether this video does it.
Oh my.
Yeah.
that year, they blew up a British colonial club in London. Weary from the aftermath of World War II and struggling to control fighting in most of its colonies, Britain appealed to the newly formed United Nations to find a solution to the situation in Palestine. The UN, then made up of only 57 member states, voted to divide the British mandate into 3 states, with 55% of the land allocated to Jews, who only made up a third of the population.
Yeah, mad, isn't it? I know. We'll take your country and we'll give 55% of it to the invaders. Mad as poo.
Got to make anybody happy, you know.
Yeah. Well, I've used that analogy. I've used that analogy here in the UK.
Yeah.
Right. So, if you imagine the UK and you divide the UK up to 55%, right? And you go, right, all you lot in that area there, that 55% there, you all got to get out your houses tomorrow and you've got to move to the 45%. And then in comes the Jews and moves into your house. But they don't seem to get it. They just don't seem to understand it. So, you know, you imagine giving out 55% of Canada to somebody else.
Yeah.
And you all get evicted from your houses and your land and, you know, your olive trees that you farmed for generations. But when you say it to people, they just don't understand or can't compute.
Yeah, even generational houses now is a, you know, bygone thing, right? So we don't even understand that way of life.
No. Yes, they did own the land before that, before the British Mandate. It was under the Ottoman Empire. The Ottomans built the railways and they had the newspapers and the Palestinian newspaper. And when the British took over, the trains were always late and the newspaper was always 2 days late. But it was called Palestine. Palestine's been there 4,000 years. But the Palestinians, or the Palestines, the same as the Jews, they were both originally Canaanites. Go through history, Urban, you'll find it. You've got a couple of good books here. One's by Noah Mashallah, Palestine, a 4,000-year history. From the late Bronze Age through to the present day. This is the definitive history of Palestine and its people. Oh my God. Vega wants a link. Where's Michael?
I'm here.
I think Vega's asked for a link and so's Urban, I think.
Hang on a minute.
Sorry, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, roll VT.
The state outline for Jews itself had a big demographic problem. Half of its residents were Palestinian, who rejected the proposal and sought help from another new organization, the Arab League. The British, feeling like the situation was no longer their responsibility.
Yes.
You knew I'd come up at some point.
I didn't even know you were watching.
I was waiting for your bullshit to reach peak bullshit before I came.
Why is it bullshit?
Because it's not been called Palestine for 4,000 fucking years.
When was it called Philistine, Assyria?
No, it was never called Philistine. The people were called Philistine. The people were the Philistines. Or shall we say it as it should be? The Greeks named them the Philistines because they were the most scumbaggy fucking scumbags in that region. They were murdering and raping their own children. That's why they were called Philistines. They were murdering and raping their own fucking children. And it was never Palestine for 4,000 years. Been recognized as Palestine for a very short amount of time. They were always just the Palestinians. That's what it changed into. They were the Palestinians. Same as the Israelis.
Right, I'm going to play to the end of my video and then I'll argue with you.
Okay, I'm here.
Right, and I'll bring you the evidence.
Evening, Smiler.
Hi, Urban.
Not much I can really say after that introduction by.
Did it cover everything, Urban?
Yep.
Good to see you.
It's all right. He's trying to navigate around the world.
Oh, correct. Don't start. Well, you've proved my point. You've proved my point. Thank you very much. I said it yesterday to your chat. Give it a little bit of time. Smiler will agree with me and prove my point. And you proved my point.
Yeah. Also,
I finish it. We can finish it.
I think before this, gentleman, I think you were playing something to disprove the IDF not being the most moral army, and I think that's what my argument is going to be. Where I believe
I'm telling you where the IDF come from and where the Likud party comes from.
Okay, I'll chip it in a bit. Let it play, man.
Announced they were ending their occupation of Palestine on the 15th of May, 1948.
I have been instructed by His Majesty's government to announce with all solemnity that they have consequently decided that in the absence of a settlement, they must plan for an early withdrawal of British forces and of the British administration from Palestine.
But this announcement only further escalated the tensions, and almost immediately, a civil war broke out between Palestinians and the Yishuv. By January 1948, an estimated 1,500 Palestinians and 400 Jews were killed in the fighting. Ben-Gurion, fearing a retaliation from the neighboring Arab states, began to reshape the Haganah from a paramilitary group into the beginnings of a structured army, implementing mandatory conscription for all Jewish men and women aged between 17 and 25. With the clock racing towards the 15th of May, Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leaders saw the war as an opportunity to cleanse the Palestinian population from the areas mapped out by the UN partition plan. On the 10th of March, they met in Tel Aviv and outlined Plan Dalet, a blueprint for targeting Palestinian population centers in the Jewish partition state and enacting a policy of forced depopulation and destruction. That plan was effectively already underway, but over the next few months, it would escalate into a campaign of terror and ethnic cleansing across Palestine. On the 5th of January 1948, Haganah soldiers blew up the Semiramis Hotel in Jerusalem, reporting 26 Christian Palestinians as well as the Spanish vice consul. On the 14th of February, Haganah's special forces, the Palmach, attacked the northern Palestinian village of Sa'sa in the middle of the night, blowing up 16 houses and killing 60 villagers. On April 9th, Irgun and Lehi militants jointly committed the infamous Deir Yassin massacre, where at least 107 Palestinian residents of the village, including women and children, were shot dead. Then the bodies were piled up on top of each other and burned.
המון ערבים היו, המון, עד שאספנו אותה, וזה לקח יומיים עד שאנחנו סילקנו את הגופות.
מה זאת אומרת סילקתם אותם?
מה לעשות? למה פחדנו שיבואו ויצלמו וילכלכו את השם של המדינה, רצינו להעלים אותה.
On April 25th, Haganah forces entered the Jaffa town of Saqiya, killing 14 people. An eyewitness says the rest of the villagers left their homes and ran towards the nearest town. He saw two women who couldn't run, so they were shot. On May 22nd, after the residents of Tantura village near Haifa surrendered to the Haganah, between 40 and 200 men were rounded up, shot dead, and buried in a communal grave. Today, that grave has been paved over to build a parking lot.
זכותנו הטבעית וההיסטורית ועל יסוד החלטת עשרת האומות המאוחדות אנו מכריזים בזאת על הקמת מדינה יהודית בארץ ישראל, היא מדינת ישראל.
By the time Israel unilaterally declared itself a state on the 14th of May 1948, more than 200 Palestinian villages had been emptied, its people fleeing at gunpoint or in fear from the stories of massacres that happened in towns nearby. By the 15th of May, more than 750,000 Palestinians had been made refugees, never to return to their homes again. The testimonies from those who survived would be passed down from generation to generation, their descendants still holding onto the keys of the homes their grandparents had to flee. The testimonies of the Jewish militants who took part in the massacres that unfolded would take decades to come to light, and when they finally did, would be hard for Israeli society to stomach. The 15th of May is what Palestinians refer to as the Nakba, the catastrophe. For Israelis, this day is celebrated as their Independence Day. 2 weeks later, David Ben-Gurion, now the first prime minister of the new Jewish state, announced the formation of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, combining the Haganah and the Irgun, with the majority of Lehi members joining its ranks. They immediately turned their attention to fighting off the Arab coalition that had responded to Israel's creation and the displacement of Palestinians. The United Nations appointed Folk Bernadotte as the UN mediator in Palestine in an attempt to reach a diplomatic solution to the unfolding Arab-Israeli war. On the 16th of September, he outlined his proposal, a single union between Palestine and Jordan with two sovereign members, one Jewish and one Arab. It would also allow for displaced Palestinians to return to their homes in the now Jewish-controlled cities and villages. In a letter to the UN Secretary General, Bernadette wrote, quote, "It would be an offense against the principles of elemental justice if these innocent victims of the conflict were denied the right to return to their homes, while Jewish immigrants flow into Palestine, and indeed, at least offer the threat of permanent replacement of the Arab refugees who have been rooted in the land for centuries." That letter was published on the 18th of September, 2 days after he had outlined his proposal. But by that time, he was already dead. The day before, while driving through Jerusalem, 4 Lehi operatives ambushed his motorcade and opened fire, killing him and another French military officer. The newly formed Israeli government arrested 200 of Lehi's remaining members and put them on trial for terrorism and disbanding the group. Its leaders, including Yitzhak Shamir, were sentenced to prison, but their sentences would quickly be suspended and they were eventually pardoned. A few years later, Shamir would join a new political party formed by Irgun leader Menachem Begin around the revisionist Zionist ideals of their predecessor, Jabotinsky. It would be called Herut, or freedom. In a letter published in the New York Times in December 1948, some of the world's most prominent Jewish thinkers, including Albert Einstein and Hannah Arendt, described Menachem Begin and the Irgun as a terrorist right-wing chauvinist organization, and compared the Herut Party in its organization, methods, political philosophy, and social appeal to the Nazi and fascist parties. The Israeli Defense Force would become the foundation of the State of Israel, and its history of terror, assassinations, and ethnic cleansing would be wiped clean. The militant leaders who helped shape its bloody origins would go on to shape the country for decades to come. David Ben-Gurion's message of purity and restraint would become the narrative embedded in the army's propaganda, repeated to the world in response to growing criticism of its tactics. The historical voices who challenged this narrative from inside Israel would be outcast and ridiculed into silence. The Herut Party would remain on the fringes of Israel's parliament for the next 2 decades, but its ideas would slowly dominate the mainstream. In 1973, Menachem Begin would join forces with a former Haganah commander, Ariel Sharon, and expand Herut into a wider right-wing coalition called Likud. 4 years later, Begin would be elected Israel's prime minister. He'd be succeeded by former Lehi leader Yitzhak Shamir, who would serve as prime minister from 1983 to 1984 and again from 1986 to 1992. By this time, Likud and its revisionist Zionism roots had become an undeniable wing of Israeli politics, as well as its expansionist ambitions. And just 4 years after the end of Shamir's term, Likud would return to office under the stewardship and vision of a young, highly ambitious, and quietly ruthless prime minister. His name was Benjamin Netanyahu.
And the hero enters the story.
Yeah. We got a video of him at 29 years old. And we've done the history on all his 4 different names.
Is your real name Smiler?
No, it's my nickname. It's been my nickname since the army.
There we go.
Because when I was in trouble, I used to smile.
You don't sound like a smiler.
No, I used to have this knack of always grinning. So you get an NCO standing in front of you, giving you what for, and I would just crack a little grin.
So let's do this really simply because it's late and everyone listening is tired of this bullshit. How many times is the word Palestine mentioned in the first 2 translations of the Bible?
Well, Palestine is in the map of Palestine is in the Bible.
How many times is the word Palestine used in the first 2 versions of the Bible? The Greek and the... Oh, fucking hell, what was the other one?
Will you tell me? Palestine map in the Bible. Now, we did this with Chris the Brick.
Greek and the Arab version.
It's a good question, though.
I don't want any more additions. Just how many times is the word Palestine, as we know that word?
Old Testament Bible map, Palestine, Israel war art. There's the map of Palestine.
That weren't the question, Smiler.
Yeah, exactly. From which version of the Bible is that?
So, 1881 Old Testament Bible map.
Where does it say Palestine?
Let me expand this for you then.
How many times was England or Britain in the Bible?
Well, we might as well include New Zealand as well, hadn't we? And Australia, maybe?
Cornwall was.
How many times? Well, not actually Cornwall, was it? It wasn't the word Cornwall. So, how many times is the word Israel used?
Israel was a person. Israel was a person.
Okay.
Yeah, Israel was a person. And what was he called before being called Israel?
No.
Jacob,
You're answering my questions right now. You're answering my questions right now. I've got one more question and then Urban Roots can jump in. Okay? You ready for this? What was the area of Palestine called before it was called Palestine? What was it known as by the Romans? Because the Romans labeled it Palestina. So what was it called before Palestina? Now, the Philistines had been there a lot longer. I appreciate this, but it was never called Palestine. So, and I know that's a nuance, but there's far more.
It was Canaan.
No, it wasn't Canaan. Oh, behave.
Go on, then. What was it?
No, they were the Canaanites that went to that region. It was called Judah.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
Judah is a completely different area.
It's not.
Yes.
It's not.
Oh, shall I enlighten you?
The area was called Judah or Judea.
The region referred to as Palestine has had many former names, including Canaan, which was its earlier ethnic name. Later, Judea during Roman rule, which was then renamed Syria Palestina.
Syria,
The name
Palestina.
Palestine itself originated with the Philistines and was first used in ancient Egyptian and Assyrian inscriptions before the Romans adopted the form Syria.
Yep. So the area was called Judah.
No.
And the Canaanites were a people as well, a peoples, not an area. So how many times is Israel mentioned in the Bible?
Well, Israel was a person. Right there in the middle is Judea.
Yep.
There to the left is Philistina.
Okay. And what's this from? So this would have been as named by the
Palestine in the time of Jesus.
Hold on.
In the Bible, it was called the
calm
Promised
down,
Land, not Israel.
BC 30 AD.
Oh, Christ. So this would have been as named by the Romans.
Hey up, Beyonce. This was BC 30 AD. No, the Romans named it 135 BC. 135 AD, I think it was.
So
during Roman rule in Palestine, more specifically between 135 AD and 190 AD, Palestine became one of the provincias of the empire. This is also a period from which many written records were preserved in a variety of language: Latin, Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew, and also covered in the annals and texts of the new religion of Christianity. By this time, the name Palestine was more than a millennium old and had substantial currency during the Roman period of the official administrative name Palestine. Was consolidated and popularized in Latin and Greek.
You are absolutely fucking bending with your microphone, Smiler. Put it down.
Bending?
Yes,
is it loud, is it?
Fucking very loud, yes.
What's that like?
Well, better.
1, 2, 3.
So, the word
Palestine was consolidated and popularized in Latin and Greek.
Carry on. But get your question out. You can scream all you like, Smiler. You can just scream. You know you do that because you know you're not going to be answering my questions. You do your silence fucking
Palestine, 135 AD to 390 AD.
Okay. This time period, I'm not really that fucking clued up on, so I'm more of the modern period. So I'll let you guys go, man. I do know it was was it the Romans or the Greeks who called it?
We'll go back to 3,200 years ago, right?
I would say about this. This is BC 30. This is like way before the fucking Arab conquest, right? So it doesn't really have any relevance to the modern day fucking post Islamification of the region. So
there we go. Michael Castrian, always a very wise guy, puts it in the chat. Therefore, the name Palestine is over 2,500 years old. No, that's fake. That's not true. The name Philistine has existed for about 2,500 years. Though it has, now this bit is the bit I was interested in, though it has referred to different entities, peoples, remember that word, peoples,
exactly.
and territories. Regions, okay.
First documented in the late Bronze Age, about 3,200 years ago. The name Palestine, Greek, and then it's got some weird fucking Greek writing, Arabic, Philistine, spelled F-I-L-A-S-T-I-N.
That was basically the Greeks calling them a bunch of cunts. That's
it's
it.
They
weren't named officially in some kind of ceremony. That was the Greeks calling them a bunch of cunts.
When you're as old as me, Vega, your mum used to call you a fucking Philistine when you act like a pig.
She should still call you it now.
So conventional name used between 450 BC and 1948 AD to describe a geographic region between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River and various adjoining lands. The work explores the evolution of the concept, histories, identity, languages, and cultures of Palestine from the late Bronze Age.
And where are you reading that from, please, Smiler?
I'm reading it from a historian. Historian by the name of Nur Mashallah.
Goldstein.
No, Nur Mashallah. Right. Palestine and their autotenacious identity and history heritage long preceded the emergence of a local Palestinian nascent national movement in the late Ottoman period and the advent of the Zionist settler colonization before the First World War.
Yeah.
Frederick Nietzsche, or whatever the fuck that name is, argued that history is always written from and with a particular perspective, and the past looks different from different perspectives. Yeah.
Okay, just answer me one small, very simple question then. Whose history goes back further in that region? Philistines or Judeans?
Well, Judeans were part of the Lost Tribes.
There we go.
Right?
Okay. But it's tag time.
Okay, so who are the Palestinians? Mainly, what is the majority group?
Both the Palestinians and 10 tribes were Canaanites.
Yeah, but this period of history doesn't. It's how many years before the Arab conquest in like the 6th?
Nothing to do with the Arab conquest.
Exactly. So when we're talking about modern day,
before the Canaanites, it was the sea people. Before the Canaanites, it was the sea people.
Since the conquests and what we would say are the Palestinians of today, there's no relevance between the two time periods, right?
Whatsoever. There's no relevance between the people either, or the peoples.
When we're talking about modern day Palestinians, they're not the people who were there in this time period that you're trying to prove that they were there.
I'm trying to be quiet, Beyonce, because I get told off.
So it's two different arguments of who has rights.
He's up 150, Beyonce. He's now jumped 158.
It's the important bit is whether it was a region or not. That's the bit where people get confused.
I think the argument of who has more rights to the region is the argument at the moment who has more rights to the lands. Is that what we're on? Is that what we're talking about? Because I think what we're
if we go to the Palestinians, right, and we do a DNA test on the Palestinians, you'll find they're Semitic. If we go to the fucking people that live in Israel and do a DNA test on them, they are not Semitic. They might speak a Semitic language, yeah, but a bastardized language because they changed it, yeah. They completely changed the Hebrew language, right? They don't want the old Jews that speak Yiddish. They don't want them speaking Yiddish no more, and they're banning Yiddish in Israel, which is the old Ashkenazi.
Okay, so the time period you're talking about compared to today, we can say both sides. Well, with your point about the Khazarians or whatever, the Ashkenazi, I think we can. Both groups are right? Both of them aren't, because the Arabs invaded that land and we've got people who have been resettled to that land. So if your argument is the Ashkenazis don't have claim to that land historically, surely the Arabs didn't, because they actually invaded it.
No, about 5 years ago, there was, and it was conducted by Israel as well, not conducted by Palestinians. It was conducted by Israel, right? And what they were trying to do is they were trying to prove that there was Jewish settlements in Palestine, right? And when they dug up the grave sites and then did the DNA tests, yeah, the DNA didn't match anybody in Israel, but it matched people living in Palestine. And I brought up the DNA studies on here before, and I think it was a study of, what was it, 400 and something odd people?
Okay, but I thought your argument was about that thing you just showed.
What thing that I just showed?
Like 30, the thing you just had up, the timeline you just had up, the time period you just had up. The time period you just had up, I think the people in that area wouldn't have been Arabs and they wouldn't have been European Ashkenazis. So both groups aren't entirely indigenous to that region from the period that you're talking about, that you're holding up as an argument. Only one set of group of people were handed it back. The other group took it over during the Arab conquests.
Yeah.
Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Well, why would they leave? Like they didn't just get wiped out; they got invaded.
The only time they've left is when Israel kicked them out and killed 750,000 of them.
Well, they never left.
And they went to Jordan.
Yeah, but that's been the history throughout the region, right? People have left, people have been conquered. It's so do the Arabs have more of a claim because they've been there slightly longer than this fucking group of people who were relocated there? Or do they have more, or do the Israelis have more of a claim? Because culturally and historically and everything that their religion goes back longer, like a couple of thousand years to that.
The premise of your question is even wrong.
Dub, you're muted.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. What's up,
a
guys?
little bit of sense, or is the way I'm articulating it not
Hang on a minute, Urban. Hang on a minute. Dub.
What's up, man? What do you want? You want me to show like my camera or something?
No.
Okay.
How can I help you?
Oh, no. I was here to talk about the same topic. I'm interested because you brought up how this DNA test.
Yeah. Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. That's the next point I was raising.
But this DNA test you're bringing up now, I mean, let's try to analyze it a little bit further. So if I'm looking at it and you're bringing up and you're saying, okay, there's this DNA test, but then none of these people are that DNA. Now, where exactly did they get these?
Well, hang on.
from? And what time period were they?
Being a Semite is not a DNA, is not a genetic trait. You cannot prove somebody is a Semite by their DNA. A Semite is a very simple sort of description of somebody. What is it, Smiler, Mr. Palestine? What denotes a Semite?
A Semite is a Semitic language.
Yeah, so somebody who speaks a Semitic language. That's it. There's no DNA test to identify.
The Israelis don't speak a Semitic language. They speak a new language.
Well, languages move on, so let's not do that. Languages evolve.
Okay, so I thought it was basically a Semite is like a descendant of Shem or something like that. So I thought it was.
Well, they are descendant of Shem because they spoke the Semitic language.
Yeah, there is.
Okay. So
Gain.
then,
But I'm also Semitic too. So.
Okay, well, if you break it down though, seriously, okay, so there's this DNA test that takes place, and then where did they get these graves that they dug up from? Number one, and then number two, who knows if they even told you exactly where they got these grave sites that they actually did dig up? I don't even think they're supposed to do that, not in their own religious practices. So even if they did that, I think that'd be bad because I don't think they're supposed to do that because they're supposed to leave the buried. But if they did, do you think they'd really share it? So there's multiple facets here.
Right. It was actually a study that was carried out by Israel because Israel were excavating, and you can go and check on Google. Right. They were excavating various lands, saying that they're Israelites and they're entitled to that land because it was their land before the Palestinians. Blah 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 blah. Right.
Yeah.
DNA studies confirm significant genetic continuity between modern Palestinians and the ancient Canaanites of the Bronze Age southern Levant, indicating a deep historical connection to the land. Both Palestinians and Jews, among other modern Levantine populations, share ancestry with these ancient inhabitants. Because remember, the Jews are also Canaanites.
I hear what you're saying, because there is a verse where I can point to, but I don't think that I might not be correct on that. So, but to stick to it is like, as from what I understand, if we were to go biblically and take that as historical fact, basically they wanted to bury their dead in certain spots. So, if that's true, then did they take? And I don't think they're supposed to dig up their dead. So, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think they would even want to do that. But if they wanted to go do that, they would find that there's a certain grave spot that they already have. And if they dug people up from there and did a DNA test,
they didn't do graves. They did ossuaries, and what you do is you let the body decay, and you put it into an ossuary, a bone box.
Yeah, but from what location? What location, though? That's important. What location did they get
This was the excavations. They're still excavating now, all over
They usually get the bones,
Palestine and Israel.
They kept the bones of the people.
Right. They did keep the bones of people, but they put them in certain spots. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like
an urn. They had like an urn, an ossuary.
Archaeological and genetic data support that both Jews and Palestinians came from ancient Canaanites, who extensively mixed with Egyptians, Mesopotamia, and Anatolian peoples in ancient times. Thus, Palestinian-Jewish rivalry is based in cultural and religious, but not in genetic differences.
I've got a question. Is there any studies that show the percentage of Palestinians today share the same DNA as the ones they excavated?
Yeah, I've just read it out to you. Yeah, but the 98, and there was also a study. Yeah, even Jeremy Clarkson laughed about it. Yeah, because 98% of Israelis not from that area or not from Israel at all.
Okay, but what my point is, the people who claim they are Palestinian, it's a rhetorical question, but has there been DNA testing on a large enough a large enough pool with us to tell us if the people who claim Palestine, claim themselves as Palestinians, share the same DNA?
Right, listen. Right, DNA studies. Listen.
DNA as.
Can you not hear me? Listen.
Yeah, go on.
DNA studies confirm significant genetic continuity between modern Palestinians and ancient Canaanites of the Bronze Age, southern Levant, indicating a deep historical connection to the land. Both Palestinians and Jews, among other modern Levantine populations, share ancestry with these ancient inhabitants. This finding suggests that Palestinians, like Jews, are indigenous to the region. Right? So the Jews, you're talking about the Judeans that lived in Judea.
Oh,
right?
Christ.
Genetic
It doesn't give a link to the land, it gives a link to the people. How can DNA attach you to some land? The Canaanites were from Syria. They were Damascus.
Just the history of migration of Arabs would tell you different.
The Canaanites, the Phoenicians, they were nothing to do with the area that was at that time called Judah. I'll do it again. Look on the same maps. Smiley, you're all getting confused about people being called a certain name and areas being called
I
a
ain't
certain
getting
name.
confused at all.
You are. I sometimes wish your daughter had married a bloody Jew. I wouldn't be on it. I wouldn't be on here now.
My cousin married a Jew.
Well, you're clearly not close to your cousin, are you?
Oh, when a family member marries into a fucking Muslim family, you can fucking it does taint their fucking their sensibilities and logic a little bit.
Yeah, that's
No,
interesting.
respectfully.
It's like you were reading that
My
article.
sister's
We were
the same.
hearing
My sister's the
completely different
same.
things.
How does it taint anything? Because I turned around and said to my daughter, have you done this on fucking purpose?
No proof at all, just anecdotal experience. So we can wash that.
And if you listen to my live stream, earlier on, you would see what I was saying about all the fucking inbreeding and marrying first cousins and how fucking wrong the government is by not blocking first cousin marriages. Which are
It's not
mainly
that they didn't block it; it's that they promoted it.
See, so is that I just read about that. Is that UK is saying that cousin marriages are okay now? Is that true?
Well, yeah. Well, you've also got 20 states in America.
Canada and the US too.
Yeah, it's 20 states in America that also say yay.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
See,
I don't think America say it's a good thing, though, do they? They just say it's part. It's cultural.
No, they said it was a good thing.
No, they
it's
promote
beneficial.
it.
The NHS released a blog saying it was beneficial.
I'm talking about America, the states where it's allowed in America. They're not saying it's not a medical institution in America that's saying yay. In England, it's a medical institution, the NHS, that are giving it the thumbs up. So there's a bit of a difference.
Wow.
Yeah, and they only said it was for economic and social reasons, like for having an extended family and keeping money, generational wealth.
Exactly.
Wow. So I saw something interesting the other day, and you know, I don't want to. Whatever, you know what an IMAM is or whatever they call it. So that guy was saying basically, he was saying, well, you know, let us join with the liberals and let them have their abortions, because that means they're offing their own, and let them do their divorces and let them do all these things, and let them basically, the subject we're talking about right now, you know what I mean? Like, let them marry their own cousins. Let them do things that are bad for them because it's better for us. And I'm like thinking, holy shit, like that guy's telling the truth, but the truth right in front of our eyes isn't seeming to make any difference. And I think the government has sold us out, letting all the immigrants in, and they're going in the opposite direction of nationalism. It seems like, whether it's right or left, whatever. I'm from the United States, so it just seems like they're going the opposite of nationalism, and they're going eat yourselves alive. Go ahead.
Back chat, Vega.
Oh.
But
right,
you know what I'm saying?
Right, so
even the Israelis.
Right, Urban, shut up a minute. You wanted the history. You wanted the origins of Ashkenazic Jews and Yiddish. Manipal Center for Natural Sciences, Manipal University, Manipal, India, Department of Linguistics, Tel Aviv University, Tel Aviv, Israel, Department of Psychiatry, Behavioral Sciences, Johns Hopkins University, Baltimore MD, United States Department of Animal and Plant Sciences, University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. They're the ones that carried out all the DNA studies. Yeah, so the DNA studies are on the screen, right? Then you go to the next one. Yeah.
Let me just say to Beyonce, Smiler. Beyonce, I didn't get any link last night, and I didn't get anything tonight. I really wanted to have a listen to it before tomorrow. If you've got a link for it, I'll grab it.
So they carried it out 2013 to 2016, 2011. 3 Eastern European hunter-gatherers, Russia, alongside 6 Levantines, 24 Neolithic Iranians, population tables, AJs. All the studies are there.
But what I would say about the study, again, would be I don't think they're allowed to dig up their own people knowingly. So where's this excavation site? So in other words, let's say that you're a Christian, Catholic, whatever, and you go, okay, we bury our people here. We don't bury them in the general population area. So if they took the bodies from this general area, well, that's not their practice. So in other words, if you could think of today's example, which would be people who were kidnapped in the event, right, a couple years ago, October 7th, then they want those bodies back because they want to bury them in a proper spot according to what their beliefs are, which is fine. But if they, what I'm trying to say is, if they archaeologically dug up these bones or something, then did they get them from the general area or did they get them from their designated area? And they wouldn't tell you anyways. So it
was a study by Tel Aviv as well. Right, it was a study by Tel Aviv. It was a study, yeah, and everything went back to the Tel Aviv University and the Tel Aviv. What's the name of the place that fucking the Houthis blew up? It had all the fucking loads of different DNA samples and all kinds of stuff in it. I can't remember what it was called. It looked like a bit like the Tower of Babylon, but made of glass. And it was blown up. No, it wasn't Houthis. It was Iran that blew it up. I can't remember what it's called.
The burial site that they excavated as well, is there any information on what time period they were buried there? Like, was it an ancient site? Because if it was an ancient site, it would tell, the DNA would probably tell a different story to if it was just some random burial site that might have been from 300 years ago compared to 1,000
well, he said it was ancient. He said it was ancient.
Yeah.
I bet a couple thousand, almost 2,000 years probably. Because they try to trace it back to the ancient Judeans.
And was it one site, or did they take a pool of multiple sites from the region?
Right. So Johns Hopkins genetic study shows 97.5% of Judaics living in Israel have absolutely no ancient Hebrew DNA, are therefore not Semites, and have no ancient blood ties to the land of Palestine at all, where 80% of Palestinians carry ancient Hebrew DNA and thus are the real Semites.
Okay.
That was when they were doing the studies.
But do you see the point that it does matter in terms of where they were taking these studies from. Like if I'm of a certain religion and I bury my people to the left, always to the left and in the corner, always, we'll put them all on top of each other. We don't even care. Like, a little bit of privacy. Maybe they get a couple inches in between bodies, whatever. Doesn't matter. They're always to the left and in the corner. Now, if they were over in the right, anywhere on the right side, you can take it from the corner, the opposite corner, doesn't matter, anywhere in between, then you're obviously not going to find the results that are actually worth anything, because I buried all of my people over there. Does that make sense? Like logically?
Michael Castrian, there is an answer to your previous bit about 5 BC, named by the Greeks. And I just say, if you just read the article more, sometimes you get to the crux.
Mm-hmm.
So that Palestine area, which is mentioned so many times through history, as I said earlier, was a part of Syria. It was quite close to Damascus. It was also Canaanites, labelled as Canaan.
Yeah.
This is something that everyone just needs to read more, and not just Palestine is and then start sprouting that for the next 10 minutes.
No, but you're not okay. You're not really answering the question. If you read the article all the way through, are you saying that they got them from multiple sites, known Jewish grave sites, just randomly? What was it? Like, I don't want to read the article. I want you to tell me.
It does Beyonce. I'm not getting any notes. Sorry, Urban. I'm going to shut up in a second. I'm not getting any notifications, Beyonce. Use my email. If you want me to put it backstage here, I can. If you've got it, brilliant.
When you say the side chat, you talking about what says studio chat?
Yeah, back chat.
Yeah, I can't see anything there as well.
Oh, I'm communicating with Beyonce about something else.
DNA studies have been conducted on populations in both Israel and Palestine, but these are typically demographic and population genetics studied rather than investigations into archaeological sites. For example, studies around the year 2000 included a significant 2010 paper by Beher et al. Analysed the genetics of Palestinian populations to understand their origins, finding genetic links to Bedouins, Jordanians, and Saudi Arabians, suggesting a common origin in the Arabian Peninsula. These studies analysed DNA from living populations, not from ancient sites or remains. So that's that one.
It doesn't tell you the time period of the people who were buried, because there's been, since the beginning of time, there's been different ethnicities living in the region, right?
Pretty ambiguous.
Yeah, ambiguous, exactly. So you would need. It doesn't actually say the time period, which, if they dug them up and did the analytical studies on them, they would tell you what time period they were dug up.
We report genome-wide DNA data for 73 individuals from 5 archaeological sites across Bronze and Iron Age southern Levant.
Yeah, they'd use it as a genetic set, not individually.
Yeah. The genomic history of the Bronze Age southern Levant.
When's the Bronze Age?
So they had 3,200.
When's the Bronze Age?
3,200.
It's fucking old, long time ago.
So they had 73 individuals from 5 archaeological sites.
Bronze Age is 3,300 to 1,200 BC.
Yeah.
That's fucking old, isn't
3,200 years ago, the name. Yeah.
That's older than my grandma's favorite recipe, I'll tell you that.
And they found that modern day Palestinians had matching DNA, where Israelis had no matching DNA.
But I still think there's a disconnect between that study and what people of the modern day
How's there a disconnect if it was done? How's there a disconnect if it was done in the fucking Israeli fucking?
Yeah, the Israelis would want to
The Israelis were trying to prove.
I'm saying there's a
disconnect, and they
Smiley, you're a bastard. You are. You know the art of debate. The art of debate is a fine skill, Smiler. Please try.
But there is no. The Israelis in Tel Aviv wanted to prove. Am I still shouting? Am I?
You're loud. Yeah.
You're passionate.
Right.
You're not shouting.
I'm looking at my settings now because you're so fucking loud.
It's because I'm leaning forward. Smiler, tell Vega to check his email. Ha ha ha.
Beyonce, that's what I was just about to say. I've got it, and I'm going to shoot off now and have a listen to that. Cheers, Beyonce, and I'll see you tomorrow night, man.
Okay, so the point I was just making, there seems that there's a disconnect between, even if that study is like an all-encompassing study, there's a disconnect between there's a disconnect between the population who now refer to themselves as modern day Palestinians and people who were dug up.
No, they're saying there's an actual connection between the two.
If you actually, so has there been?
You're not Urban. You're not listening, man. You're not listening.
Right, Smiler, allow me to leave the panel. Urban, good to see you again, man. You're a good guy for these panels. I hope you stay. I hope Smiler doesn't alienate and sort of make you feel as though you don't want to be coming on. Ignore his screaming. Smiler, cheers, man. Max, good to see you. Michael Castrian, always a pleasure. Cheers, guys.
Confirm my bias.
Listen, Urban, listen.
Rather than echo.
Listen, Urban, listen.
Yeah, go on.
Right. I read out to you who was involved in these tests, yeah? Right? And I'll read it out to you again. Municipal Centre for Natural Sciences, Manipur University, Manipur, India, Department of Linguistics, Tel Aviv University, Tel Aviv, Israel, Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral.
Hey man, you don't need to read this all off. Come on, man. Come on.
John Hopkins University, Baltimore, MD, United States Department of Animal and Plant Sciences, University of Sheffield, United Kingdom. They were all involved in these studies, yeah, where they had 73 bodies, 73 remains, whatever they had, yeah, from ancient sites, Bronze Age sites, yeah, when they conducted the DNA studies, bearing in mind it was in Israel's best interest to prove that Israel had claims to these lands, right? And that was why Israel and Tel Aviv were involved in these studies.
So that's not necessarily true, though. That's not necessarily true. Let me try to appeal to your logic. So, if you just look at what an Israeli would say about what you just said, they would probably bring up something like the Torah or the Tanakh, basically the Old Testament, in order to kind of go back in time and figure out what times exactly these things happened. So in other words, they were in Egypt at some point. They were slaves. They got released. What time was that?
Right.
Okay,
they conducted DNA studies. They conducted DNA studies on modern day Israelis and modern day Palestinians. 97.5% of modern day Israeli Jews have absolutely no ancient Hebrew DNA.
Okay.
80% of Palestinians carry ancient Hebrew DNA.
Okay.
Right? That was what the study proved.
Right.
Yeah.
And the study, you said the study was between I think it was 3200 AD and 1200 AD. Is that correct?
It was ancient Bronze Age. It was ancient Bronze Age sites,
right? So
right?
if we're
And then tested was your modern day Palestinians and your modern day Israelis.
No,
Yeah?
correct.
When were the Jews first fucking driven out of that region? I'm not talking about Ashkenazi and all that stuff, like actual.
What?
I'm trying to establish the Bronze Age was what exact period of time?
3,200 AD.
What was it? 1,200 AD.
3,200 AD.
Yeah, and I think the Exodus was supposed to be 1400 BC.
Wait, hold on. What is it? Let's establish the date. So that's huge for logical reasons. This is big, right? It is because at a certain point, these people were supposedly in Egypt and slaves, and then they migrated up that way. And then eventually they got to the land which we call either Israel or Israel and Palestine and those things. So these things have to match because if you're going, well, yeah, in the Bronze Age, which let's say they showed up in I don't know, 1800 AD, but the remains that you're analyzing are only from 3200, 1200 AD. That means it was only 600 years worth of bodies you can actually count that would have been considered Jewish, right? The other, however much long, is considered.
Well, they only found 73 bodies in the ancient sites. Yeah.
Right.
So, sorry, 74 bodies in those ancient sites, right? And they took the DNA. They took the DNA and the carbon data from those sites, yeah, and then they went and tested the DNA of the Israelis, modern day Israelis, and the modern day Palestinians. They confirmed the DNA of modern day Palestinians. 80% of the people that they tested in modern day Palestine, yeah, confirmed that they had Hebrew DNA. 97.5% of Israelis they tested did not have any ancient Hebrew DNA whatsoever. Right?
Well,
tell me where every single leader of Israel has ever come from. Every single leader that's ever been a prime minister of Israel, where did they come from?
We're not establishing a baseline here, though. That's
no. Every single leader of Israel, where did they come from?
I don't know. The earliest accounts of history.
Polish Ashkenazi.
There seems to be two arguments going on at the same time here.
No, because Israel is full of Ashkenazis. It's not full of ancient Jews.
I don't know how the modern history connects.
Morning, John Boy. Morning, Mucker. We were asking about the DNA studies. The DNA studies were taken.
Yes, right.
Now you seem to be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You seem to be pissed. Now you seem to be pissed at the results. I can't help the results. I didn't do the testing, right? Tel Aviv did the testing because it would have most benefited Tel Aviv in their argument over the lands of Israel, wouldn't it?
No, it actually wouldn't have. It actually wouldn't have, because if the results were shared with everyone and then everyone knew that they had kind of a piece of the pie, everyone would say,
hold on a minute. Every single
hold on, man. Like you're not allowing any baseline or discussion to happen. I'm trying my best. I don't want to be like disrespectful to your show. You know what I mean?
You crack on. Go on, carry on.
So if they released these results, which were from their personal burial sites that they knew of, and then everyone comes back and it's like, well, everyone has a little bit of HVB1A, V2B, then everyone's supposed to be able to move to Israel? No, they're not going to show you that. They're just going to go, hey, all of our friends, yes, you have HBB 1, 2, 1A, 1A4, whatever. And Do you think they're going to show you the real results of their own personal site that they know?
Well, that's why you have it peer reviewed. That's why they had several universities
Oh,
involved.
the peers don't know shit. They're just scientists. They're going, where am I supposed to get it from? It's over there. Over there? Okay, I'll go grab that.
Do you really think that Netanyahu and all that lot, yeah? Do you really think they wanted those results? That's why now Israelis are banned from doing DNA tests. Israelis, yeah, the people that live in modern day Israel are banned from doing DNA tests.
I heard that was bullshit, though.
No, you have to get a special permit. You have to get a special permit from the Knesset to do a DNA test.
That's okay. All the rich people, they go, give me a couple $1,000. You're good. It's okay.
You got right. So America, right? Every year, birthright. Every year, birthright. Right? I could convert to Judaism today. You could convert to Judaism today. You could go to Israel. You study for 1 year, and then you get your Israeli passport. Yeah.
But who would actually want to do this?
But I ain't got I'm fucking Cornish. I ain't got no fucking. I ain't got no Hebrew DNA in me, but I will be given an Israeli passport.
Unless that was passed down through generation, who's actually going to do that?
What?
Who's going to fucking do what you've just said? Like,
there are people doing it.
The DNA is Ashkenazi. It's European Jew.
Not me. I'm not doing it. I'll tell you that.
November, man. DNA testing is illegal in Israel, which it is.
Fuck going and living in the Middle East just for the. Although
97, I've shown the studies on it. 97.5% Israeli Jews have absolutely no ancient Hebrew DNA. They're not Semites. Whereas 80% of Palestinians carry ancient Hebrew DNA. They are the real Semites. Israelis go around calling everyone anti-Semitic. Source:
No. It's very ambiguous. It's a very
John Hopkins genetic study.
What you're not hearing is, let me just put it this way, okay? So they're in the UK and they're trying to get a poll, right? They're saying who is in favor of immigration, and they're going, okay, we're going to poll the left and the right, whatever that means to you guys. I think it's opposite in America. I'm not sure, whatever. But they go, okay, so we asked them, and 95% of the people we polled said they're okay with immigration, but they didn't tell you where exactly they got their information from. See, do you see the problem here? Like, if you're just going out into a battlefield where people died, and certain bodies were collected and certain bodies were left, well, they missed one or two, all right? 5%, fine. They missed 5% of the bodies. They're like, we can't tell what that is. Just don't pick them up. Leave them here.
So you're debunking Tel Aviv and Tel Aviv fucking.
Yeah. Why can't I'm just questioning the science. That's all. I'm not saying it's totally incorrect. I'm just questioning.
Israel has left-leaning institutions as well, Smiler. That's the thing. They got self-flagellating, fucking indoctrinated people in the same way as we do in the Western. You know.
Then they would have mocked it up that the Ashkenazis were Semitic. They would have mocked that up.
Oh no! That though, is there? I don't think even Israelis are debating that the Ashkenazi aren't genetically from that region. I don't think that's even an argument.
Not now, but you could have argued
not even by
Israelis.
Well, so let's say that we were just going by bloodline, right? And they go, okay, well, this is the real results. Here you go. And then they'd have to go, okay, well, hey, you over there, come on in. Yep, we got your DNA results. What's going on? And he goes, Alhamdulillah. You'd be like, yeah, you're supposed to come in, but no, sorry. You know what I mean? Like, and then you would have to do that to the whole world. Sorry.
So you had the old Yeshiva 1, and then you had the new Yeshiva 2. Yeshiva 2 was Haganah ships shipping people from Germany to Palestine. When they got off the ships, they were given a Palestinian passport. That was that was what was it, 1904 to 1906, was it?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I showed the video on here earlier on. So the population, right? So you had the yeshiva 1, which was ancient Jewish people that lived in the area, which were nomadic people. Yeah, right. So you had them; they were the ancient people, which then was superseded by the new people that came via David Ben-Gurion, who was Polish. Yeah, instigating the Haganah. Yeah, instigating the Haganah. Who were the Haganah? Yeah, the Haganah the Lecky. They were the Stern gang, and the Haganah was the other terrorist, which then formed the IDF eventually, and then formed the Likud Party as today. Right.
Okay,
so most of them are immigrants from Ashkenazis. Most of them are immigrants from Europe.
But Smiler, you're picking and choosing your timeline.
Picking and choosing at all.
Oh, wait, let me land.
Palestinians have always been there.
Let me land.
From anywhere.
You're choosing a point in a timeline of migration to prove your point that the Palestinians have more right to that land. So let me choose a point in a timeline that can prove that the modern day Palestinians, to give a counter argument. If you want to hold up that point in timeline, let's use the Arab conquests. They will tell you another fucking piece of history that would suggest just as much as when the Israelis remigrated into the region, that there was an Arab migration into there as well, right?
Right. Another point, right? Another point, right?
Am I making sense?
No, another point, right?
Well, I'll try to.
What color are Arabs? What color are Palestinians? What color are they?
They're the same.
All colors.
Right. Yeah. Why is Israel got the greatest sales of suntan cream? Because they're fucking white European.
Yeah, that's modern day. You're choosing your time points in history to prove
day. 2011 was when they started doing the studies. 2011 was when they started doing studies.
Okay, let's go.
80% Palestinians had Hebrew DNA.
Okay, let's go to North Africa. How many
percent of Israel had no DNA?
How many countries in Northern Africa are now Arab countries? 5, 6. What? How did they get from Saudi Arabia or where they left from into North Africa? Where did they go through which region? They did the exact same thing as they did with Northern Africa. They are a majority Arab people in that region. In the same way as in Tunisia, they're a majority Arab people whose ethnicity can be traced back to Arabs.
That's true. This is true what you're saying. Let me try to put it in a way where he might understand. So
yeah, I'm not great. I've only just started coming on these panels.
Yeah, no, and it made sense to me. It made sense, bro. It does. It makes sense. But okay. So if I claim I'm American, and America won this war, and America fled from Britain, fled from UK. So my parents, let's say my parents' felt like they were a slave over in UK, and they wanted to get out of there. Well, we made it over here, and now we conquered over here because we won the war. We expanded the land by say having war with Mexicans.
Okay, this is the.
Wait. Here's I'm landing right now too. I'm landing really quickly.
Right, I'll land with the Jewish almanac. All right.
Wait. Should I feel like I have to give this land back?
Right, this is the Jewish almanac.
You're not asking. You're not answering the question though. You're not answering it because it's easy because you're from the UK, so you can go, oh well, everyone's UK here. You know what I mean? That's an easy question for you, but it's a harder question for me, and it's even harder when you look at Israel because that land was occupied by other people, but then they're claiming it's God's chosen land that they gave to them, and that's what their claim is. So if they won a war, and when it gets down to it, this is all that matters. If you won the war,
England is made up of Germanic tribes. Yeah, the ancient Britons are long gone, and England is made up of Germanic tribes.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Well, no, not anymore. No, it's been overrun. It's been overrun, isn't it? Right.
Exactly.
By 2050, the way the population's going, the population will be fucking Islamic.
All right. So how's history going to write this? Is history going to write this as you deserve your land, or is it just going to be the conqueror gets it?
Well, it's not come into my land. I'm in Cornwall, which is separate to England.
But
I don't know where
it wasn't even conquered. It was given. It was handed to them by the British Mandate, right? No one was occupying that land other than the Brits. They didn't invade.
Who was not occupying the land?
Israel. Modern day Israelis.
They say a land without peoples, but we can prove that it was a land with peoples because the Jews and the Palestinians lived together. Yeah, they lived together way before. They lived together under the Ottoman Empire. They lived together all during the Ottoman Empire.
But they were
the Ottoman Empire built Haifa, built Jaffa. Yeah, where did your Jaffa oranges come from? Yeah,
they say the Christians and the Muslims lived side by side in Spain as well, but it wasn't really the case, was it? One side was dominated by the other.
Well, the Muslims actually went and rescued the Jews from Spain, yeah, in their ships and recovered them because they were being persecuted by the Christians.
Yeah, no, that was one. Yeah, I'll give you that. That was an isolated fucking instance, though, wasn't it? That was
you need to understand at the same time that
hang on. Before we jump a minute, right? A celebration of Jewish life and Jewish people, a fact-filled book of information and entertainment. The Jewish Almanac, Traditions, History, Religion, Wisdom, Achievements, compiled and edited by Richard Siegel and Carl Rhines, with extensive illustrations, maps, and charts. Jewish One Almanac, Identity Crisis, a brief history of the terms for Jew. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew, or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite, or a Hebrew. The first Hebrews may not have been Jews at all. And contemporary Palestinians, by their own definition of the term Palestinian, have to include Jews among their own people. Although in choosing the name Palestine for their homeland, they have picked a name that originally signified opposite an enclave of foreigners. A Zionist in the strict sense is not an expansionist. The original Zion was only a single hill in, and then it disappears off the, what's it called? Yeah, so that's actually written in the Jewish Almanac.
my friend, what you need to understand from that almanac or whoever wrote that, where did the word Palestinian actually come from? Where did the word Palestine come from? It came from the Romans. The Romans named the Arabs
No,
Palestinians.
actually, it came
Yeah.
before that. It came before that.
No, it didn't. Actually,
Yeah, it
no.
did. Yeah, it did.
No.
The first documented in the late Bronze Age, about 3,200 years ago. The name Palestine, Greek, and then it's got it in Arabic, and I can't read Arabic, which comes out as Philistine, is the conventional name used between 450 BC and 1948 AD to describe a geographic region between Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River and various adjoining lands. This work explores the evolution of the concept, histories, identity, languages, and cultures of Palestine from the late Bronze Age to the modern era. Moreover, Palestine history is often taught in the West as a history of a land, not a Palestinian history, or a history of a people. This book challenges colonial approach to Palestine and the pernicious myth of a land without a people.
Okay, who's the author?
It's reach. It's a massive reach.
How's it a massive reach? I'm giving you the fucking Jewish almanac.
To try to connect the original meaning of the word fucking Philistine to what is considered now the claimed fucking area of Palestine.
Yeah,
just because
that's true. That's true. That is true. So a Philistine, that's why the Romans are the ones who named them Palestinians, because the word Philistine was why they did it, because the word Palestinian means something, and they were calling, the Romans were calling the Philistines Palestinians because that was supposed to mean something like Jew or Israelite.
Like
That is where the word comes from.
On the screen, ancient Greek writers like Herodotus and Aristotle used the term Palestine, to refer to the region of Syria, including the Judean mountains and the Dead Sea, as early as the 5th century BCE. The ancient Greek name for the region is the root of the modern term and was used by later Greek writers to describe geographical area where Judeans and Philistines lived.
God, you're on the fucking ball tonight.
5 BCE, no problem. That was already the time when that area was invaded by the Romans anyways. So it agrees with what I'm saying.
I'm going back.
You can't use the colloquialisms of however many years ago to apply
so they
it
were
to
Romans, not Jewish?
what Arabs are saying today.
The Romans were not Jewish. No, they weren't. No.
Different things.
Okay, so but the people in the area were Jewish, right? Or Israelites?
No,
or
it was
whatever you want to call them.
It was mixed, and the Romans owned the territory pretty much. That's what happened.
Then they were
Romans
gone.
owned the territory. The only thing that the Romans cared about was if you bowed to their Caesar and basically said their Caesar was God. If you did that, all the other laws don't matter.
All right, so if you go from Philistia to Provincia Syria Palestina, 135 AD to 390 AD, the administrative province of Roman Palestine. During Roman rule in Palestine, and more specifically between 135 AD and 390 AD, Palestine became one of the provinces of the empire. This is also the period from which many written records were preserved in a variety of languages: Latin, Greek, Aramaic, Hebrew, and also covered in the annals and texts of the new religion of Christianity. By this time, the name Palestine was more than a millennium old and had substantial currency during the Roman period.
Was that the 300s? The 300s? You said the 300s?
135 AD to 390 AD.
AD to 395 AD. Okay, so if I can show you something from the Bible that would say it's Acts, so you can go do this on your own time. Study what time frame that's from. The Christians are called Christians in Acts, so this could disprove easily if written before 135 AD that you know that what this is saying is incorrect, logically speaking. Okay, because it says, "Oh, this new Christianity came about after 135 AD." Well, when was Acts written? Because it has the word Christian in there. It says, "Wear this name. You might be, people might hate you, but do it."
Let me back up your last statement about that, Dub. Would it not make sense for modern day Palestinians to link what they see as Palestine and their name of Palestine to Philistine, just so they can make the argument that we're called Palestinians, and historically the region was called Philistine, so they've got an argument for a claim to the fucking land? Would that make sense?
Well, there's Palestinian coins.
It's in their favour to be named Palestine, because then they can say, oh, okay, yeah, look, back in the thing we had Philistine, which means this, which means that. It's been bastardized. But it's been that from back in the day.
It's not, though. It's not. And here's the reason why. Because you have the Jews that are over there that are saying, we want our land. Our land is promised. And then once the Christians find out that these people are saying, yeah, we're Philistines, and then it would be like, wow, you're enemies of the Jews. Give the Jews their land right now. That's the way it would work. I'm telling you, dude, that they already know that, though. They know it.
They're on the screen. They're on the screen. They're in the screen. It's ancient Palestinian coins from the Roman times. So from
nobody gets their land back just because they lost a war. That's not how it works. The Indians lost the war. When my family ran from the UK, came over here and tried to establish something else, whatever the reason was, I don't know why, but the Indians don't get their land back. You lost the war. Did you get the memo? Oh, you didn't. Well, now I'm going to say, you know what? I'll fly over your land that you claim is yours. I'll drop a bunch of flyers, or I'll send you a bunch of emails. I'll even call you and I'll tell you, get out. And if you don't, guess what? It's not going to end up the way that you want it to. You know, so just leave. You lost the war, bro. That's and when it comes down to atheist terms, how does that not make sense?
Well, the Romans just collected taxes. They didn't annihilate populations. All they did was they put in their regions and collected taxes.
They did, yes, and but that's the same thing actually that the people who are Palestinian want to do. They want to take over lands to collect taxes, yours. Or if you don't want to pay taxes, you're done. So
whereas Americans starved Indians out to gain their lands, they killed all the buffalo, so they had no food.
That's war. It's just war.
And the only war America's ever won is America v. America.
It doesn't matter though when you try to break it down past a religious sense. Then we'll just go by this. If you just want to go by war, look, America, if you're speaking to an Indian, you're going, listen, we won. You know we won. We kept some of you alive. Like, be thankful. We're going to give you some land over here. Just, don't try to make a big stink. But now, and they've said, that's fine. But now, all of a sudden, we move forward in time, and there becomes this big, social justice warrior bullshit, like, oh, just give the land back. Well, no, all my people didn't die for nothing. We're not just going to give it back to you. What should I do then? Should I go live in my van on the street? I mean, come on, man. Be real. This isn't, people don't play that way. You're playing cards for a reason. Or just go, hey, we're playing blackjack. I bet, you bet. Oh, I fold. Go ahead, take it. You know,
Right,
it's not even like
you're going off topic. You know.
Whoa, no.
You think
Roman,
their plan is to stop it? That once they get Palestine, that's good. They're going to stop.
Yeah,
they're only promised that. Actually, they're only promised that.
Well, they've already taken lands already up to Syria, so they've already done a deal with ISIS leader, Al Qaeda, Al Jilani, on lands right up to Syria. They've already taken the whole of Golan Heights. Yeah,
my friend.
They already want to take the rest of the land. They've always had the Greater Israel Project, right? They've had the Greater Israel Project before Herzl. Yeah, what's he called? Jabotinsky or whatever his name was.
1900s, early 1900s. Yeah.
Smiler, when was the Greater Israel Plan coined?
Early 1900s.
I thought it was 82.
No,
early 1900s.
I've already played it on here tonight.
1906.
Since then, how many countries have become majority Jewish through conquest? I don't know any. I know one that was always pretty much Israel. But they ain't conquered it, is there? They still got Palestine. It's still there.
Well, it's very small now.
So here's the problem. Here's the problem.
By Arabs.
Let me try to break this down like quickly. I'll break it down as quick as I can. So what's going on is they were promised a certain land. Yes, they were not promised the entire world. Now, what they expect of, at least from a Christian perspective, they expected their Messiah to be somebody who would politically dominate the world. That could be the case.
Right,
now it becomes dangerous because I'm sitting there going, yeah, take this land and then do with what you want. But then after that, no more. That's not yours. They still, I think, expect a leader who is going to want to do world domination. So this is where I kind of agree with the idea that where do they want to stop? Yes, I agree with you to an extent, yes. But, I mean, it still all has to play out in my mind. I'm like, well,
right, can you see the screen?
They're building their.
Let me make one point to that before we play it.
Right.
Let me make one point. Like, history tells us that's not going to happen, right? We've got examples of it. We've got examples of when they took the Sinai during the 6-Day War. It was returned. It was returned to Egypt under a peace treaty, right? A guarantee for peace, and there's been peace, and they've never tried to take it back ever since. So just that point alone tells me they're not really after world domination, because that Sinai is like prime real estate for fucking. If you did have the idea of world domination, like it controls
Here
the
we
whole.
go in Netanyahu's own words.
אנחנו כאן בשליחות של דורות. יש דורות של יהודים שחלמו שנגיע לכאן, ויש דורות של יהודים שיבואו אחרינו. אז אתה שואל אם אני מרגיש שאני בשליחות היסטורית ורוחנית, התשובה היא כן.
אני לא רוצה לסבך אותך לסיום עם תיק 6000.
אבל... מה זה?
זה הוויז'ן שלי, זה אחד הדברים שחלמתי עליהם, מפת הארץ המובטחת.
יפה.
הגיע הזמן, קוראים לזה ירושלם. אני לא נותן את זה לך, אני מעניק את זה לך כדי שתיתן את זה לרדך שרה.
תודה רבה.
אתה מתחבר לחזון?
מאוד.
באמת?
מאוד.
בישראל השלמה.
At its core, Greater Israel is a vision of Israel expanding far beyond its current borders, taking all of Palestine, Lebanon, and Jordan while
Where was the picture though? Did he show the picture?
Saudi Arabia, and even Turkey. The idea isn't new. It predates the creation of Israel and can be traced back to the early revisionist Zionist movement. One of its loudest historical proponents,
Pause a minute, Smiler.
Ben Zion Netanyahu, member of the Militant Zionist group, whose emblem showed.
Did they actually show the picture of what was on that was presented to him?
No, but they have in other videos.
I admit it didn't sound good what he just said, but what was on? What did he present to him there? What did the guy?
What you see there in the picture now? What you've seen in the picture on the beginning of my live, the Greater Israel Plan.
Is that what he presented to him though, or is that what this person who's made this?
What they presented is also the same symbol that the IDF wear on their fucking shoulder badge.
See, but I can't take that as fucking as concrete because I didn't see. I didn't. But I did. For me to take that as concrete, I would like to see.
Listen to what we're playing.
Being presented to him.
Listen to what we're playing. Yeah. I mean, this is just one video. You heard it from the other video just now.
A Greater Israel map.
After the point I just made is kind of a.
Shut your mouth and open your ears. Shut your mouth and open your ears.
There are other examples.
If they showed me a map of the Greater Israel, what you like to call the Greater Israel Plan, in that first clip, then it would definitely be banged to rights. But it wasn't.
Netanyahu has stood up in the United Nations holding the banner with the Greater Israel Plan on it.
No, you're twisting that, man. He showed you places that he had taken out extremist faction.
Not exactly. He showed a plan on live television that had something that looked like it might have been bigger than just the original Israel that you would see in something like a Bible. So I hear what you're saying. I do. Trust me. But the problem is what they believe is their Messiah, and the Messiah that a Christian like me believes already came. So the difference is this. The Messiah came as a servant to say, hey, non-Jews, come over here. You're welcome. Come in here. We're going to have a big party. You don't want to? That's fine. And then he got crucified. So now what happens? He's going to come back the second time as a lion, kind of the way that they wanted to see it, but not the way that they want to see it, because before he comes back comes what they believe is the Messiah, and that person probably is going to want world domination. So here's the conundrum that you get faced with.
Okay, so where's if there's a video?
I'm playing the video.
I was talking about the UN thing that you showed.
I'll get it in a minute. Right, there's the map.
I don't think that was him saying this is going to be the
Show them the other map, though. There's a map. There's a map.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, well done.
I'll show you. Go ahead, show them that one.
I'll show you this first, and then I'll show you the rest.
He's not ashamed of it on Israeli TV at all.
I thought when you said, I thought you was talking about what he presented in front of the UN and did the tick things. Is that what you were talking about?
No. We showed.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought you were. I thought that was what you were talking about.
Right.
I personally didn't see this map because
it predates the creation of Israel and can be traced back to the early revisionist Zionist movement. One of its loudest historical proponents, Netanyahu's own father, Ben Zion Netanyahu, member of a militant Zionist group whose emblem showed a Greater Israel map covering present-day Jordan. The roots go even deeper. Theodor Herzl, founder of modern Zionism, often envisioned Jewish state borders from the Brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. In the 1980s, Oded Yinon,
the very important part of that is where is his father saying that?
Arguing Israel can only survive.
He wrote papers and articles.
on the video, he showed a video like in front of everyone. He was like, "This is going to be the new vision for Israel."
He's very proud of it. He's very proud of it.
Well, yes, but I didn't see it go as far east to extend all the way other to that body of that piece of ocean there. Now, what is this showing me? It's showing me strategery, and so they have all of that west coast of water there on the west coast there, and they have the southern portion because that's in between Egypt and whatever Saudi Arabia. They'll dominate all of that, and they're saying they're also going to get that little piece of that whatever body of water is all the way to the east. Now, I've never seen that, but I have seen him in front of the international stage claim that this is what the new kind of Israel will look like. I have seen that. So, I mean,
Control of all the major trade routes in the area.
there you go. So it's more about economics. It's not just about I don't know. It's really you've already you guys have already touched upon the
There's
on this map here of the Greater Israel, yeah, you see here this hook here, yeah, that's where they're building the Ben Gurion Canal. Sorry, yeah, that's where they've been building it since 1984. They've been building it.
I don't think they're getting into Egypt, my friend. That's probably not going to happen.
I've got a point that debunks that. I've got a point that debunks that. Why would they? Yeah, why would they need to build that canal if they were in control of the Sinai Peninsula?
They wanted to go because they wanted to go through Gaza.
But the Sinai Peninsula would provide the exact same trade route, but they gave that back. Why would they do like?
And then I'll bring up all the United Nations, shall I? Where
they're not going to bend into Saudi Arabia.
Israel.
Why would they plan all this route and fucking upheaval when they had control of the Suez Canal? That's my point.
It's all documented in the United Nations.
But to give back the Sinai Peninsula would be counterproductive to fucking this theory because they already had a canal there.
Urban, why would they documented it since the 1980s in the United Nations with the
but they gave back after
Israel to stop.
82 they gave back the Sinai Peninsula, so it's kind of counterproductive to then go in and build in a whole new fucking canal and going through all these wars.
Have you got Google in front of you? Have you got Google?
No, I don't have that. Of course I have fucking Google. Go on.
Well, just Google David Ben Gurion Canal.
Yeah, but whatever anyone says, it's
Google it. You search it yourself.
Logic doesn't make any sense.
Read it, and then read. Now, I'll finish playing the video.
Okay, go on.
I'll Google it for you. All right?
All right, mate, go on.
Breaking up neighboring Arab states along ethnic and sectarian lines. And while critics once said this was fantasy, recent events suggest otherwise. In March 2023, before the war in Gaza, Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich stood at a podium bearing a Greater Israel map, including Jordan and parts of Syria, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia. Now, Israel has annexed East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, expanded West Bank settlements at record speed, and approved plans to fully occupy Gaza. It's even hinted at taking over Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, seizing the Philadelphia Corridor, in breach of the Camp David Accords. Lebanon isn't off limits either. Israel has set up military outposts in the south, while in Syria, the collapse of Bashar al-Assad's government in late 2024 has given Tel Aviv unprecedented freedom to push into Syrian territory. This is not Israel's first involvement in Syria. Since 2013, it has backed rebel factions, some linked to Al-Qaeda affiliate Nusra Front, and explored the creation of a Druze-aligned state in southern Syria. Today, with Damascus under a pro-US leadership, Israeli forces operate far beyond the Golan Heights, while villages are being emptied and borders redrawn. So why does this matter for the whole region? Because if the Greater Israel vision is pursued to its fullest, it reshapes the entire map of West Asia, not just through annexations, but by fueling sectarian fragmentation. From Kurds to Sunnis, Shias, Christians, and Druze, the strategy has always been to divide and weaken neighboring states, then dominate the fractured pieces. Netanyahu's latest admission rips away the thin veil of ambiguity. Greater Israel is no longer a fringe aspiration. It's a declared policy goal from the very top. For Netanyahu, this isn't just rhetoric. It's a blueprint, one that could redraw borders through force and defiance of international law. The danger is clear. Unchecked, his vision risks igniting a chain reaction, destabilizing neighbors, collapsing fragile truces, and dragging West Asia into an era of perpetual conflict. With Farhan Khan, Bureau Report, India Today Global.
Okay, do you have the video with him? He's holding up like a map on one side, right? And he's going, this is what it currently is. And then he flips it over and then he says, this is what the vision is. Do you have that one? Because, I mean, maybe your original map that you were showing, it could be correct. I don't know. But do you have that one? Because it's there. I know it's there. I was just kind of looking for it and I saw something similar, but do you know what I'm talking about? Because he had like
I'm just looking. I'm just searching that.
Yeah, try to search that, please. You know, because I know it's there. So then maybe the map that you had was right. Maybe I'm wrong. But even still, let's check it out.
Are you able to draw lines on the map, Smiler? The Greater Israel map.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what this
you'd have to put it in Photoshop.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has triggered a wave of diplomatic outrage across the Arab world. Netanyahu's public endorsement of the so-called Greater Israel vision has triggered a row. The concept of a Greater Israel is rooted in history, religion, and politics, but fraught with modern geopolitical tensions.
I disagree with her right there.
In a recent interview, Netanyahu was asked if he feels a connection to the vision of Greater Israel. His answer, an emphatic yes. It refers to an expanded Israel based on certain biblical or historical descriptions and interpretations that can include territories of today's Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia. Netanyahu's comments supporting Greater Israel drew swift and sharp criticism across West Asia. Jordan called it a dangerous and provocative escalation, rejecting what it described as extremist illusions. Egypt demanded clarification, warning of the risk to regional stability and the peace process. Qatar called the remarks arrogant and destabilizing, reaffirming support for Arab nations' rights. And Saudi Arabia rejected what it called expansionist projects and warned the international community of broader threats. The Arab League denounced the statement as a blatant violation of Arab sovereignty, accusing Israel of clinging to colonial delusions. The Palestinian Authority joined the chorus, calling the comment a provocation that undermines the two-state solution based on the 1967 borders. The Greater Israel concept has its origins in biblical scripture, though interpretations differ. Some see it as a symbolic or spiritual notion. Others, especially in the Israeli far right, view it as a territorial goal. Critics argue it fuels a settlement expansion and disregards the rights of Palestinians and neighboring states. Proponents in far-right circles frame it as a historical entitlement. At present, the inclusion of hardline ministers in Netanyahu's coalition has brought the phrase back into public discussion. For Prime Minister Netanyahu's critics, his endorsement undercuts Israel's stated commitments to peace agreements reached painstakingly in Oslo. As the condemnation grows across the Arab world, the question remains, was this Netanyahu's symbolic nod to ideology or a signal of policy direction?
Very good. Thank you very much for pointing that up. Very, very good. Now, what I'd like to
say, every single Arab state calling him out on it.
But did he? I didn't see anything there.
Standing there with the map.
I didn't hear anything come out of his mouth saying that. I didn't see.
You just heard it come out of his mouth in the last video.
No, I didn't.
You'd have to
All I heard was some woman. All I see was some woman on screen playing videos like.
Oh my God, Herbert.
People stood around a fucking table.
Herbert, he could stand in front of you and say it and you'd still disbelieve it, wouldn't you?
No, that's the difference. I wouldn't. If it would be banged to rights then.
He's been banged to rights so many times. He'd been banged to rights, calling the Palestinians, what did he call them? It was the Edomites.
I want to hear it.
When he sat down with that reporter, she was saying, "Did you like support the Greater Israel Project?" And he said yes. When he was sitting with the reporter.
Yes.
But, did he present a map and say this is the Greater Israel Plan? Or
yes, he did actually, but that was a different video. So of course, someone's going to look at that with skepticism and say maybe that was.
That's why. That's all I'm doing. I don't automatically buy into something that some woman.
The patches. They're the patches for the Israeli Defense Force.
And then a cut and shut video of someone saying, do you agree with this? And then, yes, cut. People stood around a table.
Here's the thing is, from that video, what I can see that is not true is that there was some kind of promise that was made for that map to look like that. And that's not true because I have land borders from back in the days that are in the back of my Bible. Sorry, I read that. Some of you don't like that. I get it, whatever, I don't care. But that's not what the border looks like. So that's not what you're supposed to deserve. Okay? So if you go beyond the borders that you're supposedly supposed to deserve, then you're trying to do more than God gave you. And so at that point, you're in big trouble.
So when do borders change? After what type of event does borders change? Usually, war. Exactly. And how many wars have Israel fought since and won since the original borders were prescribed? I suppose.
All of them. All of them. If I'm correct, I don't know. I've heard all of them.
So they didn't just change; they changed after wars, which is what happens. It's not.
But they didn't.
It's not intentional. If someone wages war on you and then you win the war, and then you have to make other buffer zones to, usually. If you don't take the whole of the land, of the other people, you kind of like.
Okay, this is a good point that you're trying to make.
Push a little bit.
North America, but there are still Indians here.
The borders get pushed back a little bit and a little bit more to.
Wait. So,
but North America, and there's still Indians here, right?
No, but what he's trying to do is establish a buffer zone. You don't need to do that when you're claiming God's on your side. You just need to establish your borders. That's it.
They're two different arguments,
isn't they? You don't need a buffer zone, bro. You don't need a buffer zone. God is on your side. Just get the border and be done with it. It's over.
They're two different arguments, though, isn't there? There's one coming from religious beliefs and one from trying to protect your people.
So which one is it now? Because if you're claiming that that's your land because God gave it to you, then you don't need to establish this big buffer zone, do you? No, you don't.
Well, you kind of do if you've got an opposing ideology that wants to wipe you out. It's kind of
no, you don't. You don't.
Opposing with we just leave it in the hand of God. I don't know if that's you do it as a religious person. They're like you as a Christian. If say this is hypothetical, so it don't mean that much.
Go for it. It's all right. It's fine.
If hypotheticals is okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do we have? We have, say we had Minnesota, right? It's got a heavily populated Muslim population, right? Say they were trying to take over Wisconsin. Like say that the states were not states governed by America in the same way that the Middle East was. Say the Middle East.
In a certain wait. In a certain amount within your hypothetical, please apply to reality. So America has laws that are already established, because that's what makes me like be able to establish some kind of baseline with you. So we'll establish that first. Go ahead.
Fair enough. So okay, let's I don't know, another analogy I can use then. So as a Christian, you live in a Christian country bordering
I never said it was low. I never said it was a
Hindu
Christian
country. Let's say a Hindu country. As a Christian, you've been promised a land. It doesn't really make sense, does it? My hypothetical.
No, it won't make sense because listen, Christians were never promised a land. They actually, wherever you go, you're supposed to obey the laws of that land at the very least, right? But the Christian morality of laws are going to extend beyond that, or they should, or else you probably messed up, right?
Okay, how much of defending your land and protecting your people and the do the Jews prescribe to their religion, or are they just trying to defend their land?
Right,
Do you know
look at the screen.
Do they have to sit there and say, "Well, we're promised, so let's see what happens"?
Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Are they under the obligation, under their religion, to sit back and say, "Well,
look at the screen"?
No, what's going on? I can tell you right now. Like the screen's fine. Just hold off for a second. But
because our book told us it, we're obligated to sit back and see what happens. It's written in the stars.
No, I understand what you're saying, and it's fine. Trust me. Like I'm not offended. Whatever. I'm not offended. But the problem becomes when Christians also, they don't just take the New Testament and they take both. So then they're going to read the Old Testament too, and some of them read parts, like some of them only stick to certain books, and but the Christians are taking all these books, and some of the Israelite people who live in Israel, there were Israelis, are only taking like 4, 5, 6, whatever they're taking. It's 8 books, whatever they're doing, they're taking those books. But the other books say, hey, they're going to come back to the land in unbelief, even still. They're going to come back to that land and they're going to take that land over. So I'm sitting there going, okay, well, wow, this is crazy, because should I be rooting for them or not? Because I know that according to, and then we move on, and there's another book, and it says, according to that book, there's this guy that's going to come up to claim to be like the Almighty God and be like, yeah, you'll bow down or else. So that's the person who wants to like rule the world kind of deal, right? So it's like, well, I am not voting for that. I'd want to be out of here before that happens, because everyone's going to basically bow down, and a great majority, everyone's going to do that. So there is a conundrum in here for people like me, because I'm like, wow, this is nuts. But it does say that like the majority of the world, if not the entire world, will end up trying to go against the Jews, which is interesting because it's just a tiny little country. Why would everyone need to go against them?
Because of their biblical beliefs, they're obligated to just leave it down to it's written in the stars, it's written in our book, so we'll just.
Can I ask you a question? Have you broken fast yet for Yom Kippur?
Have
you broken your fast yet from Yom Kippur, Urban?
What's that?
Are you sure?
I'm British. Right. I'm a fucking bad boy, fucking atheist, just looking in.
Right. Well, as from Benjamin Netanyahu's mouth, in the United Nations. Yeah.
Go on then.
So
Let it roll. Let's go.
Let it roll.
Smiler.
Not be more clear.
You're on point tonight.
This is the map I presented here last year. It's a map of a blessing. It shows Israel and its Arab partners forming a land bridge connecting Asia and Europe between the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, they have more land. People to the east, they have more land.
Energy pipelines, fiber optic cables, and this will serve the betterment of 2 billion people. Now look at this second map.
Yep.
It's a map. Look at the second map. It's a map of a curse.
Oh, look at this second map.
Of an arc of terror that Iran has created and imposed from the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean. Iran's malignant arc has shut down international waterways. It cuts off trade. It destroys millions.
So pause that there. Can you pause that there?
On millions.
Can you pause that?
On the one hand, a bright blessing, a future of hope.
Can you pause it? Okay, so is he saying that on his right hand there, if you're looking at the screen, that'd be on your left, right? In his right hand,
the blessing.
That is an Arab control, and on the left hand is he's saying that that's all Israeli land. Or is that what's going on here? Because I'm kind of confused now.
I see from someone who's kind of impartial and unbiased, I see the blessing as like I'm not religious, so I see that as like it just makes sense to me. Nations should be working together to open up trade, and I don't see it as him saying this is going to be the greater Israel. It's just we might as well start trying to coexist. We might as well.
Oh my God! I'll go and get you. I'll go and get you. I'll go and get you more. I'll get you more.
That's what I see it as. We might as well start trying to coexist.
I think that is kind of the same way. I don't see that as the Israelis saying this is all going to be our land. I don't think that's
start trying to work with each other rather than fucking keep fighting each other and shooting missiles into each other. It's a benefit, right? Open up trade routes, use each other's fucking resources to build these roads, open up trade routes, and we can both benefit from it. That's the way that's what I took from that. I might be wrong, but
I'm not seeing that as something where they're saying they want to go conquer all of that land. That's not the way I'm seeing it.
And I do see the conflict between two ideologies as stopping that from happening, which is what he's explaining with what would be the curse, what was headed the curse map. I do think the wars between these two ideologies is.
Yeah, that's
it's stopping. It is actually stopping. It's not only stopping good things happening. It's creating a lot of fucking death and destruction and
more of the same. More of the same, pretty much. I mean, come on, man. It's just a lot of more of the same. Like
that's what I took from that anyway. Like, let's stop fucking doing what we've been doing for the last God knows how many years, and let's start working together and coexist. We don't get on with each other, but at least we can make things a little bit better and a bit more prosperous. Would I be wrong, Smiler, for taking that away? Am I reading into it the wrong way?
It's not working with them. They've already told you. They've already condemned him for coming out with the Greater Israel Plan. Every single country bordering Israel has already condemned him for the Greater Israel Plan. Every single one of them have stood out and condemned him. You saw the statement for every single one.
Yeah, there might be a preemptive, argument on their side.
But you might,
they might read into it as this is what they're going to do. We got opposing ideologies. This is what they're trying to do because of everything that's gone on. But I haven't actually seen him say that is his plan. All I've seen from that video is what my takeaway. Maybe I don't understand as much as I should, but it would be prosperous for them to start working together a bit more and open up these trade routes. I didn't see anything that insinuates we're going to take over this shit.
Yes, it seems like it's outlining a plan where it's not necessarily those are borders. They're just neighbors who are kind and want to do business and be peaceful. That's what is that going on there. It's not saying Israelis will take over half of Saudi Arabia, because that's not going to
sounds like they could want to control it at least by calling
And
it.
from what I understand, the Saudis are willing to bridge the gap as well, right? They're on board with this, Abraham.
Absolutely not.
And they're both opposing.
No, every country around them is opposed it.
No, because the video never actually said they were going to take over that land. It's just an illustration to say we will be peaceful here and be able to move trade and do things. That's what it's saying.
Kind of makes sense. Right? Could be.
Actually, biblically speaking, although you don't want to hear it, probably the majority of you, and that's okay, but Saudi Arabia is going to step aside. So just to let you know, this map makes a lot of sense to me.
To me, it's ifs and buts. I think what he's presented there isn't concrete evidence of Israel wanting to take over that region.
He doesn't want to. He just wants the land that they claim is promised to them, and that's a religious belief, which I tend to agree with, but then you're going to call me a Zionist, and then I just have to back up all my stuff and say this is my evidence, and then you're probably going to disagree with me anyways, because to be honest, at that point you wouldn't know how to read, but then I'd have to do a lot of I would have to do so much reading and understanding all this stuff to try to do that would equal probably, I would say, about 3 weeks worth of my attention to get 2 seconds of your you don't know what you're talking about, so it's not worth it to me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what it comes down to, because I see where they're coming from.
Dub, I spend my time in opposing views channels to be proven wrong. I don't need my biases to be confirmed by an echo chamber where people pat me on the back and tell me I'm wrong. So
Greater Israel vision still rattles the Middle East.
That's not me.
More than a month passed since Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's interview with I-24 News, in which he declared his commitment to the vision of a greater Israel, encompassing not only the West Bank but also parts of Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt. The Arab world has yet to calm down, continuing to amplify messages about greater Israel. Netanyahu's subsequent clarification in English, meant to reassure Israel's Arab partners, did little to ease the uproar. Even after formal condemnations of his remarks, including a joint statement from the foreign ministers of 31 Arab and Muslim countries, along with the secretaries of the Arab League, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation and the Gulf Cooperation Council, the issue still dominates Arab public discourse and media, with frequent references to the supposed plan. Iran's Shiite Axis allies were the first to seize on Netanyahu's comments, and have since repeated them endlessly. Hezbollah leader Same, speaking Friday at an event marking the anniversary of senior Hezbollah commander Ibrahim Akil's killing, said that after Israel's strike on Hamas leaders in Qatar, every geographic and political obstacle to greater Israel has become a target. He added, "We must understand that Israel is the danger, not the resistance." Gassam went further, saying Netanyahu had made clear that he wanted to redraw the map of the Middle East and was pushing for Greater Israel. In earlier speeches, Gassam also returned to the theme. On September 10th, he said, since the decision for Greater Israel has been taken, and the only obstacle is continued resistance, why don't Arab states support it? What happens if resistance ends? Those unwilling to support resistance should at least avoid harming it or pressuring it, because no one can confront Israel alone. The strike in Doha, which followed Netanyahu's Greater Israel comments, came at just the right moment for the Shiite axis, which immediately linked the two events and claimed Israel was expanding its operations as part of a broader strategy. In the same speech, Gassam described the strike as an inseparable part of the Greater Israel project. What was before the strike in Qatar is different from what came after, because everything has now been revealed and clarified, he said. Other Hezbollah officials have echoed the same message in recent weeks, that Lebanon is next in line. The theme has spread to Iraq as well. In the Hezbollah-affiliated Lebanese daily Al-Akhbar, Mahdi al-Kabi of the pro-Iranian Iraqi militia Hezbollah al-Nujaba said that militias in Iraq are here to stay and cannot be disarmed. Soon you will understand their importance. When Israel embarks on its well-known expansion project from the Nile to the Euphrates, he was quoted as saying, "Today Iraq's need for these militias is even greater than during the fight against ISIS, because the external threats are deeper and more dangerous." Former Iranian Foreign Minister and Vice President Mohammad Javad Zarif also weighed in last week, writing in an Al-Akhbar op-ed that West Asia must unite and cooperate against what he called Israel's unchecked aggression. In the article, published after the Doha strike, Zarif argued, these actions cannot be seen as merely the escalation and stubbornness of a far-right government. They are part of a broad, deliberate strategy to force the entire region into submission through bullying and intimidation. This strategy is rooted in the diabolical concept of Greater Israel. The rhetoric has not been up there. In recent weeks, Greater Israel has featured in videos across Arab media channels exploring the question, what is Greater Israel? The phrase appears regularly in reports and commentaries, with barely a day passing without another Arab reference linking the idea to regional developments in the war in Gaza.
What is Greater Islam?
Tayyip Erdogan, known for his outspoken criticism of Israel, was quoted Thursday as saying, Netanyahu's
it's an ideology that's been taught since the early 1900s
and dragged the region into chaos.
We can talk about it. This is what needs to be understood here. Look, that map is not saying that they want to overtake certain lands. It's just asking for peace within those lands so that they can do business and whatever they want to do. They are granted that. Now, Greater Islam wants to actually, in your face, tell you what they're here to do. They're here to take your women and have kids with them. That should have been your woman. But they believe in multiple wives, do you? Oh, now you only believe in one? You're screwed. And they know that. And they want your freedom of speech. They love that. That's going to be their number one protection. They can do whatever they want. There's no one going to be arrested for having multiple wives. Prove it. And then how long should that person
100% agree with that statement.
Yeah.
I think what you just said hasn't changed from the inception of Islam.
Well, both the ideologies are conquest based. They're political based. Islam and Judaism. They're both political.
Islam is an actual.
Now Israel is constructing through Gaza.
Can you press pause, please?
As Israel continues its onslaught.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'm trying to have like a serious discussion, but listen, man. Like Islam is a purely political movement.
Yeah.
It's false.
Yeah.
It's false.
And so is Zionism.
So is Judaism.
If you've ever heard of the Islamic dilemma, and if you haven't, go look it up, because that is pitting Islam against Christianity right there, and Christianity easily wins every single time. There's plenty of people out there, God Logic is one of them, that does it, and there's no one who can answer it. There's no one who can answer it. So their thing is just, it's a mafia-based system. So where they don't, here's the difference. I'll cut it short right here. The difference between the two is basically going to be this. If you're an atheist, if I come into your country, I'm supposed to abide by your laws. That means if you say, I cannot be a polygamist, I can't have multiple wives, I'm going to listen to you. They won't. So there you go. You lose automatically because they're going to steal all these women. That should have been your son's wife. And some other son across the street that knows your son, that should have been his wife too. This one guy who knows how he's even getting paid. He's getting paid from somewhere. Someone across the seas is paying him over here. It's all just electronic. Who cares, right? He's getting housing.
I pay for it with my tax dollars.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize you'd left, Michael.
Yeah, I pay for it with my tax dollars.
But you see what I'm saying?
Right,
Oh yeah, yep.
They don't have to abide by any of your rules.
As the 55 billion mega canal through Gaza, yeah?
The upcoming $55 billion canal Israel is constructing through Gaza is mind-boggling. As Israel continues its onslaught on the besieged Gaza Strip, talks about a long-discussed economic opportunity known as the Ben Gurion Canal project have surfaced online. Named after Israel's founding father, David Ben Gurion, the project, conceived in the late 1960s, sought to create an alternative route to the Suez Canal, the primary shipping route connecting Europe and Asia. But why now? And how will the new project compare to the existing Suez Canal? Let's find out more. The Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is a sea-level waterway running north-south across the Isthmus in Egypt to connect the Mediterranean and the Red Seas. The canal separates the African continent from Asia, and it provides the shortest maritime route between Europe and the lands lying around the Indian and the Western Pacific Oceans. It enables a more direct route for shipping between Europe and Asia, effectively allowing for passage from the North Atlantic to the Indian Ocean without having to circumnavigate the African continent. The waterway is vital for international trade and, as a result, has been at the center of conflict since it opened in 1869. The Suez stretches 120 miles from
that thing ain't wide at all.
Sea in Egypt, southward to the city of Suez, located on the northern shores of the Gulf of Suez. The canal separates the bulk of Egypt from the Sinai Peninsula. It took 10 years to build and was officially opened on November 17, 1869. Owned and operated by the Suez Canal Authority, the canal is intended to be open to ships of all countries, be it for purposes of commerce or war, though that hasn't always been the case. Interest in a marine route connecting the Mediterranean and Red Seas dates back to ancient times. A series of small canals connecting the Nile River, and thus by extension the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, were in use as early as 2000 BC. However, a direct connection between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea was considered impossible due to concerns that they were at distinct altitudes. Therefore, various overland routes, using horse-drawn vehicles and later trains, were employed, most notably by Great Britain, which conducted significant trade with its colonies in present-day India and Pakistan. The idea of a large canal providing a direct route between the two bodies of water was discussed in the 1830s, thanks to the work of French explorer and engineer Lenault de Bellefonds, who specialized in Egypt. Bellefonds performed a survey of the Isthmus of Suez and confirmed that the Mediterranean and Red Seas were, contrary to popular belief, at the same level of altitude. This meant a canal without locks could be built, making construction significantly easier. Construction began at the northernmost Port Said end of the canal in early 1859. The excavation work took 10 years, and an estimated 1.5 million people worked on the project. Unfortunately, over the objections of many British, French, and American investors in the canal, many of these were slave laborers, and it is believed that tens of thousands died while working on the Suez from cholera and other causes. Political turmoil in the region negatively impacted the construction of the canal. At the time, Egypt was ruled by Britain and France, and there were several rebellions against colonial rule. This, coupled with the limitations of construction technology at the time, caused the total costs of building the Suez Canal to balloon to $100 million, more than double the original estimate. Today, an average of 50 ships navigate the canal daily, carrying more than 300 million tons of goods per year. In 2014, the Egyptian government oversaw an $8 billion expansion project that widened the Suez from 61 to 312 meters for a 21-mile distance. The project took 1 year to complete, and as a result, the canal can accommodate ships passing in both directions simultaneously. Despite the widened route, in March 2021, an enormous container ship heading from China became stuck in the canal, blocking more than 100 ships at each end of the vital shipping artery. The incident disrupted global trade for nearly a week. So, could that be the reason why the construction of this new canal was finally launched? To understand why the multi-billion-dollar project is currently underway,
that's not the reason.
It's the operative word in that last sentence he made.
While Israel rejects calls for a
hit pause real quick. Hit pause real quick. Hit pause. Really quickly.
It becomes crucial.
It's predicted that the canal, the river will dry.
All right, Max. So, no worries, mate.
If that happens, then and what this person said was the reason why they were building the canal is because it was on level ground, so it would go through. Apparently, that guy was right. But then, if this other person who predicts that it's on level ground, he just doesn't even care. He's like, yeah, just build it through this way because we're going to get economically successful. The entire Nile will dry up, and then the ships can't even move.
But so what would be the problem with what does this prove? Like Israel opening up an alternative trade route. Like,
why do they want Gaza? Why do they want Gaza? That's what I'm telling you.
First Gaza because
carry on watching it. So carry on watching it.
Okay, gosh, you want to listen, man?
Carry on watching it a bit longer.
Can I finish my point?
Yeah, you're not listening.
No, but what would be the problem with them opening up an alternative trade route that would benefit their country?
It's not going to work.
China are doing the same, right? They're doing the Belt and Road Initiative and. Geopolitically,
I would say that it's just not going to work. The Gaza, the river that goes through there is going to dry up. It's already doing it now. It will do it even 10 times fold, probably because now you're going to get different.
Wigwam. There's a lot of gas and a lot of oil off Gaza. And Rishi Sunak's wife,
I'm sorry,
already bought into it.
You wanted to talk. Go ahead.
No, I was answering Wigwam in the chat about the.
Oh, okay, yeah. You wanted to talk
gas and oil. Gas and oil off Gaza.
Why are you doing that? Just hold on, man. The people in the chat can wait.
Chat lives matter.
Chat
It's a good one. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, come on, man. Like, chat can wait.
If you haven't got no chat, if you haven't got no chat, you haven't got no channel, have you?
Yeah, big up the chat.
Chat lives matter.
I'm usually
but you can't interrupt people. You can't interrupt people on your panel, or else they don't want to come back because they feel like they're being disrespected.
Well, why are you being disrespected?
Because I'm being interrupted for you to say hi to Susie.
Well, I'm giving you. Who's Susie? I don't know who the fuck Susie is.
Toughen up, Petal.
Right.
He's a boost. Let him say what he wants to say.
Perhaps this video might give some answers.
The video is giving some answers. The video is saying that somebody proposed an idea to get from the Mediterranean to the other sea over there, what do they call it, the Gulf. And his theory was that if he dug a trench, it would work because the ocean levels were even. So he's posing that it would work. And the other one hasn't yet told us whether or not that person actually thought about that. They're just doing it for economic purposes, it seems. But then here's my theory on that. Even if that person thinks that way, it's going to introduce a lot more salt from the ocean into areas that salt shouldn't be. And it's going to kill the Nile. The Nile will be dead. It'll dry up. Do you understand? Does that make sense? Am I making any logical sense?
Well, there's a canal, so you shouldn't have any runoff of a canal, should you?
The canals run into the ocean. The oceans don't usually run into canals. So.
Well, it's from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, but you have salt water that is running from where it shouldn't be into the other spot.
The Nile's salt water anyway.
Well, I don't know too much about the Nile, but I'm sure the saltwater content will be changed to where it will kill like a lot of stuff. Does that make logical sense?
Well, if they're containing it, they've got to contain it, haven't they?
I doubt it. How do you contain nature?
I don't know. We'll watch the video and then make a decision at the end of it.
Yeah, I think the Israelis, if this is actually the plan, I think they would have looked into possibilities of the river drying up, and they wouldn't be doing it.
Well, your Euphrates is already drying up.
It is already drying up. Yeah, I know that.
But you have like lifts and stuff, like boat lifts that lift. There's boat lifts out there in the world that are fucking mega structures that can lift ships fucking high up in the. I don't think.
Well, they're called locks.
Yeah. I don't think that's the problem. I think they could keep it sufficiently.
Yeah, that's right, Dafter. Saltwater. That's why they got saltwater crocodiles.
But the problem isn't whether you can lift ships now, is it? It's whether life in their biological
we'll watch the rest of the video. We'll watch the rest of the video and then see what they say.
There we go. Thank you for taking the time.
Historical context of the Ben Gurion Canal project, its proposed significance, and the intricate geopolitics surrounding the Suez Canal. Understanding the motivations behind the proposal requires exploring the complex history of the Suez Canal, the tripartite aggression of 1956, and the unexpected shocks to the world trade resulting from its closures. This backdrop underscores the potential strategic importance of an alternative canal controlled by Israel in the ever-evolving dynamics of the region. But first, why the name Ben Gurion? David Ben Gurion, who lived between 1886 and 1973, was a prominent Zionist leader from Poland who was known as the founding father of Israel. He was described as a ruthless man who gave orders to Zionist militias to see the mass explosion of Palestinians from their lands and facilitated the influx of Jewish immigrants from all over the world into Palestine. He served as the first prime minister of Israel in 1948. As mentioned earlier, the Ben Gurion Canal project was a proposal in the 1960s by Israel to connect the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea through the southern end of the Gulf of Aqaba. The route was planned via the port city of Eilat and the Jordanian border, through the Araba Valley for about 100 kilometers between the Negev Mountains and the Jordanian highlands, and veered west before the Dead Sea Basin, and heading through a valley in the Negev mountain range. It would then head north again to circumvent the Gaza Strip and connect to the Mediterranean Sea. However, a connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean Sea already exists through the Suez Canal, an artificial sea level waterway in Egypt that offers vessels a direct route between the North Atlantic and the Northern Indian Oceans, reducing journey distance and time. As it is, the Suez Canal currently provides the shortest sea route between Asia and Europe and currently handles roughly 12% of the world's trade. In 2021, some 20,649 vessels flowed through the Suez Canal, an increase of 10% over 2020. In 2022, annual revenue stood at $8 billion in transit fees. The Suez Canal set a new record with an annual revenue of $9.4 billion for the fiscal year that ended on June 30th, 2023. The Ben Gurion Canal, if constructed, would rival the Suez Canal and cause a major financial threat to Egypt. If it goes ahead, it will be almost one-third longer than the current 193.3-kilometer Suez Canal, and whoever controls it will have enormous influence over the global supply routes for oil, grain, and shipping. The Ben Gurion Project. The U.S. had once proposed to use some 520 nuclear bombs on the Negev Desert to help create the canal. With Gaza razed to the ground, there have been alleged plans to literally cut corners and reduce costs by diverting the canal straight through the middle of the Palestinian enclave. However, the presence of Palestinians there would remain an obstacle. Since Israel launched its onslaught on the besieged enclave, it has pushed Palestinians to move south by relentlessly bombing northern Gaza before carrying out a ground invasion weeks later. At least 400,000 Palestinians have been displaced from the north to the south, according to statistics from the Palestinian Central Bureau of Statistics. Some 800,000 Palestinians remained in areas considered north, namely past north of Wadi Gaza. Israel's indiscriminate bombing campaign, which has mostly targeted the north, has killed at least 11,470 people in Gaza, mostly civilians, including women and children. The Ben Gurion Canal concept went into abeyance for decades due to concerns about radioactive releases and Arab opposition. However, new prospects for cooperation between Arab nations and Israel emerged with the Abraham Accords under the Trump administration, which saw the normalization of relations between Israel and Arab countries, including the United Arab Emirates. Almost immediately after normalization in 2020, a deal was made to ship UAE oil via a pipeline from Eilat on an arm of the Red Sea to the Mediterranean, but it was later blocked by Israeli environmental authorities based on concerns about oil spills. At the September 2023 G20 meeting, shortly before the Hamas attack, the India-Middle East corridor was announced. It would create a transportation link from India to Europe across the Arabian Peninsula via Dubai in the UAE to the Israeli port in Haifa. In December 2023, even after Israel launched its invasion of Gaza, UAE and Israeli interests made a deal to create a land bridge between Dubai and Haifa. With the Abraham Accords in the background, an event in 2021 brought new attention to the Ben Gurion Canal, this time excavated by more controversial means. In March of that year, a massive container ship suffered a steering malfunction and grounded in the Suez Canal, shutting off traffic. The blockage raised concerns about how this vital artery of global shipping could become a choke point. In April 2023, Israel announced it would begin construction of a dual-channel canal that could handle two-way traffic in June. At 50 meters deep, 10 more than the Suez, and 200 wide, it would be capable of accommodating the world's biggest ships, an advantage over the more limited Suez Canal. Unlike Suez with its sandy shores, rock walls would reduce maintenance requirements to a minimum. Its 181 miles in length would exceed Suez by about one-third. Around 300,000 workers would be needed to complete the project, with a wide range of estimated costs from $16 billion to $55 billion. Israel would expect to earn around $6 billion annually in transit fees, deeply cutting Egypt's revenues, which reached a record $9.4 billion in the fiscal year 2022 to 23. Despite the announcement,
well, no wonder why. It's no wonder why.
Current Israeli
put pause real quick. Put pause real quick. Okay, so it's no wonder why Egypt doesn't want to accept the Palestinians. You know what I'm saying? Nobody does, because they don't want to see this at all.
Exactly. I see what opening up competitive trade routes solidifies world domination. Like, I think everyone does it, right? Like, trade is a massive global economy, right? It's if whoever controls the route controls a percentage of trade. Like, I think
But that's not like world domination, though. That's saying we have an idea how we want to use our land, and this is the way we want to do it. So go ahead, by all means. I don't care. Go ahead.
I don't see. Yeah, that's my theory on it. I
Well,
don't see what
it's not their land, is it?
Israel plan.
That's it's their land, man. Why does nobody want to accept the Palestinians? If there are people that are truly starving and things like that, and America's the only one who's going to go, hey, come over here. And your country, UK, if that's where you're from, yeah, I guess you guys are doing it too. I mean, but this is not healthy for everyone else. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
it is not healthy. So,
No,
but
only there's only a couple of minutes left.
But why isn't Egypt willing to do it?
I think this Bengorian thing is actually not good for the West, right?
Well, you said it didn't exist earlier, Urban.
Oh, you
no,
showed me.
I never said it exists. I think it's going to fail. I think it's going to fail. But you know, the outcome of this is interesting because as we're looking at it in front of our faces, people aren't willing to take their own kind. These are Muslims. Well, okay, so Egypt, are you guys Muslims? Or to the north, are you guys Muslims? You're not willing to take in these Muslims? No, we're not going to. So what are you trying to do?
Why should they give up?
Them?
Why should they give up their land? Why should they give up their land for Israel to build a canal?
Because the war has already happened and the war is won. So you need to leave. And for they don't have anywhere to go now. That's the reality.
So where in the States do you live?
I've lived in Bay Area.
No, where do you live now? Where do you live at the moment?
San Francisco area.
I'm Mountain West now. Yeah.
Wait, Smile, I'm going to go for 15 minutes. I'll just go
I'll tell you
a little something, and then I'll come back.
Wait, I'll tell you. So from where I moved from to where I lived to where I was born to now, yeah, this is a whole different ballgame, man. They're inviting in a whole bunch of different people who are from the
I'm in Chicago, about an hour outside of Chicago. I was in Texas for a couple of years. Now about an hour outside of Chicago. I'm a Brit though. But anyway, I'm going to go on mute for 10 minutes. I've got to do a little something.
There's only 2 minutes left, so I'll play it to the end in a minute.
All right,
Many Israeli politicians have been waiting for in order to revive an old project. The new focus on the Ben Gurion Canal coincides with a revival of interest in another Gaza-related project, the exploitation of gas reserves off the Gaza coast. The Gaza Marine Field was first discovered in 1999, but Israel blocked proposals to tap it for many years. Then, in March 2021, the Palestinian Investment Fund, a branch of the Palestinian Authority, and the Egyptian government signed a memorandum of understanding aimed at developing the field. But Hamas representatives raised objections. On June 18, 2023, a little under 4 months before the attack, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu announced plans to move forward on development in conjunction with the Palestinian Authority and Egypt. It had been
and they owe the Palestinian Authority, they owe them billions of pounds, and they haven't paid them.
But the thing is that right there was basically talking about exactly why Egypt, they don't want this to move forward. They will hold up and not invite their own brothers, as they claim, into their land. They don't want that. Because if their brothers leave and then this plan goes through, well, the plan's probably going to go through. At this point, there is enough backing behind it, enough muscle, enough whatever you want to call it. You want to call it missiles. It's going to happen, but that's their land. So, but the problem.
It's not their land. It's a land grab. It's a land grab.
Yeah, it's never going to change. There's this
It's a land grab. It's another land grab.
No, it's the idea of this two-state solution. It's never going to play out. It's not. Face the fact.
It's another land grab. And I'll
them
play
have
it
their
at
land.
the end. There's only a minute left.
Go for it.
Took place between Israel and the Palestinian Authority the prior month. The effects of Ben Gurion. When completed, the Ben Gurion Canal would provide Israel with leverage over one of the world's most important shipping points. Around 22,000 ships transited the Suez Canal in 2022, representing 12% of world trade. The International Energy Agency reports that about 5% of the world's crude oil, 10% of oil products, and 8% of LNG seaborne flows transit the canal. Though the flow from east to west is still important, increasingly fossil products move from the Atlantic basin to feed Asia's growing economies. There are so many questions surrounding the project, though. Did revived interest in the Ben Gurion Canal cause Israeli authorities to look the other way when they had clear warnings of a Hamas attack? Only time will tell. And that's it from us today. If you
So is that why they turned a blind eye? Is that why they said stand down on October the 7th?
But have you ever heard like the term correlation doesn't equal causation? You know, might just be coincidence that these two things are going on at the same time.
No.
No, there's no coincidence.
How are you going to be on for, Smiler? I'll be back in 10 minutes if that's cool. If you're still going to be on. All right, I'll be back in 10. I'll be listening in.
So that's not coincidence. With what we just watched, it makes even more sense to me as to why the surrounding Islamic countries do not want to cooperate. However, again, the thing that the Israelis are fighting for, I'm going to agree with. So is a decent amount of the world. You know, that there is no two-state solution to this thing. Like, it's just not there. So, but the problem arises when you have, people who are atheists and they're looking at it, trying to pull at the heartstrings. So there's this warrior who was there first, give them back their land. I can't do that as an American, because then that means everyone who is an American that died in war, well, we shouldn't have sent them to war, I guess. So what should have happened? We should have all just, I don't know, went outside in our houses that we built or something and, just threw our hands up and said, yeah, Indians, go ahead, take us. Whatever. Well, I get to watch my kids die and all this stuff. No, that's nonsense. So, but it's the same game. It's just being played in a different way. And it has to do with, if you're not familiar, or I don't even know if I'm still on. Am I still on?
Yeah.
Okay. And it has to do with basically the idea that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So Jacob is a son. It was Isaac is a son, and then anyone who's under Islamic thought is thinking about. Gosh, I forget. But anyways, so Abraham had 2 children in particular. One of them's Isaac, and then the other one was born before Isaac, but he was born out of basically the true wedlock. So that's based on, he was basically, we'll just put it, having relations with his maidservant, okay? Not his wife, but his maidservant, because his wife couldn't have a kid. They thought they were never going to have kids. So the wife gave permission to the husband to have relations, and that's what happened. And so that kid's name is Ishmael. And so the Islamic portion of people believe that Ishmael is of the promise. Well, that's not actually a kid from his wife. That's from the maidservant. The original marriage was between Abraham and Rebecca. So after Ishmael comes, I'll land it here real quick. But after Ishmael comes, then comes Abraham, Isaac. So Isaac, and then, but the promise is guaranteed to that original marriage, even though they were like 90 years old or whatever, according to the Bible, whatever they were. They seemed older than they can have kids. One side's going to say the promises of their side. The other will say the promises of their side. But one came before the other. And so, Islam came later. You need to understand that. And they copied everything, basically everything from the Bible, except a couple things. They copied mainly names to make it sound familiar. And then now sounding familiar is psychologically important. You have to make things that you can relate to, but it's not necessarily the case that what they're saying is true. So, and that's that. You know what I mean?
Right, I'll give you the video. Right, why Jews are not God's chosen people. Right, and we'll go from right.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
In an age where rhetoric and emotions determine people's beliefs, one of the most countercultural things that you can do is to objectively look at the evidence regardless of how it makes you feel. It is also important to remember that things are not often what they seem, that history is not what you've been told, and that the truth will always be hated by the world.
Shout pause if you want. I'm just going to go make a coffee.
So today I invite you to
hold on, brother. Can you do me a favor while you're doing this?
Unfortunately, many will think that the things I'll share with you today
it's going on two times the speech. I'm not going to pay attention to any of this. If you're going to, I can't.
Say that again?
If you're going to play it in 2 times as fast as it should go, I can tell the person's speaking way faster than they should be. So I'm not going to get anything out of it.
I didn't realize it was on 2 times speed.
Probably was.
That was on 1 1/4.
All right, yeah. It's a little too fast.
Right.
The thing about the truth is that it remains true regardless of what we think about it. With that in mind, many believe that the Jews are God's chosen people, and that God intends to bless the Jews and the state of Israel at some point in the future because he obligated himself to do so with Abraham. One of the reasons why people think this makes sense is that they believe today's Jews are direct descendants of Abraham. Many Christians even believe that the Zionist state of Israel, and even anyone calling themselves a Jew today, have a special place in God's heart, and therefore, we as non-Jews need to bless and honor these people more than others. Otherwise, God will curse us or withhold his blessings. These and many similar attitudes must be tested thoroughly with Scripture and with history. After all, when the devil tempted Christ in the desert, he did so by twisting God's word to suit his agenda. This is why we must exercise discernment and test all things. So, let's take a close look at these ideas and see what the Bible and history really have to say on these issues.
Oh, thank goodness.
Rhetoric and look solely at what the evidence tells us. And those who have ears to hear, Eyes to see.
I got ears to hear. Let's go.
Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew. Jewish Almanac, 1980,
Really?
page 3.
Wow.
The first most important thing to realize is that the word Jew is a loaded term. It originates
Really?
from one of the tribes of Israel named Judah. Judah was one of Jacob's 12 sons, and the term Jew refers to people who lived in or were from Judah, the territory of land that the tribe of Judah received as their inheritance once they entered the Promised Land. Later, this was called Judea, which is a Greco-Roman transliteration.
I'll disagree. What's a Hellenistic Jew, buddy? What's a Hellenistic Jew? The guy's wrong already. Man, where'd you get this from?
Who said a Hellenistic?
Hellenistic Jew. It's a term used in the Bible. So who is this that you have brought up that says Jews are only from the tribe of Judah and that's all they are? No, he's wrong. I just proved it. You gotta watch where you get your you gotta watch where you get your sources from, my friend.
Right. I'll rewind that.
Or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew. Jewish Almanac, 1980, page 3.
Page 3.
The first most important thing to realize is that the word Jew is a loaded term. It originates from one of the tribes of Israel named Judah. Judah was one of Jacob's 12 sons, and the term Jew refers to people who lived in or were from Judah, the territory of land that the tribe of Judah received as their inheritance.
What?
What he's saying is not necessarily true.
Why is it not necessarily true? Because you had converts from when they were enslaved?
No. Because again, I said there's such thing as Hellenistic Jews. And so does that mean they're from Judah or they're just mixed in and called Israelites and they're just that from what I know,
well, Israelites weren't from Judea.
If he wants to truly dissect, then he would be saying that the tribe of that Jews, if he wants to do it this way, would mean Judah, and also would mean starts with a B.
Right. Jew originates from the Hebrew word Yehudi, meaning of Judah, which referred to the people of the kingdom of Judah, and by extension, the descendants of Judah, Jacob's fourth son. This term passed through Greek Ludaios, and Latin Ludeus, before evolving into the English word through Old French.
Okay, right. So we can go that way.
Yehudi, this adjective means of Judah and originally applied to people from the southern kingdom of Judah. Greek Ludacius, the Hebrew term, was adopted in Greek. Latin Ludacius, the Greek term, when evolved into the Latin Ludeus. Old French Jew, from Latin, the word entered Old French as Jew, spelled G-I-U, with the sound D dropped. English Jew, this eventually developed into the modern English word Jew. Over time, as the kingdom of Israel to the north was conquered by Assyrians, the southern kingdom of Judah became the primary representative of the Israelite people. Thus, the name Jew, derived from Judah, became a broad term for Jewish people, even though the original term referred specifically to the inhabitants of the kingdom of Judah. Right?
Okay.
So we get that bit, yeah? So we'll carry on.
No, I got that. So then, wait a second. My rebuttal is, if they wanted to go back into history, then you would also have the tribe of not only Judah, but Benjamin also, because that would go back to certain things in the Bible that you probably don't want to even know about, and that's fine. But then even further to go is that it says Jesus came for the lost tribe of the house of Israel, which means...
Well, I think he'll explain it. I think he'll explain it to you in a minute. He'll explain it to you in a minute.
If there's nothing, and then the difference between Jews and Greeks, are they just talking about the tribe of Judah? No, because Benjamin should also be...
Well, he'll explain it all to you in a minute. He'll explain it all to you in a minute.
You're getting our sources from shit. That's all I know.
Later, this was called Judea, which is a Greco-Roman transliteration, and that means that the Jews were specifically from Judea. This may seem like no big deal, but it's actually very significant. Firstly, what it means is that those before the territory of Judah was created were not Jews. Moses wasn't a Jew, nor was he Jewish. Jacob was not a Jew or Jewish either. Isaac wasn't a Jew, nor was he Jewish. Abraham wasn't a Jew, because Abraham was a Hebrew, a descendant of Eber. Abraham was also promised to be the father of many nations, not just one nation or group of people, i.e. the Jews. In fact, up until and including Jacob, all of these patriarchs were referred to as Hebrews. God famously changed Jacob's name to Israel, and between the time of Jacob, through the time of Moses, and up until the territory of Judah was established, the people of the Bible were called Hebrews and Israelites, respectively. If the significance of these things isn't immediately obvious, don't worry. It will become very plain as we dive deeper into this. Moving on.
For sure, nobody knows.
Is that once the term Jew even began being used, it was really only used to refer to a minority of the people within Israel, that is, the Judeans or those from Judah. The Bible is therefore not about the Jews, nor are the Jews the founders of monotheism, nor even the majority of people highlighted in Scripture. Samson was from the tribe of Dan. Deborah was from the tribe of Ephraim. Gideon was from Manasseh. Elijah came from Gad or Manasseh. And Elisha, his protege, came from Issachar. Joshua and Samuel were from the tribe of Ephraim. And Moses and Aaron were from the tribe of Levi. All of these famous Bible heroes were Israelites, not Jews. They did not come from Judah, nor did they refer to themselves as Jews, because they had no reason to. The Bible also speaks of Egyptians, Phoenicians, Assyrians, Babylonians, Armenians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, and countless other pagan tribes and peoples. So, anyone telling you that the Jews are the center of Scripture is just not telling you the truth. But now things start to get a little more complicated, and for that, you have to know a bit of history. When the Israelites took the Promised Land, they eventually formed two kingdoms, Israel and Judah, or the Northern and Southern Kingdom. Israel, which was the Northern Kingdom, was composed of the 10 tribes of Israel, and Judah was composed of Benjamin and Judah in the south. It's important to remember now that the Israelites were surrounded by pagan tribes that they had failed to exterminate many times, often intermarrying with them and adopting their pagan practices instead. This disobedience angered God, and he brought judgment on both Israel and Judah through the various empires that conquered them and took them away, like the Assyrians and the Babylonians. After the Babylonians were themselves judged by God using the Persian Empire, a window opened up for some of the Israelites to move back to their territories. Of course, by this time, which was around the 5th century BC, that territory had been taken up by pagan tribes again, particularly the Edomites. This is a significant detail, so remember it for later. Now for a quick genealogy review. Isaac, Abraham's son, had two sons, Jacob and Esau. Jacob was the younger and received God's blessing. Jacob gave rise to the 12 tribes of Israel, or the Israelites. In Genesis 36, verses 2 through 3, the Bible tells us that Esau took 3 wives, 2 being Canaanites, which was a prohibited union by God, and an Ishmaelite. The various sons that Esau had with these women together created the Edomites. Edom means red, and Esau was described as being born red in Genesis 25, verse 25. Nevertheless, because Esau lost his inheritance to Jacob, this bitterness and hatred was passed down through the generations. The Edomites hated their Israelite cousins and often sought to destroy them, or at the very least hinder them in any way possible. Some examples of this are the Edomites blocking the Israelites from going through their land to the Promised Land, despite the Israelites' assurance of a peaceful pass-through. This is found in Numbers 20, verse 21. David and Saul conquered the Edomites many times, and an instance during the reign of Jehoshaphat, where the Edomites tried and failed to take over Israel, is recorded in 2 Chronicles chapter 20. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the Edomites allied themselves with Nebuchadnezzar during the Babylonian invasion and destroyed the first temple. This is documented in Psalm 137, verse 7. All of this history is important to understand for what comes next. Edom and Israel were mortal enemies, and Edomites had nothing to do with God, God's promises, or God's people. Remember that Esau married 2 Canaanite women, a union that God prohibited because the Canaanites had abominable practices, like sacrificing and eating their children, orgies, sorcery, ruthlessness, and basically everything that God hates, just as he says through the prophet Micah in Micah 1, verses 2 through 3.
Micah? Bro, what about the Edomites in the prior versions, verses?
So now we have some context to understand a few very important developments in the history of the Israelites, as well as the history of the term Jew. Throughout the Israelites' tenure of the Promised Land, they frequently rebelled by intermarrying and abandoning God's laws. This brought swift judgment on both Israel and Judah, but it also diluted their blood in what it meant to be a Jew in antiquity. When the Persians allowed the Israelites to return to Jerusalem and their respective kingdoms, these places were already inhabited by Edomites and other tribes. The Israelites again intermarried and disobeyed God, and this forced the prophets and leaders of the time to make the Israelites abandon their wives and separate themselves. This is documented in both Nehemiah 9, verse 2, and Ezra 9, verse 2. After the Persians came the Greeks with Alexander the Great, but Alexander quickly passed away and his kingdom split into 4 major territories. One of these territories, called the Seleucid Empire, ruled over the areas formerly held by Judah and Israel. In the 2nd century, a group of revolutionaries called the Maccabees, descendants of the tribe of Levi, successfully revolted against the Greeks and reintegrated the land and people back into the laws of Moses. These reforms were a step forward, yet consistent with the countless compromises of their forefathers, the Maccabees, or Hasmonean dynasty, forced the surrounding Edomites to get circumcised and declare themselves Jews, rather than expelling them for having destroyed the temple and having aided the Babylonians in the past.
Wow!
All of this was done around the 2nd century BC. And what that means is that by the time of Christ, those who lived in Judea and called themselves Jews were not necessarily true Israelites, like Jesus, but rather any possibility of the following: descendants of prohibited unions, converted Edomites that were basically Jews in name only, or genuine descendants of the tribe of Judah. In fact, it is documented that the Sadducees, one of the political powers of Jesus' time who often sought to accuse him, were composed of at least partly Edomite Jews. King Herod Antipas, who killed John the Baptist because John condemned Herod's marriage to his brother's divorced wife, and also betrayed his kinsman and murdered his next of kin in order to earn the throne from the Romans and become king of Judea, was also an Edomite. King Herod I, his predecessor and also an Edomite Jew, murdered many of the Pharisees, Sadducees, and rulers in order to solidify his political position, bringing in his Edomite kinsmen and appointing them to positions of power. These social realities are probably why the Apostle Paul identifies himself as a Hebrew and as an Israelite in Philippians 3 verse 5 and Romans 11 verse 1, rather than just as a generic Jew. It is also why the Gospel of John often directly mentions the Jews by name in the treachery they were seeking to do against Christ. Whether this treachery is grounded in the Edomite hatred for their brother Jacob, or the hatred of Judah toward his brother Joseph. Remember that Judah sold his brother Joseph into slavery for 20 pieces of silver. Sound familiar? Being a Jew by Jesus' time was a loaded term to say the least, and it by no means meant that you were among God's chosen people. Nevertheless, the conversion of the Edomites is confirmed by the famous historian Flavius Josephus, Antiquities of the Jews, Book 13.
Doesn't know anything.
Greek historian Strabo in his work Geographies.
Doesn't know anything. Very simple. Nice 8th grade presentation, though.
Fast forward now to after the destruction of the Second Temple, when the Jews led a major revolt against the Romans and lost, resulting in them being scattered and all records of genealogies being destroyed. Today, the Jews want to rebuild the Third Temple and are gathering together a supposed Levitical priesthood. Yet it is impossible to trace genealogies to the original Levites because all records were destroyed long ago. In fact, despite the judgments the Jews received for killing Christ, they attempted 2 more revolts in 115 AD and 132 AD, called the Kitos War and the Bar Kokhba Revolt, respectively. These revolts also failed, leading the Jews to be completely banished from Judea, and Judea to be renamed to Syria Palestina. Further complicating this already ridiculously complicated issue is the Khazarian conversion of Judaism around the 8th century. The Khazars were a pagan Turkic tribe of peoples that had settled in the area of modern-day Ukraine, Crimea, and Kazakhstan. Like all empires, they eventually were dispersed, and these people migrated into other areas like Russia and Europe. This is why anyone who claims to be a Jew today cannot reliably trace their ancestorship to the biblical Israelites, or even the tribe of Judah. It is impossible because no records exist. And it is also impossible because there have been so many infiltrations of pagan tribes into what it means to be a Jew.
How much longer is this video? I'm probably going to drop off, bro, to be honest. This is stupid.
An important point to now make is that this is also why the term anti-Semitic is abused by today's Jews to manipulate social perceptions. It is an abuse because, first and foremost, the term doesn't apply in the way they make it apply to themselves. Anti-Semitic means against Shem. But who is Shem? The answer is that Shem was one of Noah's sons and the father of many peoples, such as the Babylonians, Persians, Arabs, and several others. To be anti-Semitic is to be against any of these peoples. Yet today's Jews appropriate this term only to themselves while creating new terms like Islamophobia for other Semitic peoples. This is wrong for at least 2 reasons. The first being that the Jews of today cannot reliably call themselves Semites or direct descendants of the tribe of Judah due to all of the historical context we just covered. The second reason is that even if they could, anti-Semitism doesn't apply just to people from the tribe of Judah. But even more interesting than all of this is the origin of the term anti-Semitism and its roots in Jewish Bolshevism. It is a fact that Karl Marx, one of the originators of communism, was born a Jew and grandson to 2 rabbis. Nevertheless, Marx was in practice an atheist. Leon Trotsky, a major figure of the Bolshevik Revolution, was also an atheist Jew. Stalin, who everybody knows, was also part Jewish and entrenched in the Jewish community. Stalin's official ethnicity was Georgian, but there is evidence he was part Ossetian, which was a group of people around Georgia and Russia.
Okay, what's the purpose of this? Can we hit pause here real quick? So I'm gonna hop off.
Was a Georgianized Ossetian version of Juga Shvili. In Ossetian, the word Zug means herd. While
If you don't want to hit
Jew,
pause or anything like
Shvili
that,
in
then I
Georgian
tried to
means
say it out
son
loud.
of. So
Listen,
Juga
the Bible
Shvili
says
means
that
they're
not
son of
all Israel is
man.
Israel.
I wouldn't mind speaking about other
things. About not all
this
Jews
also.
that we treated.
Rob, do you want to speak
So,
about other things after
it's
this?
over.
Had a brother named Alexander Svanitze,
Well, hit
who was
listening, man.
Maria
Just hit
Kogan,
pause,
from a
bro.
rich Jewish family. Stalin's
I don't
sister-in-law,
mind
I'm out then. That's fine. I already know what I mean. I don't need to
change your topic afterwards, though.
married Judith Meltzer.
Go ahead, change the topic. I don't give a
His
shit.
daughter Svetlana
It's just
married a Jew named
watching the
Grigory
video,
Morozov.
man, and then we'll change the topic.
More facts about the Jews and communism are as follows. Lazar Kaganovich, another top Bolshevik leader, was a Jew. Lenin, who is also well known like Stalin and Trotsky, likely had Jewish descent from his grandparents. In fact, most of the heads of the secret police, Gulag administrators, and famous Bolshevik terrorists were all Jews. When communism spread to China and the surrounding areas, about 80 to 90% of those coordinating the efforts were Jews. Why all of this matters is that the term anti-Semite or anti-Semitic did not exist up until the 20th century. For the countless times that the Jews were overthrown and destroyed by pagan empires, or later when they were expelled from European countries and banned, not a single time was the word anti-Semitic ever used by anyone, Jew or Gentile. So, what changed? The answer is Bolshevism. Just like the CIA would later do with the assassination of Kennedy by creating the term conspiracy theorist to discourage criticism or analysis of the government's role in subterfuge, so too did the Bolsheviks do several decades earlier with their communist revolutions. People knew that most of the Bolsheviks were Jews or married into the Jewish elite and saw what was happening. And as a result, any criticism of the Jews was sharply outlawed and punished with torture or death. This is where the term anti-Semitism comes from. It doesn't come from the Bible, it doesn't come from God, and it doesn't even relate to actual Jews from Judea. It is a term originally created to shelter a renegade group of Edomite Jews, along with false Jewish converts and their sympathizers who could care less about God or the Bible. Today it is used as a thought-stopping device when any form of criticism is directed at Zionism, the Zionist state of Israel, the mainstream World War II narrative, or the Jewish power structure that exists across the world, and is obvious for anyone with a few minutes on their hands to Google the early life of politicians, CEOs, pharmaceutical industry leaders, banking leaders, and people in Hollywood or the media. Also, let's not forget all of the fake anti-Semitic crimes exposed as hoaxes perpetrated by Jews themselves, which really begs the question as to why these people would perpetuate their own victimhood to the masses. Perhaps it has to do with maintaining the political, social, and financial benefits of that victimhood, but I'll let you decide. Either way, don't be fooled by it.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then there are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money. And the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which is okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people, and that justify everything we do to the Palestinians. People and they have power.
Smiler, you still there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, go back 10 seconds a minute.
Hey?
Go back about 10. Go back about 10, 15 seconds there. Fucking hell, this is long. Go back about 10, 15 seconds with that woman.
Social and financial benefits of that victimhood. But I'll let you decide. Either way, don't be fooled by it.
Okay, pause there. Go back 1 second.
Banking leaders and people in Hollywood or the media. Also, let's not forget all of the fake anti-Semitic crimes.
No, keep going.
Crimes exposed as hoaxes.
Chicago, man. I go and play.
Perpetrated by Jews themselves, which really begs the question as to why these people would perpetuate their own victimhood to the masses.
Keep going. Oh, play it right. You see, London mayor helps Israeli lobby fake anti-Semitic attack. You see the way that's spelt? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right, so anti-Semitic isn't the same, doesn't have the same meaning as anti-Semitic spelt in one word. There's two different meanings to the two words. They're two different words.
It's the same meaning.
No.
Listen to her explain what she says.
Okay.
Perhaps it has to do with...
And see what everybody's getting prosecuted for regarding anti-Semitic.
No. They're getting prosecuted for the doing anti-Semitism, which is different to anti-Sem.
It's the same thing, Urban. It's exactly the same thing.
Look it up.
It's
Google
exactly
it. Anti-Semitic dash versus anti-Semitic spelt as one word. It's two different words. They have completely different meanings.
Well, you Google it and then tell me what the two different meanings are, because I'll listen to the Jewish woman explain it.
Financial benefits of that victimhood. But I'll let you decide. Either way, don't be fooled by it.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response?
Right. Both anti minus Semitic, yeah, as in two words, and anti-Semitic, as in one word, are correct spellings for the adjective describing hostility, prejudice, or discrimination against Jews. Anti-Semitism is the noun referring to the prejudice, also spelled with ones after anti. Anti-Semitic or anti-minus Semitic is used, or hyphen, is used as an adjective to describe things related to hostility or prejudice against Jews, such as anti-Semitic attack or anti-Semitic trope. Anti-Semitism is the noun for the hatred itself. For example, the rise of anti-Semitism. Why the confusion? The word comes from anti, meaning against, and Semitism referring to Jews, a Semitic people. But there isn't any. While Semitic technically describes a broader group of people, and the term anti-Semitism and its derivatives have become specifically and almost exclusively associated with prejudice against Jewish people. What's this woman's name? I think it tells us in a minute, Nixie, but she's the one that raises all the money for all the settlements. She's the one that does all the settlements. So everybody, she's got a big charity that collects all the money so that they build all the illegal settlements. I played her in loads of other videos where she's like banging on about settlements. So it means exactly the same thing, Herbert. You said
no,
Google it. I Googled it.
I don't think it does. I think.
Well, I mean, that's what Google's is, right? Both anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic and anti-Semitic with no hyphen are correct spellings for the adjective describing hostility, prejudice, or discrimination against Jews. Anti-Semitism is the noun referring to this prejudice, also spelled with ones after anti, right? But it isn't, because they are not a Semitic people.
Yeah, but
what you have in Israel today are not Semites.
I know, but that's and that is the exact difference between the two words. Being anti-Semitic means you're against Semitic people, which aren't just Jews, right? Whereas anti-Semitism describes...
They've hijacked it to describe themselves.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But
he's just explained it. Now they go for other words for Semites, like Islamophobia.
Yeah, but dictionary, you can't use the argument being anti-Semite.
It's why I argue with people. It's why I argue with people when they tell me I'm an anti-Semite or an anti-Semitic.
Okay, great. So my point being is
I'm not anti-Semite.
Okay, listen to me, Smiler. You could not be an anti/Semite, but still be an anti-Semite, one word, because they mean two different things. You can't use
mean the same thing.
No, anti-Semitism means against
Jews.
Whereas anti-Semite means being against Semitic people. Yeah. So I could be against
the Jewish people that live in fucking Tel Aviv rob the fucking rainbow as well. Wake up.
Sorry, man. It is like an irrelevant point I'm trying to make, to be honest with you.
It is irrelevant because they've hijacked the word.
Maybe they did. But my point is, and it's completely irrelevant to the argument tonight, you can still be anti-Semitic, spelt one word, without being an anti-Semite.
No, because they've changed it now. Because you're Islamophobic instead of being an anti-Semitic.
I could be
anti-Islamophobia. They've taken the whole lot and put it all on themselves when they aren't even fucking Semites.
I could be classed as not anti-Semitic, anti/Semitic. I know it's semantic and it's a basis.
Earlier on, you and fucking Dub were saying that Palestinians aren't Semites. The Palestinians aren't the true DNA.
It's debatable. It's ambiguous.
The DNA test. I've shown you every single bit of evidence. You've shown no evidence other than mouth.
Yeah, but we made our points, and you can agree with them.
The guy that made this, right? He's got a fucking MBA.
One second, dude.
He's got an MBA.
The burden of proof The burden of proof is on the fucking.
Right, he's got an MBA from the University of Connecticut. He's also got a master's degree from Polytechnic Institute of Bucharest. Yeah.
So he's been indoctrinated.
Eh?
So he's been indoctrinated then.
Well, and everybody that's got qualifications.
Yeah.
Including yourself. You indoctrinated children yourself.
Yeah, I used to correct the teachers, and
you indoctrinated children yourself by teaching children.
No, Smiler. I went for hypnotherapy once, and they told me I was unhypnotizable. I'm not open to suggestions. So therefore, when I was writing my assignments, I used to write them against my beliefs because I knew that's what would get me the A+.
But you indoctrinated children by following a government program to educate people.
No, actually, I didn't. One of the reasons I quit teaching was kind of because of that. But I used to teach grade 1 to 3. We would basically just teach him math.
Okay, urban. Get this one, right? My cousin married a Jew, right?
Yeah.
During the holidays, I was grounded, and my cousin and her husband and the children and their mum and dad were coming to ours for dinner, right? So 1, 2, 3, 5 Jews in my house, right? I'm sitting at the table, grounded, doing my homework. At the time, I was doing modern world history. Granny decided to sit next to me and said, "Could you mind if I look?" So I said, no. And she went, oh my God, this history is so wrong. This is what they're teaching you is wrong. This is not history. This is lies. This is all lies. So I went and I challenged my modern world history teacher. Yeah. Who then turned around and said, this is what I've got to teach you. This is what's written in the books. This is what you've got to learn to pass your history exam. I put my name on the paper and I got ungraded because I never wrote anything else. I never did any modern world history homework. I never followed any more modern history because a Jewish woman that spent time in a camp, told me that they were teaching me wrong. And from that day, I've gone down the rabbit holes. And I've listened to them telling me stories. Not what they stand in Israel and tell me. Not what they show me in Auschwitz, the fucking Walt Disney. Auschwitz is a fucking Walt Disney production.
Yeah, could or could not be. I don't know, man. I'm not.
It's a Walt Disney production. They've even chipped off the fucking signs on how many people died and rechanged it because the fucking almanac shows there wasn't that many fucking Jews living at the time.
No, but that was based on Auschwitz. The actual numbers were based on like hundreds of camps, right? Like Romania and all over the fucking shop. So I think more people were killed in the Holodomor, and more people were killed at the end of the war by the British and the fucking Americans. Yeah. Go and check your history. General Patton's own words. Go and check. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're going to convince each other here, are we?
General Patton's own words, where we fought the wrong enemy. Right, World War II, Judea declares war on Germany. Yes, Maverick. Yep, over 30 million in the Holodomor. Go and search the Holodomor. I've had fucking Ukrainians in my chat and on my fucking panel that don't even know what the fucking Holodomor was.
Okay, Smile, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't test you on like historical facts. All I can test you on is like what I see going on at the moment and where my reasoning comes from for what's going on today. But anyway, do you want to change subject a little bit?
Right, I'll carry on.
All right, man. Fucking it.
And when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it. When from Europe somebody is criticizing Israel, then we bring up the Holocaust. When in this country people are criticizing Israel, then they are anti-Semitic. And the organization is strong and has a lot of money. And the ties between Israel and the American Jewish establishment are very strong, and they are strong in this country. As you know, they have power, which it's okay. They are talented people, and they have power, money, and media, and other things. And their attitude is Israel, my country, right or wrong, the identification. And they are not ready to hear criticism. And it's very easy to blame people who criticize certain acts of the Israeli government as anti-Semitics and to bring up the Holocaust and the suffering of the Jewish people. And that justify everything we do to the Palestinians.
I've got a quick question while this is playing, Smiler. Are you a believer that you're not allowed today, as we are today, you're not allowed to criticize Israel? Or are you?
It's written into fucking law, isn't it? You criticize it, you get arrested for it.
But so okay, so
we don't have freedom of speech in the UK. We have freedom of expression, and you're not allowed to express anything against Israel.
Okay, right. So would you agree that people like Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, all these people are not getting the most traction on YouTube today? Dave Smith, people like that.
Candace Owens, Candace Owens, what she got? Fucking 2 million fucking subscribers. She gets fucking 100,000 in her chat.
Yeah, so basically, you are allowed to criticize Israel, right?
She's in America.
but okay, you got Mohammed Hijab, Smile Tajana, Diddy Hussein. They're not getting arrested, bro. And they say the most what you would term as anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic like shit. I don't like that word anyway. I think it's a cheap fucking argument, just the same way as being an Islamophobe is kind of like.
I criticize all religions.
Yeah, and you're allowed to do
it,
right?
The only ones I don't criticize is Buddhism.
But we're not allowed to speak about it, apparently. But here we are speaking about it.
I speak about it all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So you are. We are.
They got to try and prove that I'm anti-Semitic. They got to try and prove that I'm Islamophobia.
Yeah, but here we are speaking about it. So it's not really true, is it? That we're not allowed to. I think you're not allowed to speak.
You can't stand in a protest and speak about it because you get arrested.
I think people are being locked up more for speaking against Islam than they are.
520 was it 520 got arrested in London 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, because they're supporting a terrorist group, right?
Palestinian Action.
Yeah. And Palestinian Action were all good to be speaking about what they did until they went onto that airbase and did what they did.
Well, going on to the airbase was a fucking allowed to do it, and then we'll prosecute you, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, They allowed it.
You don't break into Bryce Norton without being allowed to break into Bryce Norton.
Oh, God.
The same as you don't break into Cold Rose unless you're allowed to break into Cold Rose.
But if you open your doors for someone to do it and they do it, you can't blame the people who open their doors and allowed them to do it. If I open my door, leave my door unlocked, and somebody comes in and fucking shoots my missus.
Within all groups, including Tommy's groups, yeah, within all groups, you get instigators, you get agitators, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so you get agitators in certain groups, right? So you get agitators, right? I mean, we had Israelis coming over and smashing up Elbit systems, right? 4 Israelis, yeah, that couldn't go back to Israel, yeah, because they came over and smashed up Elbit systems, and then they went to court, yeah, and they stood there and said that they were Israeli.
But had they not done that thing with the airbase, they would still be allowed to be doing what they were doing. So
no, because they were already the Israel lobby had already lobbied government to get rid of them. The same as they went into America and they even sent IDF in uniforms, in fucking police uniforms, yeah.
But regardless,
into the campuses to stop them being Palestinian supporters and anti-Israel. It's called the Hasbara. Go and look it up.
No, I know what you're talking about. But regardless of that, would you consider going into an airbase and causing however much money's worth of damage to planes?
Morning, Beth.
As a terrorist act.
Chief Wiggum says, "What's the channel called again? Urban, where you always attack Muslims. No wonder you're anti-Muslim. It comes out. No wonder you're."
Honestly, to be honest with you, I'm not anti anything. I really ain't. I'm anti-immigration, like mass immigration. That's about it.
Well, you're a fucking immigrant yourself. You've been an immigrant for the last.
I'm a net benefit. I've always been a net benefit. There's two different.
We've had 755,000 legal immigrants to this country this year. Over 750,000.
Yeah, I don't class.
Not the 50,000 that came by boats that everybody's whinging about.
No, I'm experienced with you.
Whinging about the 750,000.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. Let me answer you, Smiler. Yeah. Let me explain to you. The ones who come on legal visas and then disappear, I don't class them as legal immigrants anymore. The ones who come there, study, pay three times the amount of,
So you
and then go back.
You fucked up the other night.
Roles. I didn't.
You fucked up the other night because you said that your wife's education was subsidized.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
we paid out. No, I didn't. I did not.
Yeah, you did.
No, I did not.
Both me and Michael picked up on it.
I must have had a slip of tongue. I must have had a slip of tongue. Let me explain to you. My argument was domestic students have their tuition subsidized. International students have to pay 3 times the amount up front, out of pocket. No help whatsoever, which subsidizes the other 3 students who have their tuition subsidized. So basically, wait. So wait a minute. My missus's tuition subsidizes like 3 other domestic students' tuition that get subsidized. So there's a difference.
I'll go back to the live. And
what he said might have been something different. I might have had a slip of tongue or something, but that is, I swear on my mother's life, right?
Right.
It means well to me. That is the facts. Yeah,
Right,
we've
I'll
never
go
been.
back and I'll listen to it and I'll play it to you.
Yeah, you can say it, but I'm
so you go in Jupiter's? You go in Jupiter's, Jube?
Yeah, I like listening to Jupiter. I like Jupiter because I come from the same area as her, and I agree with a lot of stuff she says. Yeah.
Do you never question her then?
Some things I don't agree with, but what is there to question? It ain't my job to pull people up on things that I don't see as important.
Me and Jupiter get on, but me and Jupiter bang heads on subjects all the time.
Yeah, just because you two do doesn't mean that I bang heads with her all the time, does it?
Well, she questions me and I question her.
Certain things doesn't mean I have to have different opinions on certain
So you
things, right?
never ever question Jupiter and those channels. What's the other question? Ask him what his channel's called before he disables it quick, lol.
Who, me? I don't have anything on my channel, man. The only thing I've put on my channel is some tunes for when I'm out running because it's easier to listen to it, you know. I don't need to disable my channel. I live in America. I've got freedom of speech.
Never have I seen him act like this with anyone else, just people opposing Israel.
What? What's he talking about?
Nah, it's Nixie.
I don't actually give that much of a shit about Israel. I just don't like being lied to, man, and everything I see in the media. Like so my point, so if there's an inversion of reality, then I don't like that, you know. When I hear people saying you're not allowed to speak about Jews, when every fucking the biggest channels are speaking about anti-Jew shit, then I've got the right to say I don't believe that's all it is with me, Smiler.
Even though you're presented with evidence, even though you're presented with scientific evidence, even though you're presented with carbon data, DNA, you still want to try and debunk all the evidence when you haven't got no fucking qualifications whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I'm here to debate what I believe. I'm not claiming to be some kind of fucking.
I mean, America is massively funded by AIPAC. So America being involved in the study.
Yeah, we also get
two big governing bodies of Tel Aviv are involved in the study. The fucking John Hopkins is involved in the study. Sheffield University was involved in the study. They're all involved in the study, but you think they're lying? I don't know.
I can only say what I see with my own eyes, right? So,
I'm going to carry on rolling VT.
Wait, 1 second. You didn't give me a chance to answer. So where I will jump on here and argue is where the argument is there that Trump is part of is a Zionist, basically, right? And your connection to Zionism is, I think, your biggest argument about
Trump is a Zionist, but Trump also converted to Judaism.
Okay,
Trump
so I think your biggest beef with
Trump
the word
also led the prayers of one of the holy Jewish.
Yeah, because that's just diplomacy. That's just what happens. You do these kind of things, isn't it? But
not if you're not a Jew, you
so
don't.
Okay, so your biggest argument is like, and I get it. It's
Look at Trump's family and tell me how many are married to Jews.
Let me finish my point, Smiler. So, is your biggest grievance is the Greater Israel plan and the Kalergi plan? You put a lot of emphasis on the Kalergi plan, right? So the reason for me to jump on here and debate that or go in the chat is to point out things that I believe as myself don't really add up with. So basically, if Trump was part of this Kalergi plan, why fucking the UN telling every country in Europe to get their act together and and stop mass migration at once. That's my argument. Is that not a fair argument? Is that not a fair argument? It can be debated, right?
What he says out loud, and then what he does behind the scenes is two different things.
But what he's doing out loud
when you look at the figures that he claims, you can debunk all his figures, and then you can turn around and we know that fucking Biden and Harris were fucking bringing people in every fucking night on illegal flights, right?
Okay, let's
we can look at figures over 10 years, yeah. We can see when Trump was in power, then Biden was in power, and now Trump's back in power, and we can see what ICE and border controls have written the figures down. So is ICE and border controls lying about the figures, or is Trump lying about the figures?
Okay, let me give you my argument, right? Is intent more important to you or the outcome? Because the intent of
actions speak louder than words.
Okay.
I can piss up your back and tell you it's fucking raining.
Hey, but the intent is there. He's shown through his... Whoa, Smiley, you got to calm down. His intent through his actions have shown he wants to do that. Do you know why he can't do a lot of the things he wants to do?
Because
even though his intent is to do it, right?
Because he's not a leader. He's another little fucking puppet of the fucking...
No.
He's a puppet. He fucking owes money to them. He's owed money to them. He's owned by them. They owned him.
You're not giving me a chance.
When he was going bankrupt, he owes them.
The thing that's happening over here, which is what you're going to experience once you get a prime minister who wants to deport people, you're going to get the same thing as what Trump is experiencing. Even though he's trying to do it, the Supreme Court are overturning everything he does. And the same's going to happen in the UK.
He knows that they're going to overturn it. Last time he was in, what did he do? He changed who was in the Supreme Court so that he could try and push things through. And it still didn't fucking work because he's not allowed to, because he's only a puppet.
You're wrong. He's
a puppet. He's got to do what his fucking masters tell him to do. That's why he goes and sees the Chabad fucking whatever they call them, Chabad. Nixie will tell me what the Chabad Lubavitch. Right?
I don't agree.
Right? And he'll do Jared Kushner, his Jewish son-in-law, the one that does all the mass building, the mass settlements and everything else in Israel, yeah? Jared Kushner picked all his Jewish little mates in his cabinet. Last time he was in power, he only had 2 people that weren't fucking Jewish.
Smiler, one of the closest people in my life is a Muslim, right? It's my brother-in-law, right? That's my brother. We
and you just said that your sister's a complete cunt because you married him.
No, because he's a benefit to society. They met. He was actually a student. They met. They've been married. They've had 3 kids. He's been in the country 20 years now, right? That doesn't mean that my brother shares the faults of mass immigration, does it? Same way as Kushner could be an Israeli and isn't part of the cabal that you fucking talk about.
Jared Kushner is he's building the settler fucking colonies. He's building the illegal settlements. He's making money out of building all the illegal settlements. Jared Kushner and his band of merry men are the ones that wanted to build Trump's little empire on Gaza front.
Right, okay. Let me ask you this question. If Trump didn't mean what he said about his deportation policies, when ICE started coming under fire about their deportation and their raids through all these sanctuary cities, why did he write in the big beautiful bill? Why did he designate 300? I'm not sure if it's million or billion to employ more ICE to enforce his policies.
Same way Biden employed fucking how many million fucking IRS to collect taxes.
Now, Biden wasn't on the same
They're morning, Dave. They're both puppets. They're both puppets of the cabal.
I think it, but the cabal is for. When you say the cabal, you believe they're trying to enforce a Kalergi plan or some replacement plan, but I don't see.
No, nothing to do with that. It's the one world government, the one world medical test. I mean, come on, really the fucking idiot, right? Who's caused all the problems with the fucking cancers now and turbo cancers? Who's caused it all? You know? Who's his little man next to him, Mr. fucking JFK Jr. or whatever his fucking name is, yeah? Right?
Yeah.
He's done all the fucking information about the fucking jibby jabby, about it killing 450,000 fucking Yanks, yeah? Right? He's told all about all the fucking different cancers it's caused, blah, 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 right?
Do you agree with him?
Right. Who did it? Who did it? It was called Warp Speed. Who was Warp Speed? Oh, Donald Trump. Where was doing the Warp Speed? Oh, Israel. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, who did all the fucking DNA samples where all these fucking idiots sent their DNA off to fucking Heritage this and that and that, and they collected all the DNA samples from all the different people that decided, and then they looked at their own DNA. And they created a jab that didn't affect their own DNA. Yeah? So it didn't affect them, but it affected everybody else. And predominantly it was going to affect a minority class, wouldn't it? Which it did do, right? And now, who's he employing? And you've got JFK Jr. standing there giving him the fucking side eye, going, what the fuck are you doing? When he's giving Baller, the man behind Pfizer, is giving Baller the contract to do mRNA against cancer. What the fuck are you going on about? That's your fucking silly little orange man. The man that was fucking, the man that should be hung at fucking Geneva, yeah? He should be fucking hung for fucking killing 450 fucking thousand fucking Americans and the rest of the fucking world for his warp speed.
That wasn't my argument though, was it?
Well, you tell me he's good. He's a fucking speedophile for starters. Why won't he release the Epstein? Because he's fucking guilty.
Yeah, why wouldn't Biden have released it?
Because Biden didn't make a big song and dance about it because he knows he's guilty.
What? Biden knows Biden's guilty, or Biden knows Trump's guilty?
Biden knows Biden's guilty. Biden knows Obama's guilty. Biden knows they're all fucking guilty. Biden knows it was a fucking Mossad fucking exercise to blackmail everybody in fucking government and everybody in Hollywood and everybody that's everybody.
Okay, that weren't my argument though. My argument was that Trump's doing everything.
Yeah, but you got hard on for Trump, and he's nothing but a fucking wanker. He's a wanker.
I've lived in America through
absolute wanker. The first time he was in power, he actually tried to do stuff. This time, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Why hasn't he started rebuilding the pipeline? The pipeline's still there. Why hasn't he done that? He hasn't. Why hasn't he done a lot of things? Because he can't. His hands are tied. Because he's a puppet and he's got to do what his puppet masters say. And then he does silly little tweets on his silly little fucking Twitter page or equivalent to Twitter. And then they have to redact them.
What the fuck's that?
And then they have to then they have to come and apologize for what he said or what he's written. Then they have to walk stuff back that he's blurted out.
Reality and everything that we see like suggests completely different to what you're suggesting.
Well, I mean,
reality out here.
Reality. So the statistics say at the moment that Americans are £1,300 a month worse off under Trump than what they were on the Biden for some reason.
No, that's not true, man. That's not true. Inflation hasn't skyrocketed in the same way. My grocery bill is roughly the same as what it was when he got in for 90%.
Yeah, no, Nexie, he put a war criminal. How can Trump decide who's in charge of fucking Gaza, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, that's a bit dodgy, but that still doesn't negate the fact that Trump is anti-fucking mass migration, which doesn't fit into the whole Zionist program. Same way as it does with Tommy, really. You know, like Tommy Robinson. Like, I don't see how his anti-immigration stance fits in with this global cabal.
Hang on, Tommy isn't anti-immigration at all.
He just led a fucking march of about 1 million people.
He isn't anti-immigration. I can show you video after video after video.
I don't know.
Immigration.
Mass migration. There's a difference.
What do you call 755,000 come into the UK? Do you not call that mass migration? Three-quarters of a million people come into the UK.
Yeah, right.
And we only just in October.
Okay, I don't call that legal migrant. I don't call people who visa skippers legal migrants. Under the dictionary definition, yeah, they're legal migrants because they came on a visa. But as soon as they skipped off of them visas, they ceased to become fucking legal migrants. The ones that stayed on their visas, studied, either went home or filled the critical roles, then I don't see them as illegal migrants. I see them as people doing a job and being a net benefit to things. The ones who skipped their visas and fucked off after their first month, after paying their first months, they're a different story. We can both.
So you're living in Yankee Doodle Land at the moment as a fucking British person, right?
Yeah, legal, completely legal, a net benefit.
You're not on net benefit no more, though, are you? Because you're a stay-at-home dad.
My wife saves lives on a fucking weekly basis, a daily basis.
You're not on that benefit no more, are you?
Okay, so what should happen to me? I should go home. I am a net benefit because I pay taxes on my business. I've paid over 200 fucking K in taxes. Smiler.
So are you still running? So you still running your business?
Yes.
You are still running your business.
Yes.
So how can you be a stay-at-home dad?
Because I run it from home. My wife works 3 days a week, and then the 4 days she's not well, I do the fucking what's the word? Physical stuff. Teamwork makes the dream work in our situation. Is we're lucky enough to have the benefit where our schedules kind of work with each other to be able to do that. Is that okay, Smiler?
So you're not a stay-at-home dad then? You own a business?
Not typically, yeah, not typically, but I can run 3 days a week. I can run my business from home. The other 4 days, if there's anything that needs doing, like last week, I drove to fucking Texas because it weren't one of the days that my missus was at work. Yeah, no, in like professionally, I'm not.
What did you deliver?
I'm not going to say because that will bait me up. There's not many people in America. There's not many people in the world doing my business, let alone probably the only English person in America doing what I do. So it wouldn't be hard to trace me if I was to tell you. If that's okay. Right. If that's all right, man. If you don't mind.
No, that's right. If it's going to dox you, don't bother.
Yeah. That's it. That's the only reason I'm not going to say. But yeah, no, I work fucking hard, Smiler. Like the
so
reason
do you import it to America?
Yeah, I'm not going to say, but
so you import it from China and then sell it to Americans.
So basically, I get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I take fucking calls. I answer emails. I do a little bit of physical stuff. Then my wife's at work. I take care of my kids until they go. Well, one of my sons until he goes to school. Make his food for him. Keep him a little bit entertained. Deal with my 12-week-old kid, and then he goes off to school. I do a little bit more whilst looking after my kid, my baby. And then when my wife comes home, I take care of chores and stuff. And then once that's done and my kids go to bed, then I've got a couple of hours free to hop on with you.
No. Nixie, yeah, Skyworks made a fuck up. Skyworks made a fuck up when she came in earlier. She had us all blocked, but comments were coming up in StreamYards, but not coming up on YouTube. So now she's unblocked us all.
Yeah, luckily, Beth's bits. We're kind of lucky enough to have two incomes coming in and still be able to juggle things. Luckily, most people aren't lucky to be able to do that, but luckily we can do it.
So you should say I own my own business, and when my wife's at work, I look after my kids.
Yeah.
That's not a stay-at-home dad in England.
Yeah, is
somebody that doesn't go to fucking work.
No, I'm still the breadwinner, man. I'm still like, even though my wife makes really good money, what I make is kind of better still. We're lucky. We're lucky to be able to do that,
Well, perhaps if she worked a 5-day week, she might earn more than you.
Yeah, hopefully one day maybe she can when my kids go to school full time and they've grown up a bit.
If you're comfortable and she's still bringing in an earning, and then she's got 4 days with the kids, then fucking big up. It's kudos, isn't it?
Yeah. It's cushy. Yeah.
100%. Why go to work as a wage slave if you can live on what you're earning and you can still have family time?
Exactly. I've always been more of I prefer to be rich in, time over money, but it just so happens we're doing all right.
Yeah, I reckon he sells bagel machines, Maverick. he sells either bagel machines or fucking kipper fucking
Chinese kippers make a fucking fortune over it.
Yeah. He sold Ubers or Jubers. He sold Jubers, his kipper.
Roll mops. No, I sell roll mops. My mum's a fisherman.
Or he might sell the fucking wigs to the Jewish women. Now that would be a good business because those fucking wigs go from 500 quid upwards because they're not allowed to show the hair and they're not allowed to show their neck, the back of their neck. So the Jewish women have got to wear a fucking wig. What's all that about? They're not allowed to show their real hair. So they spend 500 quid upwards. I've got a video of it where they put on a fucking wig.
You're just giving me an idea, Smiler.
Yeah.
It's my next earner.
Yeah, there's plenty of the fucking small hats living in America. The videos I was watching were American based.
Do you reckon they make them in China?
Yeah, they probably sell them on telly.
That might be a new market. Go over to China.
Well, they're real hair ones, so I don't know whether
can pump them out for me.
They're actually made of real hair, so You know,
I was on here the other day when you did. Well, I was in the chat the other day when you when you did the investigation into what kippers are made of.
No, it wasn't that. That was those big round hats, not the kippers. That was those big fuck off round hats. One of them one of them leant forward at a table at a wedding somewhere, and they had lit candles on the table, and he leant forward and caught his fucking hat on fire. Well, you type like a female Skyworks.
Kippers are fish. Roll mops are fucking the Jewish things, aren't they? I think roll mops come from the Jewish in London.
Those big furry things.
No herrings. They're like rolled up herrings with pickled onions in between them, with a skewer to them.
Oh, roll mops.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put olives in them, don't they?
Yeah. Do you remember the other day, Smiler? I came on here and I said we were talking. Well, I was talking about like the generals meeting in America, and I said I reckon it was because of they're talking about going in on the left, and actually arming themselves against the left.
Yeah.
The next day, did you see the video footage of the Antifa dude having an actual laser put on him from the building in Portland? Yeah, look it up, mate. That was directly after I came on and said that. There was so, you know, you get these American documenters. I suppose I wouldn't call them auditors, but they go out to the fucking. They go out to the protests.
They call themselves Pinnack.
Is it?
Yeah.
They go out to the protests and they film the protests. Well, there's this one guy. He's pretty big. I've forgotten what his name is, right? But it was literally the day after I came on here and said the thing I said, and he was getting like pushed out by the Antifa lot and told to fuck off. Otherwise, the words were they will smoke him. And at the point when they said that, he got a laser beam from up in one of the buildings put on him. Do you want to see the footage of it?
Yeah, go on then.
All right, quickly. Let me quickly look at it up.
But what's that got to do with the generals meeting? Have you seen all the videos where all the other ones have come out speaking about it?
Oh no, it's nothing to do with a point. It was just a point.
And how they're all laughing at fucking Trump, and how they're all laughing at Trump's speech. Yeah, and fucking Hegseth's speech. The war cabinet. America has never won a fucking war. The only fucking war they ever won was when they fought against themselves.
They've never lost a war, though, have they? Really? It depends what you term as winning a war. That if you term reaching your objective,
they started a war. They started a war against Taliban that they trained, right? 20 fucking years later, and fucking how many trillions pounds later, yeah, plus the 86 billion they left in fucking weapons and tanks and helicopters, and then without even the fucking pallet loads of cash, all the biometrics they left behind as well, yeah.
Okay,
and they left it back in the leadership of the Taliban, and now Trump is trying to buy back Bagram Air Base off the Taliban, and the Taliban are taking the piss out of them because they already did a deal with the Chinese on fucking Bagram Air Base.
Okay, let me give my argument why I don't think that was losing a war. I don't think America lost that war. I think the what was it called? The Afghanistan National Guard lost that war. As soon as they pulled out, they folded.
Right. Only the time they were there did they get the time they were there. They got the opium. They stole oil. They tried to fuck OPEC over, but OPEC wasn't going to have any of it. Right. The same as BP and Shell. Fucking day one, they went in there for oil. They tried to take minerals, but Russia's got all the mineral deals. China's got all the other deals. So Russia and China, right? And then what did Biden do? Biden then released all the money back to them. So,
okay,
yeah,
so my point is,
Biden did the stupid fucking withdrawal. Just like the stupid withdrawal in Vietnam when they were trying to climb into helicopters from the top of fucking buildings to get out of there quick because they got fucked over.
but diplomatically, they couldn't really stay in Vietnam and see it through, could they? Because there was such a fucking stink kicked up back in America. Like, public opinion wanted.
Right, they went and fought a war on behalf of fucking Netanyahu. Right.
When? Which one?
Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran. All on Biden's say so. All on the dancing Israelis dancing in front of 9/11, filming 9/11 because it's fucking Mossad.
Okay, right. So if there was two situations where they took areas of Afghanistan, right? They which stopped the Taliban being able to govern. They tried to train up. They spent a lot of money trying to train up the National Army, the National Guard, new politicians, police force to do that. Would it have been better if the National Army of Afghanistan that they were training could have managed to keep a stronghold and allowed kids to go to school and stop the oppression? Or
well, hold on a minute, right? Hold on a minute, because the Western world fucked up places like Iran in the 70s, yeah. Because in the 80s, if you go back to Iran 70, 75, yeah, up to 80, yeah, it just looks like a Parisian town. It looks like a Western world. Everybody's in miniskirts. It's a holiday destination. Yeah, they were wearing miniskirts. They were wearing crop tops. They were wearing everything, and they wanted somebody else in there that they could deal with. They wanted to do a coup, so they did a coup. They got rid of the democratically elected person, and then they put in fucking what's his name? I can't remember what he's called, but they put in that family to rule the fucking country, yeah, because he was better for the Western world. And then he enforced them all to wear fucking burqas and niqabs and fucking everything else and cover up, and women ain't got no rights no more. So that's what the Western world did to it in the first place.
Yeah, but two things throughout history can have a disconnect through the aim of what they're doing later on, right? So what they were doing later on was trying to help the Afghanistani people in some way.
Well,
we agree on that?
No, because now in Iran, you don't have to wear a niqab. Now in Iran, you don't have to wear a fucking burqa. You can go around with your head uncovered. Yeah. Morning, Nutter. You don't have to dress up in a fucking bin bag.
Chief Wiggum. I've been to Speaker's Corner, but I've never spoken. I've just observed.
No, we fucked up.
This is the first panel I've actually.
Great Britain put all the stupid false borders in there and divided all the countries into smaller countries because they needed smaller countries, yeah, so that they could try and control smaller countries. They couldn't control it as one nation.
I don't think the way there's this narrative that America went into to Afghanistan and got their fucking asses kicked. That's clearly not the case, is it?
Maverick, are you still there? Ken O'Keefe.
If you're talking about the objectives set out were not reached, then okay, you got a point. They didn't win the war. But as far as going in there and taking strongholds and then trying to install a new government that would benefit the people, I think they did a good job. But the people who they were trying to train up just weren't up to the job. I don't think you can say America got their asses kicked by the Taliban, because the people that they were trying to install couldn't fucking, especially when half of them were infiltrators and, you know, just going there for a payday, then going back and fucking reporting to the enemy. I don't think you can say America got their asses kicked. Which I think is the narrative that's trying to be portrayed here.
Of course they did.
They got their asses kicked. They didn't. They pulled out, and then the junky kiddie fiddlers that they were fucking trying to install the
ones that were being paid. The ones that were being paid, yeah. The ones that were being funded.
They said
all the while, right? The same as ISIS, yeah. Why is ISIS never attacked fucking Israel? Because Israel created ISIS. Why is Hamas? Well, Israel created Hamas. That you, Dave?
Smile eyed there, mate.
Morning.
Morning, Urban.
Morning, Dave. Right, mate.
Ken O'Keefe did a brilliant interview. Interview, right? He came to the UK and he went to the asylum camps. Yeah, when there was the big asylum camp, yeah. And he went up to the gates, yeah. And there was Afghanis at the gates, yeah. And he said to the Afghanis, he said, why are you here? Why have you come to the UK? What did the Afghanis turn around and say to Ken O'Keefe?
What?
What did they turn around and say? Think what they might have turned around and say.
I don't know, man. Enlighten me.
Come on, think what they might have turned around and said to Ken O'Keefe.
Say it again. I was just swatting a bug, mate. Say that again. Say it again.
What do you think they might have said to Ken O'Keefe?
No, I mean what led up to that question.
What do you mean? What led up to it?
What you were saying. What was the actual question? Like what?
Well, that was the question.
That is the question. We're talking about Afghanistan. We're talking about immigrants coming to countries. So I'm saying when Ken O'Keefe came up and interviewed people at the asylum centre, yeah, and there was Afghans at the gate, when he questioned them to why they were in the UK, why they wanted to get to the UK in a dinghy, what do you think they said?
Streets are fucking paved with gold. I don't know.
Because you came to our country, you fucked up our country, so we're coming to fuck up your country.
Yeah, that's understandable. I'm not arguing
that. That's exactly what they said to Canada.
But shouldn't that be more reason for them for the UK to stop that from happening?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But the government won't do it, will they? And no successive government or any government beforehand has even bothered. Even fucking Priti Patel. We had laws, yeah, written, yeah, pre-Priti Patel, fucking around with our laws, rewriting the laws to try and say, we made a new law. No, we already had the fucking laws.
No, I'm not disputing
them out of the country.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I think where we come to a fork in the road with what we believe, and we both know there's an agenda. Anyone can see it. Is who's instigating it, and I just don't see it as being the state of Israel. I don't see my debunking. Well, I don't say debunking, but what makes me not believe that is what do they have to benefit? Like we all agreed that Israel could not exist geographically, military without
January. Go and look it up yourself. Go and look it up yourself. January this year.
Tyler, let me land.
Israel, January this year, Israel, £2,000 each, 20,000 Eritreans. Get the fuck out of Israel.
Smiler, provide me with the tarmac to land.
Where do you want to go? Where do you want your plane to take you? Yeah, we want to go to Europe. So all of a sudden, 20,000 Eritreans are coming to fucking Europe in January. Right? Where did the Eritreans come from last time? They came from fucking Israel. All over. It's all over Google. Go and search it. Eritreans evicted from Israel.
Okay,
the Eritreans have lived there as nomads for donkey years.
Answer me this point, Smiler. Can you provide me with the tarmac to land this fucking B-52?
Well, I'm giving you answers, but you're not giving me nothing, Urban. You're giving me false arguments all the time.
Though, Smiley,
you're not giving me any evidence. I'm giving you evidence. I've given you evidence since before you came on the panel.
Okay, but this is a hypothetical that I want an answer to. Someone with so much evidence can provide this to me, right?
You told me there was no such thing as the Ben Gurion Canal. I showed you the Ben Gurion Canal.
I didn't say that. The West. Right, so we're both in agreement. Dave, are you in agreement with this? That Israel cannot exist militarily, geographically, without the backing of the West. Are we all in agreement with that?
No.
No?
I'll tell you why I don't agree with that. Because all the time you've got a country or a people that controls the world's finances. Whoever controls the money controls everything.
Yeah, that's a good point. But aside from that point, wait a minute.
Right. Urban.
Whoa. We're missing this. So if the West falls to Islam through the Islamification of the West, they will take control of the finances, the military in our Western countries.
No.
What do they get from that?
No, the idea, right, because they fund Daesh, they fund the Sunnis, yeah, they fund ISIS, yeah, they're funding Jelani, they're supplying Jelani, the same as when we were fighting in the Falklands. We were fighting against fucking Israelis. We were fighting against Israeli weapons. Yeah? What's happened now to fucking Argentina? Argentina's fucked because Miley is so far up fucking Israel's ass. He's bankrupted his country and now he's gone to America for a second fucking bailout. What did he do as soon as he got elected? He jumped in the back of a pickup truck, drove through the streets of fucking Argentina waving a fucking Israeli flag. Not an Argentinian flag, a fucking Israeli flag.
Okay.
You fucking dopey twat.
Okay, give me,
another point I'll make, Urban.
Okay,
right?
let me have a second bite.
Our government has passed all our computer records from the NHS to Israel. Right, so Israel sort out all the computer systems now for the NHS. We've sold out to Palantir. Yeah, who's Palantir? That's the weirdo that wants to fucking turn people into androids. Yeah, we've sold out 1.5 billion the other day for what? To control our military. So everything about all our military technology is all going via Israel. Yeah. We got Serco and the Home Office, yeah, who are nothing but fucking Judas, yeah, that are bringing everybody into this country, yeah.
Okay.
Are gonna be employing people for the armed forces of the UK. They oversee who's going to be employed. So it's not the Army Careers Office like it used to be. No, Serco are doing all the interviews to join the fucking military.
Okay, what do you think happens if Sadiq Khan gets into a prime minister role? Do you think the funding of Israel's war is going to be stopped, or do you think it's going to continue?
It continue. I'll tell you why it continue, because all the time the Israelis have got their tentacles in the world's financial markets. It will never stop.
You've got conservative friends of Israel. You've got Labour friends of Israel. You've got lobby groups of Israel. You've got Reform. You've got fucking dopey ass Farage. Dopey ass Farage signed up to fucking Israel under UKIP. He's fucking owned by fucking Israel. So every single one of our, yeah, you've got fucking gender bender Starmer, you know, the one that like shagging fucking men.
Yeah.
Right? You got him with his fucking Israeli wife. You got half the fucking government that are fucking Israeli. Yeah? All got family that live in Israel.
Can I just say, Urban, right, it's a bit of a misconception, and I used to fall down this one quite regularly. In my younger day, I used to see the Prime Minister as being the all-powerful. They're not. It's the money people behind them, and they have to dance to whatever tune the money people tell them to dance to. That's a fact. That's a fact.
So what you're saying, like, an Islam is right, hypothetically, if the West, England in particular, didn't fall, like, because that's war talk, but the government
no, Maverick, it's painful.
The government did get an elected leader who was Islamic, you would say that they would bend to the payments from the Israelis rather than try to implement their global caliphate. The global caliphate would just go out of the window, and they would start accepting the money.
It wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. You've got a point there, but see, what you've got to remember is this: politicians will always play both sides.
Yeah.
Does
hang on, Urban.
Not have enough money to suffice a leader like Sadiq Khan's needs and still implement the global.
No. On a national scale, Sadiq Khan will fuck us over even more. But on a global scale, he's got to be seen as doing the right thing, even though secretly he would love to do his own thing.
Yeah,
you're not going to get Sad-ass Khan into Parliament, right? You're not going to get him in.
I know it's hypothetical. It's hypothetical.
Right? You're going to get Andy Burnham in, right? They're already priming Andy Burnham. It's all there. I said it fucking weeks before it actually came out in the press. Andy Burnham's being primed to win his seat in his fucking local area in Manchester. Yeah. And he's being primed for fucking Prime Minister. The fucking Labour want Andy Burnham. They want Starmer out.
I still think it'd be Sadiq Khan, but that's only my humble opinion.
But if that happened,
it depends who goes and kisses the Wailing Wall first, Dave.
Yeah.
Whoever we see kiss the Wailing Wall, whoever we see have a trip to Israel, they will be the new premier.
I don't know about that, man.
Sorry, Urban, what was you going to say?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think there's just as much evidence that there is a need for global domination from one side compared to the side that you think it's coming from. And I think there's enough backing monetarily or wise to, if you did get a Sadiq Khan in, to not bend to what the Jews will want to pay him. And is my point making sense?
Okay.
And welcome to Behold the Truth. It is your humble host, Jocko, here with you for a very...
Oh, it's got parcel. Got parcel delivery.
My point very well.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, Urban, and you can't dismiss it. But
yeah,
you also got to look at this, right? If the Muslims were controlling the world's financial markets, then I could probably agree with you even more.
But
they're not. What you've got, Urban. What you've got is you've got Israelis, you've got Saudis, you've got Qatar, right, paying Sunni Muslims to fight Sunni Muslims and to fight Shia Muslims. Yeah, they're being armed and fought, and they're to cause civil unrest, to cause fights between each other, yeah, to cause people to go, fuck this shit, I'm out of here. Oh, where can we go? Oh, I know, we'll go to fucking England. Oh, I know, I'll go to America. Oh, I know, I'll go to France. I'll go to Switzerland. I'll go to Sweden. I'll go here. I'll go there. But anywhere to stay there because fucking they're attacking us all. You know, the same as Al Jilani. You know, we'd do a coup d'etat, right? We'll put fucking Al Jilani, fucking head of ISIS in to start chopping people up in Syria, to start chopping Christians up in Syria. Yeah, and then what we'll do is, because he's one of ours, yeah, so I'm Mr. Bibi, so I'll go and have a word with him. I want that Greater Israel project, so can I have that bit of land now? Yeah, you can have that bit of land now. Can I have some more weapons? Yeah. You're doing a great job, Jelani. Brilliant job, mate, brilliant job. Keep chopping them up, Jelani, keep chopping them up. Oh, hang on, another world leader. Yep, head of ISIS. I'll shake your hand, mate. Yep. You're a terrorist. Yep, you're on every wanted list in the fucking world. You're on every wanted list. But now we'll shave your beard a little bit, give you a bit of neat and trim, and we'll throw you in a suit instead of your ragtan fucking Taliban uniform, and we'll fucking make you a world leader.
Yeah, that's geopolitical based though, isn't it? Like, people fucking friend of my enemies is my fucking friend kind of shit, and it isn't ideologically based.
Same as what they did in Ukraine, innit, in 2014. Same as what they did in Ukraine in 2014.
Whereas you
don't know nothing about Ukraine in 2014.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie and say I do, but the Al Jilani situation that you've just explained isn't ideologically based, is it? It's geopoliticals, destabilizing kind of certain areas to give you the stronghold and the upper hand here, there, and everywhere. It isn't ideological based like what your argument is why Israel are doing what they do.
ISIS was Israel. ISIS. Anytime an ISIS got injured, Israel bugged them out and took them to Israel to fucking repair them.
Yeah, that's geopolitics, though. People do shit.
Nothing to do, because it was ISIS that it was fucking Israel that fucking built them up. Same as Israel funded and built fucking Hamas. Yeah, same as when everybody had to go and vote to see who was going to be the ruler of fucking Palestine, yeah? When Hamas got elected, IDF, they put fucking guards out to let people go through and fucking vote, and protected the voters going to vote for Hamas, because Israel wanted Hamas because they were funding Hamas, right? And then Hamas got too big for their fucking boots, or it was a complete paid off and complete, right, you attack us on October the 7th. We'll stand down. We'll let you come through the fucking gates. We'll let you fucking blow up the walls so that you can get through. And then you come and attack. They knew all about October the 7th. It was a completely planned operation.
Could be.
I've showed evidence after evidence after evidence of it. And so have many other, and so have many other YouTube channels.
But doesn't that illustrate the threat? Just because a military stands down, an invading force has the right to come in and do what they did. I don't know. I don't know what the argument is there.
What do you mean? Just because they stand, they the most guarded fucking defenses in the world, the most fucking guarded fences in the world. Yeah.
Sorry,
the most guarded fences, and they get an order from above. Stand down, lads and lasses. Stand down at 5:30 in the morning. Stand down. Don't bother going out doing any patrols this morning. Never fucking heard of. Never fucking heard of. The automatic gun towers shut down. The whole computer systems shut down. And the fucking IDF that were left on duty, girls that were left on duty, girls that were left on duty with no backup whatsoever, killed and attacked.
So you're saying they should? What if they did that just to highlight the point? Is that wrong?
Israel has sacrificed the Jews all their fucking life, ever since fucking inception, since the 1900s. Israel's a fucking since the 1900s, yeah, since Jabotsky or whatever the fucking hell his name is, and then Herzl, yeah, and then Ben Gurion. They've sacrificed Jews all around the fucking world for their cause.
Are Hamas not doing the same thing though?
Yeah, but every country government does that, I believe, though.
Yeah, Hamas not doing the same thing.
Well, we did it in Northern Ireland, Dave. The military.
I know.
Military did it in Northern Ireland. They killed more fucking people than the fucking IRA killed, and blamed it on the IRA. In 1983, the fucking Northern Ireland government at the time already was signing a peace treaty with fucking Thatcher.
So it's a strategy, right? It's a strategy to give you a reason to be able to go and do what they want to do. But are Hamas not doing the same thing?
Yeah, of course they are. They're all doing it. They're all doing it.
Do they not garner more sympathy from the world by the more casualties and deaths that happen there?
Well, they garner more sympathy from the propagation of lies with their false narratives that they're the victims, when really they're creating that situation as well.
So when you come up against the enemy that are doing that, what are you supposed to do? Not meet your objectives? Who's to blame?
Well, you've got to continue with what you've planned, haven't you? Because it's another way of trying to derail people from carrying out their plans.
Yeah.
By sort of gaining international pressure from around the world.
In Gaza, you've got two ruling factors. You've got the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, yeah, that has got nothing to do with Hamas whatsoever. That's a PA, yeah.
And they're not bombing them, are they?
Eh? Yeah, they have been. Yeah.
Bombing them, are they?
Yeah, they have been, because they're making the move south, aren't they? Then get out of the north, because they want to do the illegal settlements, and they want to build the Ben Gurion Canal through it.
Okay, so
they're telling them all to fuck off and get out of the north, which is Gaza, and get up to the south. Get past the corridor.
Let me try and articulate this way. So you're Israel or an army trying to get rid of Hamas. That's
Israel have never tried to get rid of Hamas.
Okay, yeah. But that's what they're selling it if they're selling it to us, that's what they're selling it to us as, right? They want to get rid of Hamas. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons. Yeah, can we agree on that? That's one of the narratives. Regardless of
that's what they're telling you, and that's what you're sucking up, right? If they wanted to get rid of Hamas, they already know where the fucking tunnels are, right? They could just bunker bust the tunnels.
Okay.
Yeah?
So when you're in such a heavily densely populated like that, and the leaders one of their greatest weapons is the public opinion of the rest of the world. That's one of the things that can put pressure on Israel. In that situation, what can Israel do to stop people getting killed? They can do their best. They can do their best, right? They can provide international humanitarian corridors to get people out of there. They can't tell them.
Urban. They provided a they provided a corridor. Right? Listen. They provided a corridor. They told everybody to go up that road. 15 minutes after everybody set off on that road, yeah, as soon as it got gridlocked, Israel came in and went bomb, 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 and they bombed everybody that was on that road.
I've not seen the video evidence.
Well, they bombed I played it on here. They bombed everybody on that fucking road, and that was the humanitarian corridor, and they bombed everybody on that road. Truckloads of people, all on the back of trucks, blown to bits.
Dropping leaflets, giving text messages,
They gave them the other day to get out of two tower blocks. Yeah, they gave them 10 minutes. They were in the towers throwing their mattresses and their belongings out the windows of the towers. Yeah, and then trying to flee from the building when they bombed them.
All they can do is do their best. I think it.
Urban, absolute load of bollocks, right? They know where entrances to tunnels are, right? They talked about it ages ago. You know, we're going to flood the tunnel. Did they flood the tunnels? No, they didn't flood the tunnels. Why not? Because they can't flood the tunnels because they want them to carry on fighting, so we can carry on blowing. So we can carry on blowing bits up.
Died, then what would you say?
A load of hostages died. They killed at least 600 of their own with their own fucking helicopters. It was called the Hannibal Directive.
Yeah, I know, but I've heard about that. But that's not actually proven, is it?
I mean, the thing I'd say is this.
Oh my God, Urban! Are you feeling that dopey?
I mean, the thing I'd say is this, Urban, right? We're, at the end of the day, we can debate, discuss, argue, whatever you want to call it, all day long. We're just merely pawns in the world of life. So, how would you feel that all these so-called warring factions probably sit around the fucking dinner table and laugh at the rest of us?
Yeah, it happens. I ain't denying that, but I make my own fucking destiny, man, and none of these wars actually affect me.
No, I understand your point.
You know, if even this whole Great Reset, it's never going to affect me because I've got.
So I'll tell you why it doesn't affect you at the minute, because it hasn't filtered down to you yet. But when it does, then you're going to be screaming from the rooftops, just like everyone else.
There you go, just a quick video for you.
At Al Jazeera's investigative unit, we've conducted a forensic, meticulous examination of the events of October the 7th. We uncovered very real crimes committed by Hamas and others. But I think what was perhaps most significant were the crimes we discovered that did not happen. And it's hugely concerning that these revelations have been virtually entirely ignored by the Western press. What's extraordinary is the Israelis were aware of the plans. Hamas were actually training quite openly for this operation, and they were actually placing the training videos online so anyone could view them. On the very night of October the 7th, before dawn, spotters along the fence are reporting back two headquarters, and the head of Shin Bet and the head of military intelligence take this seriously enough that in the middle of the night, they're up and talking to each other, and they conclude it's just another training exercise. And what is extraordinary is that they don't even raise the alert level to number one. You know, the most basic alert level would have made a huge difference. And they don't do that, which means that when Hamas bursts through the fence at 6:30 in the morning, they catch many of the defenders in their beds. I mean, you can see many of the soldiers are killed in their beds. Hamas had anticipated most of their fighters would be killed trying to get through the fence. In fact, only a small number were killed trying to get through the fence. They were as much taken by surprise as anyone by the performance of Israeli intelligence and the Israeli military. Crucially, also, they were taken by surprise by this very large music festival that was taking place, which they don't seem to have been aware of. Having overrun the military bases, the game plan was to grab hostages and take them back. And they do this on a large scale, but they also clearly kill very large numbers of unarmed civilians as well. The Israelis were then extraordinarily slow to respond. Now, they scramble Apache helicopters, but there's no ground control. It's pretty clear that in the chaos, some hostages at least were hit by Apache helicopter fire. We've identified 27 people who were clearly taken hostage, taken captive, and were taken away from their homes, but never made it to the fence, died somewhere between their homes and the fence. There's a fair chance that a number of them were killed by Apache helicopters. Within the kibbutzes, we've identified 18 people who were pretty much certainly killed by the police and the army as they arrived. 12 of them a specific incident in kibbutz Beri, where you have a large number of gunmen, around 40 gunmen, holed up in a house with 13 hostages. A tank is brought in and opens fire on the house. There are 2 survivors from this incident, which is why we know about it. There may be other incidents we don't know about because everyone was killed, but there are 2 survivors from this who spoke to Israeli media. There's a common sense thing. You just have to look at the scale of the destruction. 1,200 men armed with rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns did not do all of this. The Hannibal Directive, which was something that was developed in the 1980s by the Israelis, and it was basically to avoid situations.
Could that not be conceived as pause a minute? Could that not be conceived?
So I'm trying to put it in the comments for you.
Oh, sorry, man. Could that not be conceived as like collateral damage to stop them going on and killing more people? Willing to let a few people die with the Apache helicopters and taking out who were doing that shit in one family. In an attempt to stop them going on and committing the same fucking shit in the next kibbutz.
Right. We've got statements. We've got statements from Yoav Gallant. Yeah. Yoav Gallant was the fucking Israeli defense minister. Yeah. Yoav Gallant confirmed Israel activated the Hannibal Directive to kill its own citizens and soldiers on October the 7th, which it blamed Hamas for. Israel used attack helicopters, drones and tanks to fire on its own citizens that day. Yeah. They've made statements about it. It's been in the inquiries about it. Yeah. And they've said at least 600 people were killed in the Hannibal Directive. Yeah.
Who led the inquiries? Just out of curiosity.
Israel and the United Nations.
The United Nations?
Right. Then they claimed the babies being beheaded. They claim babies being beheaded. There's no evidence of any babies ever being beheaded. There's only evidence of 2 children dying on October the 7th.
Yeah, but it's a propaganda war, isn't it? From both sides. They might say stuff like that.
40 babies. They sold it to Biden and 40 babies. They sold it to fucking Rishi
there's
Sunak.
Propaganda coming from both sides to back up their calls. Israel's calls being their right to defend themselves, right? So they might say some stuff that can be proved not to be true. They're trying to win a propaganda war. But yeah.
Images and videos of burnt cars, blacked and charred bodies, and incinerated homes in southern Israel were plastered on every phone screen and television after the October 7th Hamas attacks. The images and videos were used by the Israeli government to justify the military's heavy-handed tactics in their ongoing
Hamas
war.
not done the exact same thing though, Smiler.
What?
You said the other day, have Hamas not done the exact same thing in terms of propaganda? Kids being fucking incinerated and stuff, and it's turned out not to be true.
You can see all the fact base. Are you on Telegram, are you?
I am, but I don't really use it.
Well,
there's no doubt there's propaganda coming from each
I'm
side to just.
I'm on Telegram. I'm on Telegram as the Cornish man.
Okay, man. What?
Right.
All one?
And then Cornish man.
The
Cornish
space
man. Yeah.
All right, mate. Yeah. Okay,
Right.
I'll look you up.
I will show you the most horrific videos you ever did see. Did that cup of tea kick you off, did it?
It did.
I tried to actually look for the fucking helicopters. 28 Apache helicopters used all ammunition and had to be reloaded.
Yeah.
Former Israeli defense minister talking to Channel 12 about the Hanel directive being employed on October 7th. Anyone who ever done a battle damage assessment knows that Apaches hit the car lot at the Nova Music Festival. But maybe now people will start to take it seriously.
But you're not denying the atrocities that happened on October the 7th, right?
No, I mean, you could say that definitely happened, but the only thing I would say in all of that is obviously there's both sides blaming each other for what happened. And the thing is, Urban, I mean, we could discuss all the different things that are going on between these two warring factions. At the end of the day, does it affect us? Of course it does.
You think the
Sorry.
No. I was just going to say, Smiler, that of course it has an effect on us, but I think really we should start focusing more issues closer to home.
In an ideal world, but when you've got an ally that is strategically placed in the Middle East and you do deals with for technology and they benefit your country with some of the shit they do when they provide you with intelligence that stops terrorist attacks in England, for a better want of a word, phrase, you do owe a bit of a debt, right?
Well, you say you owe a bit of a debt, but who placed?
Yeah, you will support the people who support you.
I understand what you're saying, Urban, but then let's bear in mind that wasn't it Britain that was the architect for placing Israel where it was anyway?
Yeah.
Giving them that land.
Yeah.
So who owes who? Who's in debt to who?
I said for a better want of the word. Should probably poorly worded.
No, not poorly worded. I mean, look at this, Urban, right?
Respond with each other.
Well, look at this point. So, do you not think that our royal family are not in bed with the Qataris, the Jordanians, the Saudis? Of course they are.
Oh yeah.
All right. So, if that's the case, that you sort of place it all onto Britain is indebted to an ally because they're known as an ally. Well, covertly, they're still pretty much in links with the Saudis, Qataris, and Jordanians.
Yeah, it's all
They're not
mixed up.
Israeli.
So the point of that is, if I get what you're saying, is your point is kind of like pointing towards the war machine kind of argument for why this is going on.
Well, not just that. If you want to look at that one, if you want to look at that sort of aspects of it, but I look at it this way, and it's only my humble opinion, but why do you think we don't go to war with Saudis or Qataris or Jordan or anyone else in that region? Really, we don't.
They're peaceful regions. They're
stabilised, didn't they? And the reason why they're stabilised is financially they're okay.
I think
they have a commodity. They have a commodity, right, which the world needs, which the world can't do without. So therefore, they're paid the respect given.
But I think they could pull away from their ties with us and still be self-sufficient and build stronger ties with other countries.
They already have. That's why you have BRICS.
Black gold, OPEC.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think their fucking resources must be like deplenishing now, though. Surely.
How is it gonna deplenish?
Well, why are they going towards like an entertainment-based industry?
They have done for some time because they need to branch out. Of course, that's right.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what's she called? Candace Owens. She got her fingers burnt the other day. Candace Owens was interviewing what's he called? Wiseman, whatever he's called. The one that got put in jail. The one that owned
Weinstein.
Yeah, Weinstein. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
so she's interviewing Weinstein, and she's dying for Weinstein to say that his film companies were owned by fucking Israel or
And
Jews.
He said it wasn't.
And he turned around and said, "No, it's Saudi Arabia owns what the fucking hell's the company called now? I spoke about the company the other day on here. Saudi owns that one, and Qatar owns the other one." And she went, "Oh fuck!" And then she ended the conversation.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Urban, about they all sit around the dinner table together. So we can prostate, we can argue, we can debate, we can fucking do whatever. They're going to determine whatever they're going to determine, regardless.
Yeah, we all believe in the agenda, and we can all see it with our own eyes. My point, I think, the fork in the road for all of us, for me, from you, and Smiler, is who's instigating it. And I just don't see it as the state of Israel doing that. I think there's more evidence through historical ideology and just that it's not coming from that country. I don't see what benefit they have from doing what's being said.
Well, one of the greatest weapons you'll have in any warfare is propaganda. It's up to us how we collect that information, how we dissect that information, digest that information. Propaganda.
In this instance, who's winning the propaganda war at the moment between these two warring nations?
Well, I would say to a degree, both of them are in some aspects. Probably leaning more towards, I would say, the Palestinians.
Yeah.
I would say 60-40.
So no, I would say if Israel controlled the world's media in the way people say, they're doing a very fucking bad job of it.
Well, they don't control the world's media. They control the West media. They control the West media. They don't control the East.
I don't say everyone, but I would say a majority.
50 billion Bibi Netanyahu put up the other day for the Hasbara because Israel's in the bad press and he needs propaganda. He needs people to speak out on behalf of Israel, and he put £50 billion there, yeah, for people to do a Hasbara and big Israel up because Israel's losing the war against everywhere.
Propaganda war for sure.
Everywhere is going. You're killing women and babies. Why are you killing women and babies?
Hamas is doing that.
Hey?
What's the, yeah.
Hamas is doing that.
How are Hamas doing it?
Because what they do, Spider, right, is I'm not saying every single time, but more often than not, Hamas are no different to any other world government when it comes to propaganda and sacrificing your own in regards of the bigger, the longer goal, the longer game.
Right, there's Yoav Gallant then. Right, he ain't Hamas, is he?
Wait a minute, Smiler, before you do that, I just want to add to that point. So we were talking about the Vietnam War earlier. Why did America pull out of the Vietnam War?
Because they couldn't win.
No, because of public opinion.
They couldn't win.
No, public opinion. Right. The whole of America was saying, bring our troops home. Yeah? We're talking about international opinion when it comes to this war. We're talking about international opinion. What makes international opinion shift onto your side better than the more people who die, the better it is for international opinion to say Israel are in the wrong? I don't see what can sway.
Yeah, Nick say I saw that they played it today. It's now had 83,625 views. I was going to play it the other night, but I got fucking hijacked, right? Because I had it on September the 30th, on Twitter, and like obviously they played it today. Now they've had 83,625 views on them playing it. I'm stuck over in this community. I don't get that. I don't get those views on it. But I'll play it again for you in a minute. But I'll just play Yoav Gallant. Yeah.
Right, look quickly. What's the actual toll now? What's it up to?
I haven't got a clue. I haven't looked.
50,000, 60,000?
No, more than that.
How many people died pre October the 7th? How many people died?
You had a sergeant on what's that fucking Zionist newspaper man called that's got his own fucking channel now called fucking, I don't know, everybody goes on there to argue with him. And
how many people died?
What's he called, Dave? The fucking he used to own his own newspapers and all that bollocks.
Murdoch or Maxwell?
Yeah. No. The one that's got a YouTube channel and fucking everything else, and he has all the guests on, and they all argue.
The Piers Morgan.
Piers Morgan, right? Okay. Piers Morgan. The other day, he had an IDF officer, right?
Coringas.
Right, there's a reservist, yeah, young lad. Right, and they had an IDF sergeant that's like fucking involved in fucking Unit 80, yeah. Right, the sergeant sits there and tells fucking Piers Morgan how many people have died, and he says, "Well, it's 2-1." So he's hang on a minute, do the fucking maths. You're saying 90,000 have died then? No, I'm not saying that. Well, yeah, you are saying that. If you do the maths. And there was a fucking massive argument, and in the end, Piers Morgan just fucked him off, turned his mic off.
90,000, that's a tragedy, yeah? But how many people died of natural causes, say, from 2020 to 2022? I think I read about 20,000.
Where?
In Palestine.
No, I don't know.
So you can knock that off natural causes.
But
How
you listen to Yoav Galant here, lot.
How much infrastructure?
And then I'll play you what was said in the Jewish synagogue on the 24th of September.
Okay, but let's just look at this logically, like numbers.
Let's look at October the 7th logically. A minute.
No. This is my point.
You're trying to debunk me. You're trying to debunk me on October the 7th. So we'll just listen to Yoav Galant, yeah.
And where you stand exactly? We're lying 2 couples, 2 men, 2 women, handcuffed. And inside this house were another 15 burned people, among them 8 babies. We concentrated them, and they killed them, and they burned them.
Did you see?
I evacuated them.
But why is the destruction then? I'm sorry. Why is the destruction?
This destruction
it looks like more
was
like a
because of our tanks attack.
Right on them.
Yeah, because they were blocked in these houses, and we need to conquer back the whole settlement, and it couldn't be happened without tanks.
So how many were here, and then how many survived? How many did you?
No one survived.
No one survived. They fired on them with their own fucking tanks.
It all depends about which way you're taking what he said, though, isn't it? What did he mean by settlements?
Fired onto cars driving towards Gaza, aware that some of them were carrying captives.
אני באוויר, באחת הגיחות נאמר כבר שיש...
This is a pilot. This is a pilot giving his his.
Okay. With the first one the first one you showed.
כל ההחלטה עכשיו היא עליך. נכון. אין לי מי לדבר. כן, אין לי מי לדבר.
Without guidance, some pilots said they joined local WhatsApp groups to help pick targets.
The idea that pilots have to get information from WhatsApp groups is truly remarkable. It's a sign of the initiative that people are looking for any way that they can get the information. This is an outrage. I mean, what kind of a way is that to fight a modern war?
At least 70 vehicles were hit by attack helicopters.
To me, it's inexcusable for.
You can go on and evidence.
Okay, the first thing you showed, what was his name?
Yoav Galant.
Yoav Galant. Like, that was a 10-second clip, which the language that was presented in that 10-second clip is very ambiguous. Could be very much misconstrued, what he's saying.
You misconstrued what the Israeli women said.
No, what he said could be misconstrued. The conquering back could be when
Yoav Galant has come out and said it over many interviews.
Yeah, but in that instance that you
presented, that's why Yoav Galant stood down.
I think that was from an outsider's point of view.
Stood down.
I think that's very ambiguous language that could be taken.
Yoav Galant has done it over many interviews.
Context,
he did an hour and a half. He done an hour and a half interview with Tucker Carlson. Go and look it up.
Yeah, okay. Well, then I would take that as concrete if he had that sentiment after an hour. I can't take a 10-second clip of ambiguous language that could be taken in many different fucking. Like, if you look at something in one way, then it can mean something. If you look at it from another point of view, it could be meant in a different way if there's not context surrounding what he said. That's why I can't accept it as what you're saying it is, respectfully. What's the time over there, Smiler?
About 6.
Are you good to keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got stamina. He's got stamina.
You was asking me about mountain time.
Mountain? I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah. The time zone, just quickly, the time zones out here, Smiler, is Eastern time, which is 5 hours behind you. Midwest time, where I am, is 6 hours behind you. And then West Coast time is 2 hours behind us, which is 8 hours.
Yeah.
And I believe Utah follows the West Coast time. I think there's 3 time zones.
They say Utah is MT time, and what Google says MT time was fucking mountain time.
How many hours does it say behind that? Behind the UK, that is.
Oh no, I wasn't looking at UK. I was looking at Israel and America.
Yeah,
because, it was the time. It was the time that it was 3:10 in the afternoon when Bibi and Trump both said about Charlie Kirk dying. So I was trying to work out the times on how the fucking hours were fucking bookmark gone. I was trying to work out the time. How come Netanyahu was up to announce that Charlie Kirk had died?
What about today's synagogue attack? Is that the Jews?
No.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
No, absolutely not 100%. No.
Smiler?
Is it a psyop?
Oh, yeah.
Why? They put raggy clothes on hundreds of times before to kill their own. They blew up their own fucking embassy in London so that they could get armed guards in front of their embassy.
They've got private security everywhere though now, haven't they, Smiler? They've done for a long time.
Yeah, the Shomron.
It's supposed to be a joke, Smiler.
Oh, look at any of it. We had the fucking psyop of Lee Rigby. We had the psyop of, we had Matey who was wielding a samurai sword and attacked a second lieutenant that was on the way home to his girlfriend.
How much of a psyop was Lee Rigby though, Smiler?
How much was it?
Yeah, do you really believe that?
Well, Lee Rigby's killer were brought back to England by the MI6, and MI5 were in charge of the two people in London or in the UK at the time. Yeah, so they were constantly in contact with Lee Rigby's killers. Yeah, on a daily basis. MI5 were.
Smiler, what about...
I can show you the documented evidence and the fucking papers released, and Lee Rigby's family still demanding why MI6 and MI5 were involved in the murder of Lee Rigby.
Unfortunately, it's called sacrificial lamb in the bigger game.
Exactly.
I'm not going to speak nonchalantly about that.
No. Say what you feel, Urban.
No, I don't believe that. What about this for a...
How can you not believe it? I can bring you up the evidence if you want.
I'm not saying I believe it or disbelieve it. I just don't know. I just believe that it shouldn't have happened.
What about this?
What about the lieutenant that was on the way home from the base, or on the way to either on the way out? No, he was on the way home. You had the two gay guys in the doorway talking about it, but they never challenged Matey with a sword, obviously. But what's happened to Mr. Samurai Man? Nothing. Have we heard anything about Mr. Samurai Man? No, we haven't heard nothing because it all got buried. What happened to the kids in Ireland? Yeah, where they were filming. The people were filming out the back of the bus, and I said that's a psyop. those people, they're in short sleeve order. They wouldn't be in shirt sleeve order at this time. Mr. Deegan even put up a fucking video calling it out. Right? There was no blood. There was no nothing. You had people looking out the fucking window. You had people filming. Then the fucking fire brigade got off the fucking person that was supposed to be stabby, that the fucking Uber driver was supposed to have taken out. Right? And he stayed lying there. He didn't get up and run away or nothing. He wasn't even handcuffed because the fucking police hadn't arrived. Complete psyop. Even Deegan put a video up about it at the time.
I think sometimes things are what they are, though, you know.
How come you got a synagogue, right? How come all of a sudden you got the SAS being flown in, right? But we get kids murdered, but we don't get the SAS flown in for the kids, did we? It's a fucking big political statement. I said weeks ago there's going to be a psyop. I wrongly stated it was going to be in Birmingham, right? I forgot all about Manchester because Manchester's fucking prone for psyops, isn't it?
Yep. I can give you a reason for why that might have happened.
Go on.
Because this situation was on the cards.
I'll tell you exactly why it's happened and exactly why things are happening around the world.
They are ready for this situation because it's a situation that's been inevitably going to happen, whereas the other ones are out of the blue, kind of.
No, there's no out of the blue. There's no out of the blue. Listen, Urban. Listen. Right? I said weeks ago there's going to be a psyop, right? As soon as he said, I recognise Palestine as a state, kaboom, you've got a fucking enemy of Israel. Kaboom, you can have a fucking attack in this country. Kaboom, every other country that said that they recognise Palestine have had different attacks. You had one that had their fucking boat, their oil ship or their gas ship blown up by a fucking drone. You've had a bloke get thrown out of a fucking window. The African bloke, he got thrown out of a 22nd floor, yeah, because he recognised Palestine as a state. He was on the committee for fucking recognising and for putting out arrest warrants from Netanyahu and Smotrich and the rest of them. He all of a sudden happens to leap out of a 22-story window.
I still go back to correlation doesn't always equal causation.
Yeah, but Smiler, the reason why that happened, sorry, Urban, the reason why that happened because he was listening to R. Kelly at the time. I can't believe I could fly. Sorry. Well done. Sorry, Urban. Sorry, mate. Go on.
The SAS point, though, I think this has been on the cards, right? There's going to be there. It's kind of predictable, right? That there's going to be an attack on a synagogue sooner or later. Surely
there's Al Baghdadi there, Mossad agent. Daesh.
So they probably had a plan for when this actually happens, which included the SAS coming in and trying to help the situation.
There's another ISIS man there, look.
I don't know. Logic seems to go out the window sometimes. We need to add 3 and 10 and 5 together to come and minus fucking 7 to come to 2, rather than just looking at. There's been a massive spike in anti-Semitism. I don't like using that word, and with what's going on in the world, that it was predictable, right? It was predictable that there was going to be some kind of attack on a synagogue.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. We don't need to
social media influencers being paid $7,000 per post to glorify Israel and drown out dissent. And they've got all the paperwork.
That happened. There's a propaganda war going on from both sides, which there always is between any. If America went to war with Afghanistan like they did, there was also propaganda from America that was. What you got to do is debunk the fucking propaganda coming from both sides, and then look at logic, and then come to your conclusion, rather than believing one side over the other.
What was the Anti-Defamation League formed for?
I don't know, man.
The Anti-Defamation League was established in 1913 to protect the Jewish child murdering paedophile Leo Frank. Now there you got Trump there saying that he wants to fucking employ Bolas or whatever his name was, who was head of Pfizer during the fucking inception of the jibby jabby. He's giving fucking side glances. He's like, what the fuck are you going on about? What are you going on about? He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't agree with this. What the fuck? Where's my bloody poxy little video? I played it earlier on.
Smiler, that was a 31 second clip of something.
It was Trump saying that he's employing Pfizer to fucking do the mRNA.
Do you know that from what you watch, Smiler, the algorithm feeds you stuff you want to hear? I'm on the same algorithm as you are, because I listen more to an opposing view to me.
This isn't my algorithm. This is stuff that I bookmarked. This is stuff that I bookmarked.
I go to your homepage.
Yeah, I will in a minute when I find the
What do you have
video
on there?
I'm looking for.
Do you have much from the other side?
Yeah, I have lefty stuff and righty stuff.
See, most of the stuff they feed me on X is from the opposite.
Is that we have
my opinions.
Right, this is your America.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you say that?
Yeah, that was now, wasn't it?
No, that was Coyotes.
All right. What you'll listen to is a Rosh Hashanah service at the Central Synagogue in New York City on September the 24th, 2025. Listen to every word without interrupting. Now, Revolutionary Change, who put it out this afternoon, they've now had 85,576 views just on this video. Right, so you listen to it. This is probably the fourth time I played it tonight.
The greatest lie humanity tells itself is that we have outgrown human sacrifice. We call it by different names now and make our offering to different gods. We offer young men we call soldiers, as if the designation means that their mothers cry less when they die. We call masses of humanity collateral damage and turn our eyes away from the pictures of their lifeless bodies as we sip our morning coffee. And the truth is, we don't do it because we are heartless. We do it because we believe that it is necessary for the world to keep running. We do it because we believe that the gods whose favor we so desperately seek, freedom, security, prosperity, flourishing, that they demand blood as the price of their favor. We do it because we cannot see any other choice. And maybe that's why we read the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, on Rosh Hashanah. Because the story of the Akedah isn't about inconceivable obedience. When Abraham prepares to sacrifice Isaac, he is just accepting the same bargain of blood we still accept today, that some need to die for the world to flourish.
Okay.
There's the Jewish blood libel.
It's one woman and a crowd, one church. How many people in that church?
In the synagogue?
Yeah, in that synagogue. How many?
Oh, it's full up. It's
What-
full to the
yeah, but
brim.
how many? In one synagogue, biggest synagogue in the world. You can't take one. In honest debate, you can't take one example of one synagogue and say that represents the whole of the 0.2% of the world's population that follow
You got to try and twist every little thing to suit your
I'm
narrative, haven't you?
argumentative. I am
You
argumentative.
twist every single thing to twist
But
your
that's
own
not-
narrative.
it's
You
not
don't
concrete.
even believe what comes out of their own mouth. We know that they're into fucking sacrifice. We know that we're into blood libel. Yeah, that's what they lust. That's what they lust for. That's what they lust for.
He's talking
That's what they lust
outrageous
for.
shit.
Who's talking outrageous shit?
Huh.
But that's what they lust for.
Is it?
Yeah.
Like generally?
Yes.
Generally.
Go all throughout history.
A majority of Jews, not Israelis, like people who follow Judaism, believe in the same shit as that. Let's not go into Israelis who don't even follow Judaism. It's not concrete evidence, Smiler. That's my point. You can't hold that up as some kind of fucking evidence. As some crazy fucking old bint. Fucking nutter. But fair play. You've been on the ball tonight. Fucking hell, man. Like, we shouldn't be talking about it after what happened. There's people fucking died today. On both sides. Anything else to talk about, Smiler? Hello?
Go on.
Anything else to talk about other than fucking some nutty woman? Do you believe this is something, okay? Do you believe the Jews killed fucking Charlie Kirk? Or
they had a hand in it?
Or do you believe there could have been something else other than just some lefty nut job who killed him? Did you see the letter that Candace Owens was going on about get revealed? What was actually said in that fucking letter?
Nobody's revealed the whole letter yet.
No, the whole letter is out there. It's been revealed. And it definitely ain't what fucking Candace Owens said.
The whole letter isn't out there.
But, okay, so what was out there definitely fucking suggests the opposite of what Candace Owens was saying, right?
Candace Owens put the text messages up to back up what she claimed about the letter because Netanyahu read from the letter and then Candace put out the text messages from Charlie.
No, the actual email or the letter that was sent to Bibi that she was claiming she was holding on to and wouldn't release. Well,
no, she hasn't got the letter. No, she said to Bibi, release the whole letter. Release the whole letter.
No. Yeah, but the part that has been released completely fucking is the opposite of what she was saying. I don't think Candace Owens is doing your narrative any favor. Not narrative, but what you believe is doing it any favor, man. She just looks like a nut job. And she's getting debunked at every fucking Or was that the plan? Did they do that to make people start questioning the narrative?
That kiddie is not the murderer.
Did the Jews install her to make everyone think this is a batshit crazy lady and turn them away from believing what's true? I bet that theory's out there.
On the 33rd hour.
Gematryism. Have you ever seen any of them American gematryism guys?
Yeah, they're just bizarre.
They got some level of autism high. Well, I don't believe what they say, but fucking hell, the way they remember shit and go through the numbers and stuff is pretty fucking impressive, even if it isn't true. There's a guy called Josh. I've forgotten his actual name. Josh something. Do you know him?
Don't know. There's so many of them.
Some of them are grifting hard, man. They get a lot of money through people believing their predictions. All right, anyway, Smiler, are you good?
Yeah. Not once have you challenged us with factual evidence. You only give us your bullshit opinion, which you ain't worth the paper it's written on.
I can offer you what.
Read my last comment. When she says we, does she mean the Abrahamic faith because she uses God's plural and not God's singular? Urban Roots and Smiler.
Say that again.
When she says we, does she mean the Abrahamic faith because she uses God's plural and not God's singular?
She talking about in the Quran? Because there are arguments in the Quran about God's being used plural when they say it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sorry, Skyworks. I'm not sure. No, respectfully. Do you know, Smiler?
No, I haven't got a clue. I haven't got a clue what it means because it says it's not a she, so it's an it now.
What is shit?
The Skyworks is an it because it says it's not a she.
Charlie Kirk and George Floyd fucking had the same birthday. God. Charlie Kirk and George Floyd had the same birthday.
Did they?
That's what Oneness is saying. I'm not sure what that alludes to, though. Maybe they just had the same fucking birthday. Some things are just what they are. Do you think the globalist fucking regime, Smiler, could be aside from Israel and fucking the Muslims, and they're just using this as a psyop to fucking diminish the West, just to cause division to the West? Could it be something? Could it be an elite force that's aside from both of these, and they're just cashing in on a bad situation? Never let a bad situation go to waste. Could the EU?
Right, Charlie Kirk was scared. Netanyahu offered him £150 million to change his tact on Israel. He turned it down. He was talking badly about Israel. They needed to shut him up.
Smiler, I watched one of his last debates and he was heavily fucking defending Israel's right to defend.
Oh my God.
following him. I've literally listened to near enough every one of his debates. A lot of people haven't, and I can honestly say I am someone who's been following. I watch. I listen to his. I used to listen to his debates to go to sleep. Like honestly, like he was the biggest offender of Israel, and they're right. He was the biggest He was the biggest believer that Israel were fighting a just war. Honestly, there's a lot more other people going against Israel that weren't going against Israel that they could have assassinated. Just doesn't add up. I'm not saying there weren't dodgy shit surrounding it. It's not questionable, but to suggest that somehow Israel played a part in offing Charlie Kirk is just fucking ridiculous, man. Honestly.
In what respect is it? Why do you see it that way, Urban?
Because all of his debates, like a lot, especially lately, a lot of his debates were against pro-Palestinian students, and he would unanimously fucking defend Israel's right to defend itself.
Okay, so let's look at this one then. So, for example, if the end game, right, let's just say, hypothetically, that Israel wants all that land and to rid Palestine of all Palestinians, well, if someone's making, anti-Palestinian comments or statements or whatever Charlie Kirk done, I don't know, because I don't follow the guy, I never did when he was alive. Do you believe that could put a spanner in the works? So therefore, take the spanner out of the equation. They can carry on with aiming towards the end game.
No, I think there's a lot of other people who have changed from the one side to the other that pose much more of a propaganda problem for Israel than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was 100% behind fucking thing. Smiley's going to play us a 20-second video clip of something he says that if he played the whole clip of this, the whole fucking episode, or whatever you want to call it, would change the context of what he's about to say when Smiler plays it.
Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like time for you guys to wake up and say no more. Draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
Yeah,
how can you manipulate those words?
About 200 clips of him debating pro-Palestinians that suggest the opposite. Show me, get the whole fucking YouTube vid on his channel of him saying that to me, and then I will believe that narrative.
Urban just got another order in. 20 bagels, please.
2 dozen roll mops.
Sorry, poor joke.
Did Nick Fuentes get the fucking call, Smiler? Did he get the call? Because even he's saying it's fucking preposterous. The #1 Jew hater in the world is saying it's fucking preposterous. Not saying that proves anything, but like I've listened to Charlie Kirk since fucking he started Turning Point, and that is not his belief what you just showed. Like, I'm not gonna go through fucking. Maybe next time I'll come back on and show you a lot of fucking videos of Charlie Kirk saying the complete opposite. But for now, I'm not gonna do that. Apologies. I'm not gonna.
Charlie Kirk completely switched his stance.
He did not. I watched a fucking
Charlie
debate
Kirk,
about weeks ago.
Charlie Kirk was offered 150 million to start speaking out.
Yeah, but that doesn't make him a fucking against Israel, does it? That just makes him a fucking uncompromised kind of dude.
Yeah.
You know, he could take.
He had 40 donors. He had 40 donors, which were all Israeli donors, and he had the last donor. Yeah.
If he took the money, what would you have said about him?
What?
If he had have taken that money, what would you have said about him?
If he'd taken the money?
Yeah. What would you have said about
it?
Him?
Would have been obvious. He would have completely changed stance on what he was saying and how he was calling them out.
Exactly. This was a dude, though, that was uncompromised. He didn't want to be compromised. He wanted to be seen. His message was he's like a hardline Christian who didn't want anything to jeopardize his fucking stance on things. He was a good guy, dude. He was a really good guy. He's the type of guy who wouldn't take money from anyone. It doesn't prove that he was pissing off Israel by doing that. It's just saying, no, I want to be neutral and have my own opinions on something, so I can't be judged from taking money. That was Charlie Kirk. All the other fuckers who took money, then yeah, fair play, whatever they did. But Charlie was, from following him, was an exceptional person.
I've got a question for you, Urban.
Yeah, go on, mate.
So what do you think goes better with a bagel? Salt beef or cream cheese and salmon?
Cream cheese and salmon. They call it a schmear, though. It's called schmear.
Schmear. Okay.
Yeah, it's called schmear. I don't even like bagels, man. They're hard. They go in your stomach and feel like a brick.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are Jewish.
I'm really not, Smiler.
I'm sure you wear a small hat. I'm positive.
A small hat.
I've worn one. I have worn one before.
Hang on. If you've worn a kippah, right? If you've worn a kippah, there's only certain reasons why you're allowed to wear a kippah.
No. It's mandatory to go into the. Fucking forgot what part of the Wailing Wall.
No, that's what I just said. There's certain reasons.
I've been there. Like, it's what you. Same way as when I went to Bangkok to get into the Royal Palace, I had to wear a pair of fucking fisherman's pants.
Well, Smiler wears them on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, they give you a pair of fisherman's pants to go into the Royal Palace, because if you're wearing shorts, they don't allow it. You know, it's the same.
No, you're not allowed to wear shorts in any Royal Palace.
Yeah, it's the same thing, man. To go into the
Royal Palace.
And they give you a kippah, a disposable kippah, and you have to wear it. Nothing more, nothing less than that. That's when I wore a kippah.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I'm Jewish.
No, I'm not inferring that you are, or no.
That's the requirement.
Yeah. So that in itself, right, is like you're observing customs, so you're being respectful.
Yeah, exactly.
So why can't others from around the world be respectful towards our customs?
Well, I think we know the answer to that, right?
Bloody hell! I've stumped Urban Smiler.
No, I just don't know how. I don't know how to say it with being
politically correct.
Yeah, we're you know, you're not allowed to be proud to be British nowadays.
Well, no, but it's not it's not even about that. It's about if I go to a country, I have to observe their customs there.
The country's been sold out, Dave.
Right, there we go.
People, if you want it, like you're not allowed to be
I
proud.
do, in a nutshell, yeah. Give it to me. Just give it to me, Urban.
But you should be proud. Every country should be proud to be where they're from. Saudi Arabia, proud,
yeah.
You know.
Of course. Do you think you could go there and do what you want?
Yeah. If you go to Saudi Arabia, you abide by their fucking customs, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If people come to England, they should abide by our customs. I lived in China for 10 years. I fucking abided by their customs.
You well traveled, didn't you?
I wasn't allowed to fucking protest there, so I didn't protest. Not that I would
Do you
protest.
speak Mandarin or Cantonese?
Mandarin.
Okay.
普通
谢
话。
谢，谢谢。
谢谢。我中文说的不错了，我中文很好。但是我老婆她跟你说我中文马马虎虎 which means if you ask, in my opinion, my Mandarin is pretty decent, but if you ask my wife, she would say my fucking Chinese was shit.
Well, I'd say it was pretty much spot on. You asked for an egg fried rice and a chicken chow mein. Got it.
Chow fan. That's fried rice. Chow fan.
Yeah, understood that.
Chow mein is fried noodles. Chow mein. Chow means fried. Mien means noodles.
Right.
Yeah.
What about boiled?
Boiled would be. They wouldn't have a word for that. They'd call it soup.
I think that's the language that everyone should be learning.
Mandarin? Yeah.
Chinese. Well, Cantonese, Mandarin.
Yeah, it's a difficult language because they got tones, you know. It's but it's not impossible. It's not impossible. A year you could be in any language. You can be sufficient to have a decent conversation. I would say I'd recommend for anyone at any age of their life to go out and listen to some podcasts and try to learn a little bit of another language. Then you'll understand how language works a little bit, you know. It's so different. It's so fucking different. Like there's no correlation between most languages. You can't apply one rule of most languages to the rule of another language if they don't come from the same root.
What do you think? What do you think of Thomas Massey, Alban?
Who's Thomas Massey?
Republican in Congress.
Thomas Massey. I don't know.
No, Ferguson, Massey.
Is there any other Republican who has your views on this?
Well, I have Republicans who come to me on the floor and say, I wish I could vote with you today. Yours is the right vote, but I would just take too much flack back home. And I have Republicans who come to me and say, that's wrong what AIPAC is doing to you. Let me talk to my AIPAC person. By the way, everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side, but that's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them. and they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them. So I've had
that's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, "I'll talk to my AIPAC person." And it's literally what we call them, my AIPAC guy. I'll talk to my AIPAC guy and see if I can get him to, dial those ads back.
Why have I never heard this before?
It doesn't benefit anybody. Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country? It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
Have you seen any other country do anything like this? Like
No.
Russia obviously determines the outcome of our elections. We keep hearing that. Does anyone have a Putin guy that they talk to?
Not only do they not have a Putin guy, look, they don't have a Britain guy. They don't have an Australian guy. They don't have a Germany dude. Like, it's the only country that does this, that has somebody that uniformly. I guarantee there's some spreadsheet at AIPAC where the AIPAC dude who's matched up with the congressman is there, and then all the congressman's votes on the issue. Oh, has the congressman been to Israel? They pay for trips for congressmen and their spouses to go to Israel. I'm not the only Republican who hasn't taken the AIPAC trip to Israel, but I'm probably one of a dozen that hasn't taken that trip, and the other ones just haven't got around to it.
What's the trip like? Do you know?
It's kind of like, I think, vacation-y. You go see the wall, you go see the sites, things like that.
It's such a great, I must say, it's such a great country. Jerusalem, especially, is just such a wonderful place that's got to have a big effect.
You go swim in the Dead Sea.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah.
Not on an AIPAC trip, but
right.
I would recommend it to anyone.
Are you sure it wasn't an AIPAC trip?
It was. I paid for it myself. No, I mean, it's just funny. I mean, I am a legit lover of Israel, of the place Israel. Right. I like the people, and I love the food, and the whole thing is so great.
Look,
but that's distinct from the government of Israel, which is just a foreign government.
My sense is the people are very entrepreneurial.
Totally.
They're publicly minded. They care about their country. That they're generally good people, right?
That's certainly been my experience in trips there, for sure. It's great. It's just I think it's probably one of my favorite, maybe my all-time favorite place to go with my family. But that's just a completely different thing from taking orders from its government.
Pause. It's pretty normal, though, isn't it? Right? For what's not normal about the Israel AIPAC isn't the only lobby group in fucking America, right? There is a theory that they're bought and paid for by the Qataris, as well. Which one do you believe? It's the one you choose to believe because it suits your narrative. Still haven't sold it to me, Smiler.
You're a lost cause, Urban.
No, until I've got concrete evidence, rather than fucking Tucker Carlson.
Oh, Tucker Carlson's old man was CIA.
I think he supported the fucking Iraq war, didn't he?
Hey?
I think he supported the Iraq fucking war, and he always bangs on about that. So I think he's to make up for his views on the fucking Iraq war, he's kind of done a mental gymnast on himself, and now he's going the other way to make good on his this shit about the fucking Iraq war.
11,194,792 from APAC, Mr. Biden.
Million.
Hillary Clinton, 4,157,233. Trump, well, that's 1 billion, isn't it?
Nice, yeah.
1 million, yeah, 1 million.
1 million. He wipes his ass on that.
Dan Crenshaw, well, no, because he don't get his money from. He don't get his money. He don't get his money from APAC. He gets his money from the little grey-haired woman. What the hell's a bloody woman called, and her husband? They gave him millions and millions and millions. And he gave them Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
He literally shits fucking 10 million every day.
Oh, Ted Cruz. Oh, he couldn't help himself earlier. Ted Cruz couldn't. Even John Fetterman, look.
Okay, right, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not going to do it now, but I'm pretty sure the amount of money that has gone through certain institutes like the universities out here from Qatar will fucking make that look like beans. But I'm going to jump off in a minute, Smiler, unless you want to talk about something different. Kind of reached my limit with the fucking Jews. Sneaky bastards, aren't they? Sneaky bastards, fucking ruling the world from their one country.
And what's the Speaker of the House called? Speaker of the House is embroiled in something a bit weird at the moment.
Who the old one?
The
old one was involved with all kinds of dodgy shit. I think the little man. The old one who retired. I know he was fucking.
No, the new Speaker of the House, the Speaker of the House under Trump. I can't remember what he's called.
Oh right, I thought you were talking about Parliament in the UK.
No. Speaker of the House. He's involved in something a bit shady now, either kids or something.
You have to give me something. I'm not sure, man. All right, then, Smile. I'm going to jump off, mate. Thanks for having us up. It was a good panel, man. Like, it's a good bit of debate going on there a couple of hours ago, right? when that American dude jumped on, I think it was decent, yeah.
It's not anti-Hammers anyway. Good morning, Hammers. It's not anti. It's facts. It's actual facts. even down to DNA studies, etc., etc. We've done the whole facts.
Yeah. All right, then, mate. Smile. I'm going to get off, bro. Thanks.
Right, mate. Cheers for coming up.
Yeah, interesting panel.
Yeah, I won't be live tomorrow night. Tomorrow night there's a live going out over on Michelle C's. Michelle C. I think Dave's involved in the live. I think Vega's involved in the live.
Oh, listen in. What's it called? You got a link?
Michelle C. Oh, wow.
Let me have a quick look.
Hang on 2 seconds.
I can type it in. I can type it on my Michelle, Michagl C.
Yeah.
It's going to give me a load of fucking stuff that's probably not the channel.
So I'll get the posts. No, there's nothing there. No, there's nothing there. Oh yeah, there it is. It's upcoming.
Where are you doing it? In the live stream chat or the YouTube?
It's called The Life of YM.
Like by
That's it there.
Urban Roots there, but
That's it there on the screen.
Whereabouts? I'm seeing it.
Oh, I've shared in the chat the link to it.
Which chat? The YouTube chat?
Yeah, main chat.
1 second. Okay. YouTube.be/F. That one?
Yeah, that's the live stream, and this is her channel.
Mate, I live. I'm surprised I can even fucking talk to you here outside. I live in the fucking sticks, man. We got terrible internet out here. When I lived in China 15 years ago, we used to have like fucking, 7 years ago, but like even 10 years ago, like when I was in Beijing, we had like real fire internet. Out here, just ain't got nothing. Shit.
Yeah, I'm like 37 to 42 megabytes. That's it. That's all I can get here. Bearing in mind, all the fiber optic cables go right past us.
Yeah.
They come in at my at the coast, and they go right up past me, and they service the rest of the country, bar Cornwall.
Fucking 10 years ago in China, I used to get I think my plan was like 100 fucking gigabytes. I used to download movies in about 30 seconds.
Just having a slash.
Oh, no. The Life of Wyan.
Basically, he was a member of the community. He's made some very dodgy confessions that need more answering. Confessions of grape and confessions of being graped. So he's graped somebody. and somebody's raped him.
Okay, it's negativity. I don't mind a bit of negativity, a bit of drama.
So I don't know whether
this stream tomorrow is going to be a bit of drama, yeah.
Yeah, it's playing the telephone conversations, I think.
I'm down for listening, and I'll probably be in the side chat. What time will he be going live?
I think it's going live 9 o'clock, isn't it?
All right, man. I'll be
9 o'clock, so it'd be 3 o'clock you. 3 o'clock in the afternoon your time, isn't it?
Nixie, what she's talking about? Smiler, be careful of me. I'm fucking harmless, man. I'm a mod. I'm a mod in a couple of channels, and I don't even understand what being a mod means. Don't even know what power I fucking wield as a mod. That's how fucking untuned into the politics of this side. Well, these corners of YouTube. All right, Smiler.
Keep them entertained while I make this coffee a minute.
Okay. This is the first time I've ever had to keep anyone entertained. I think they're going at each other.
You get practice for doing your own lives.
Yeah, no, I'm going to start going live soon, but I'm going to do what 2 Up 2 Down does. I'm going to go out with my fucking phone and start filming some action. Going off in the chat.
What's it going off in the chat about?
I don't know, Skywork. Got a bit of fucking beef with Nixie.
That's all your paranoia taking hold, Nixie. What paranoia? Yeah, he's going to where the real action is.
Yeah, man, the real shit. The Antifa versus fucking the National Guard. Big content porn over here for fucking 2 Up 2 Down, because they really get into
it.
They get really stuck into their political fucking grievances.
Yeah, Amos, I don't know what happened earlier on, mate. Got no notification for your live whatsoever. I'm sat there tuned into fucking Bob. Not Bob, sorry, AY, who's sat there with young Bob. And young Bob is like on, is that you, Dave?
Yeah, mate. Fucking neighbours' internet went down.
Oh shit! I thought you was fucking lying next to Nixie getting a fucking jab.
Well, fuck it, I've already had that. But can I just say, Smiler, right? I was ghosting Hammers, and he was doing the live, and it just suddenly shut off.
Yeah,
and I don't know if it was the phone call one.
Yeah, so did AY Audits, because that you, Hammers?
Me, yeah.
I was just saying, I didn't get a notification for your live, but I was watching AY. I was watching AY Audits, and AY Audits was on fucking round 1, round 2, and round 3 with little Bob. Yeah.
Well, when he was talking to the copper.
Yeah, little Bob was interviewing all the coppers, or fucking trying to get them to arrest him. Yeah, and stating the same statement that he made that he got arrested under.
Yeah.
And then the next minute, it went off, and then it came back on again, and you were stood next to fucking AY, and it was like, hang on a minute, how's fucking Hammers standing there fucking filming, but he's got no live stream up? you had no live stream advertised at all under notifications, right? And I thought, is he just filming then, and he's going to upload it later, right? And about 10, and then I came off AY because he'd obviously gone off, and he'd come away from young Bob because I was interested in what young Bob was saying.
Yeah.
So he'd come away from young Bob, and obviously you were standing next to him then.
It might have been that I've used up my notifications. Could it read that?
No. So then I clicked back on again. It was like, oh, that's fucking hammers.
I ended up deleting that live by accident.
That phone call was a bit dodged though, Hammers, I thought.
What one?
The one where you're talking to the woman on the phone.
What woman?
What?
What one?
Fucking hell, how many women you got?
No, you're talking about the phoning. I do the phoning.
Not as many as you, Dave.
Nah, come on, Smile. Listen, I can't say that, Smile. I'm laying next to Nixie. She's the only one for me now. No, but yeah, I thought it was a bit dodge, Hammers. I thought, oh, there's a bit too much sensitive sort of bit being spoken about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Right, so you had a phone in or whatever it was, right?
Yeah, what one though? What did she say?
I can't remember what she was saying now, but you was talking to some woman who's quite elderly.
Oh, you took the Scottish woman?
She's Scottish, I don't know, see her accents.
Yeah, the first call.
That was it? I don't know, I just zoomed into yours. I didn't get no notification, I've hit the fucking bell. What's going on?
Don't know, mate. Ain't got a clue. Who knows?
Yeah, so Urban, if you could subscribe, share, and like, and hit the notification bell for 2 Up, 2 Down, please.
I think I already have, mate.
All right, could you do it again? Thanks.
I'm on your chat every now and again, and I 2 Up, 2 Hammers.
Whereabouts are you then, Urban?
I'm in Chicago. Well, I'm about an hour
No, he's
outside.
in Forest Gate.
I'm from London. I'm from southeast London, though.
Oh yeah, whereabouts?
I was born in Lewisham Hospital, but like I went Deptford Green School. From New Cross. Do you know the area?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm from. I lived in Telegraph Hill. You know Telegraph Hill?
No.
Well, my nan was. Where's he gone? My nan's from. She lived on like Woodpecker Estate, and that's where I grew up. About 5 years.
So you're in Chicago, and you just ended up there?
Yeah. Just work. Lived in China for a while, and now I'm here. I was in Texas for a couple of years. Now I'm out here.
Yeah. Nice one.
And ours.
So it's going right off over there, isn't it?
It fucking is, man. You wait until he sends the National Guard into Chicago.
Oh,
man.
yeah, they won't fuck about with him, yeah.
Then you're gonna see, because the left in Chicago are a completely different animal, man.
Oh, of course they are. Yeah,
gangs out.
That's when Amos is going to ask for a room to rent off you, Urban, or stick him in the shed, and he's going to be an international Pinnack reporter.
Well, I'm gonna go down there, right? And I've been looking on like Temu and fucking thing, and the things I've been looking at, and this ain't a lie. I think you need like standard as a citizen journalist. I think standard you need like a bulletproof vest, and you need a fucking helmet, and you need a decent mark.
Yeah, if you're over there and you get him right in with it, then yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you need a big sign that says like neutral fucking observer. And that's what I'm going to have to order. I'm just.
You need a tactical helmet.
How much is the vest over there?
What's that?
How much is the vest over there?
I don't know. I might go to an actual gun shop and fucking buy a decent one.
Again, bulletproof or bulletproof or stab proof.
Bulletproof.
Well, it depends what level. It depends what level plates you want.
You have to give me some advice. Because from the video I watched the other day, they are. The fucking authorities are going to start fucking getting a bit naughty, I think.
Depends what weight you want to carry around with you.
But the trouble is, they ain't gonna aim chest; they're gonna aim legs.
Yeah.
Israel aim legs, and so will.
Nah, that video I watched the other day in Portland when that dude. There's a dude. Who's the guy who goes to England? The American dude, the Olivier.
Oh yeah, you shared me a video, didn't you?
There's another one. There's another guy like Olivia, whatever his name is, Tyler Olivia, who does all the shit out here. He's on the same level, and he was about 2 days ago. He was at fucking the Portland, fucking riots. He was just interviewing, and he was getting buoyed off by some Antifa, and all of a sudden, just a fucking laser went on this fucking Antifa's chest. I can show you the video of it, man. And then in the background, you can just see this green light up on top of the building. So they're obviously fucking marking people out just in case they do something stupid.
Yeah, of course they are.
Oh, I thought you already put the video in the back chat, but it ain't.
No. Just have to find it. Portland snipers. Let me have a look. I'll do this before. But I'm on night duty feeding my fucking daughter, so she's going to be waking up around 2 o'clock. So DHS sniper targets Antifa. Lefty finds out. There's a Tim Paul one. Look at that. Do you want me to put the link in?
Antifa member in Portland tried to chase me out of the rally, threatened to smoke me. DHS snipers on the roof hit him with a nice little FAFO. Snipers put lasers on his chest. I got it.
How long is it though? Can you play it without it being too long?
Only 1 minute.
Okay.
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, I didn't do anything.
Get the fuck out
You
of
get
here.
out of here. Don't try to hit me.
Get out of here.
Well, I have
Get
no.
out of here. Don't come back.
Get away
I
from
see
me.
you again.
Get away from me, sir.
Get the
Where are you? You're pushing me onto the road.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me move. Let me get out. If you're gonna let me get out. Hey, sir, stop it.
Walk.
Stop.
Walk, motherfucker.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything.
You did.
What did I do?
Walk.
I haven't done anything.
Walk. Do not come back.
Watch out.
Funny.
Hope you, dude.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm
Why?
gonna smash that fucking camera.
Stop it. Stop. Sir, stop it.
Stop sticking your camera in people's fucking face.
I have the right to be here.
Okay, did I say?
I have the right to be here.
Stop.
I have the right to film. You have DHS watching you right there.
Stop.
Lasered on you.
I
You have a
didn't do
sniper
nothing.
lasered on you right
I
now.
don't give a fuck.
Stop it.
Stop
You-
sticking your camera in people's face.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
You have a sniper on you right now. You have a sniper on you right now.
They just got a laser pointer.
That's fake.
That's just a laser pointer, yeah.
Do you think that's fake?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been red, wouldn't it, if it was a sniper?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I do think like Trump is going to war with the left, though.
Oh, he won't fuck about, will
I don't
he?
think he's having it anymore. I don't think he's putting up with it.
No, he's not going to have that. They cause fucking murders out there, don't they?
A fucking rabid, mate. Absolutely rabid. All right, man, I've got to get off Smile. I've got to fucking go feed my daughter before she wakes up.
Feed her before she wakes up. That's fucking clever.
I mean, I've got to be ready for if she wakes up. I'm
Got to get the bottle ready.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, mate. Yeah, thanks for having
All
us
right,
up.
mate. You take it easy. Well,
You too.
yeah.
Yeah, stay safe, everyone.
All right.
Mate.
And then
All right, Jay. Morning.
All right. Peace.
Yeah, you too. Fucking hell, he's talking about getting bulletproof vests and all that and selling us to stay safe. Okay, now. They're fucking mental over there, though, them.
Yeah.
But they're just like gamer, and they do a lot of naughty stuff, you know what I mean? But it's good that Trump's stepping up on them.
Yeah.
We've been up all night.
Yeah. 9 hours.
Fucking hell. Everyone dropped down. Last man standing.
Yep.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. No. Yeah, no, it's been quite a good evening.
Yeah.
Mm. It covered lots of stuff, really.
Uh-huh. Who's been up?
Vega, Dave, obviously, Michael, Max from Canada, and Urban, and then another American, Dub.
Okay.
Mm.
It's good when different people come up with different opinions.
Yeah, it's getting those hashtags in.
Yeah, of course.
You need to get those hashtags in, but it's like it's like one of the videos I played just now is only a minute and a half long, you know.
Yeah.
I won't get no views on it. But
No?
yeah, I mean, I had it. I was meant to play it the other night, but things went on and it didn't get played, right?
Yeah.
But another YouTube channel played just that video.
You got a load of views on it.
85,000 views, like in just a few hours. Yeah. Ask him why he supports Israel, lol. Maverick. I thought you were mates with him now.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into all this fucking anti-Israel or fucking Tommy Robinson shit. I've made a vow not to fucking engage.
Oh, you're independent media, aren't you?
That's it. I
Yes,
know nothing.
You can't be deporting people to Palestine no more. I think he's learned that one. He don't say I'm deporting you to Palestine anymore. He just puts idiot. What's it called? Idiot mode on.
Oh, wanker mode.
Wanker mode. That's it.
No, I still deport people, but yeah, I don't see that wanker mode doing anything anyway. The numbers don't change.
What do you mean?
You know when you put subscriber mode?
No, it just stops the trolls coming in, doesn't it?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It means the trolls have got to subscribe, and then when they finish, they're doing whatever they do. They then unsubscribe when they leave. Yeah, when you start getting loads of idiots in the chat, I always put it on for most of the time. I normally put it on for 5 minutes before I even start the live.
Yeah.
You know, because you get twats in. So they've got to sub up and then unsub when they leave.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think.
Don't want them people in anyway, do you?
I think Ron used to do it for 10 minutes, didn't he?
Yeah. Thing is, you ain't going to sit around for 10 minutes, are you? Don't know, though. I suppose Crinkle would.
Yeah. Oh, Crinkle has.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done it loads of times.
Yeah, but about as he, I don't know. To the truth, I've been looking at that.
I don't know. He's normally on Jamie, isn't he?
Yeah, fucking hell. Like, he don't stop shouting on there, does me anything.
Morning, Optical. Hey, Optical,
Morning,
you're climbing.
Optical.
Your numbers are climbing, aren't they?
Yeah, boy. How you doing, Optical? All eyes on you. I don't drink much tea, but now and again, I like a nice strong Baileys.
No, I don't drink tea. I only drink coffee.
I can't drink coffee all day long and all night. Good on you, optical, mate.
Yeah, yours have slowed down a bit, haven't they?
Mine?
Yeah.
It's because I ain't been doing nothing really intense.
Mm.
When I fucked off tonight, I went home. I see the coach there, and it was up waiting night. So I drove back and let the boys know, and then AY followed it later on. I run back and let them know the coach is there. You know what I mean? But I ain't enough.
You didn't see my video the other day, did you?
What was that?
It was about Starmer allowing or Starmer getting 15 banks to grass us up.
Mm. Oh, I think I see a bit of it. Yeah, I think I see a bit of it.
Yeah. Basically, it came into force April 2025. But
I think they're always going to do that. Anyway.
Well, no, only if they've got a suspicion.
Yeah.
Now, anybody, as of April the 16th, basically, anybody that gets PIP, anybody that gets universal credit,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
If any other payments, so say you take a $1 out your bank, right?
Yeah.
Through the hole in the wall, and you lend your mate a $1, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, "Oh yeah, I'll put that money in your bank account for you. Give us your bank details," and you put that money, doesn't give it back to you in cash, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you should only have 2 payments going into your bank, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as your mate bungs that in there, or friends or family bung money into your bank, yeah,
it lights them up.
It lights up, and then the 15 banks in England then notify DWP. Right? If you go abroad on PIP, yeah, and you use your debit card on PIP, yeah, it lights up that you're abroad.
Fucking hell. It's like, what, you ain't allowed to go away then?
It's mad as poo, man. Then they're grassing people up. The banks
it's a bit, what is it? It's a bit Big Brother, isn't it?
No, I think it was in Glasgow, I think it was, right?
Yeah.
Husband and wife have got kids' accounts so they got a joint account, and on that joint account they had kids' accounts, yeah, for their kids, right? And their grandkids, right?
Yeah.
And they put birthday money in it, and Christmas money in it, Easter money in it. You know, any present money went into that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Accounts, right?
Yeah, I've done it. And my boy was, stepdaughter was a little.
The Bank of Scotland flagged it to DWP.
Fucking hell.
They had their money stopped for 9 weeks because they put it down as undeclared income. Put it down. They had 2 accounts in their children's names, and they put it down that basically they were money laundering or they had undeclared income.
Yeah.
It's mad as poo.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and you know, buy me a coffee. Everybody thinks that, I'm going to sign up to buy me a coffee and get everybody to buy me a coffee because it gets away with the YouTube 30%.
Yeah.
Well, buy me a coffee stipulates on it that you've got to report it as self-employed earnings. And there's so many tubers that aren't monetized, but they're on buy me a coffee and making a fucking good racket out of buy me a coffee as well. You know, I mean, I remember Glyn Simmons. Glyn Simmons used to make stupid money out of buy me a coffee.
Agree.
Yeah.
I ain't seen him for ages.
Sorry, Smiler.
That's
mate.
right. Internet crashed out again?
Yeah, fucking neighbour. I don't know what the fuck he's doing with that internet.
Oh, I thought Nixie took the phone off you.
Wow. we've had a little scuffle in the bedroom.
Yeah. So no, just saying the hammers about fucking banks and DWP working together.
Well, I just say they've always been like that, haven't they? You know what I mean? Like,
well, DWP, if they suspected something, they then had to apply basically for a warrant to look into your bank account. Now they don't need a warrant, and now the banks are reporting. They're fucking dry snitching on people, and they've been dry. I think it come out in Scotland before it's come out in here, really, because most of the cases I saw were like all Scottish cases.
but I think it's building up to like digital banking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, even with the digital ID, it's going to digital banking next, like, you know what I mean? So they can control every single penny you've got.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was agreed in Europe, for digital IDs, and most of the European countries did digital IDs already. We just
that's right. They did in a lot of countries, isn't it?
Like, you know, the Sunak didn't want to do it. Blair was given 275 million.
Yeah.
By LSEs or whatever he's called. He was given 275 million to lobby government to get the digital ID going. Now Blair has been shouting for digital ID for fuck knows how long.
That's right, yeah. He was the one who thought of it, wasn't it? Or,
but you know why? Because his son, innit?
He's got the app, hasn't he?
Yeah, but it isn't doing it through his son. It's doing it through an Israeli company, LSEs.
His boy owns the app, doesn't he? So he'll get all the proceeds. Wow.
So 275 million he was pushed to lobby it to Starmer. So Starmer's come out with a stupid fucking excuse of it's to stop immigrants coming to the country to work.
Yeah, what a load of bollocks.
Right. Now, to work, right, well, we know most of them are working cash in hand anyway, or they're using somebody else's national insurance and then they're giving them the money. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, to work, first of all, you've got to have a national insurance number. Secondly, everybody does electronic payment, back payments, right? Straight to people's bank accounts. So you need a bank account. To open a bank account, you need 2 forms of ID.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't open a bank account unless you've got 2 forms of ID. Now, what are these fucking immigrants getting when they come to this country? They're getting a fucking Aspen card, aren't they? They're getting an Aspen bank account.
Yeah.
Right. So straight away, they're giving them a fucking bank account without even going through the 2 forms of ID. They don't need the 2 forms of ID to get a bank account. So what a load of shit.
Yeah.
You know,
crazy,
because if they haven't got a national insurance number, genuine places ain't going to take them on.
No.
Or they go to their fucking mate.
It's
you got
and they can get 50 quid a week.
Yeah, you got a national
number.
Yeah, you got a national insurance number. All right, well, I'll sign up to fucking Uber Eats or fucking whatever. Deliveroo. Yeah. And put it through your account and then you give me the money. Do you know what I mean?
It's crazy, isn't it, mate?
Yeah.
You know, and when they got them Deliveroo accounts, they can have up to 10, 15, 20 people working for them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's mental, isn't it? I mean, that's mental. So you don't even know who's got your information. As I say, there's probably a lot of information, like phone numbers, door numbers.
I ordered from Co-op the other day. It's $1.99 delivery. It ain't worth me jumping in the fucking car and driving down the road, for $1.99. I may as well have it fucking delivered, you know?
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, and I get my co-op discount using my discount card on my account, yeah?
Oh, they're tracking you, mate. They're tracking you.
Yeah, I know. But what can you do? If you want to pay fucking nearly £2 for a fucking 4-pinter or £1.65,
that's how they get you, isn't it? That's how they.
I know. It's exactly how they got fucking. What's he called? What's he fucking called? The Muffin Man. Oh, what's he fucking called? Yeah. Oh, the Muffin Man in it. Oh, what's he called?
I ain't got a clue, mate.
Every now and again, every now and again he pops up in YouTube. You don't see him for a while, and then he comes back. But a couple of Christmases ago, because he signed up to Asda, in his area, in his Asda shop, he was the second highest person to buy muffins. He was absolutely steaming because they tracked it. Yeah, they tracked his fucking shopping, and he was the second highest purchaser of fucking muffins.
Is he buying a lot of muffins?
Yeah.
Is that what people nickname him, the Muffin Man?
Yeah, you get 4 muffins in a pack, don't you? In that plastic pack.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go anyway. I've got to have some breakfast and make the dogs breakfast.
How's the merch coming on?
Merch? No, not me, mate. No merch.
Amos, why ain't you doing any fucking? I can do you loads of Patriot shirts.
There you go.
Have you got?
What?
Like the other day, you wanted a fucking pink UTK t-shirt.
Yeah.
Well, I could have fucking made you one and sent it to a post office or a fucking
It's
Tesco's.
proper embroidered and all that, though, that one, isn't it? Oh, well, I suppose that's what you pay for, the embroidery.
Well, yeah, you're paying for the embroidery, but I
Well,
could have
Smiley's a bad hand at sewing.
No, I ain't gonna do no embroidery. I got a sewing machine, but I'm putting it on fucking YouTube on eBay.
What you do then? Just print them?
Yeah, print them.
Uh-huh.
Cups, t-shirts, pens.
Oi.
I do everything. Mouse mats, baseball caps, pillows, cushions,
pajamas.
Not tonight, Josephine. Hoodies. I mean, you're gonna want loads of hoodies in a minute because it's getting fucking cold.
Yeah, onesies, twosies.
Jogging bottoms.
Yeah. Trainers.
Well, I'm going anyway. I'll speak to you later, guys.
All right, have a good one, Amos.
Yeah, you too. See you later. Tomorrow.
All right, I'll do a live one day with loads of fucking different t-shirts that I've done on it.
Yeah, you should.
Right.
Fucking, you put me in the right position, you did. Fucking, I tried to set up a live, and then 2 minutes later, it flashed up my screen. Smiley's gone live. So I said to everyone, all right, fuck it. Smiley's gone live. You should have told me. All right, I'm shutting this down. All over the Smilers. I had a few people go, don't shut your live down. All right, I'll fucking fire it up again. No, I just fell asleep.
No, I set the live up at 9:30.
Yeah.
I was talking to Michael on the telephone, then he had a telephone call, and I said I might do a live. I might do last night's live tonight instead, because it pretty much got ambushed last night. So I thought, well, what my title was last night, I'll probably do it tonight. So at 9:30, Michael got a phone call from his sister. So I set up my fucking live. And I was sitting there. Had something to eat and everything. And then I was like, oh my fucking God. I go live in 5 minutes and fucking Dave, you knobhead, you've just set up a fucking live.
That's what I said about you.
Hey?
I said he's fucking gone live, Smiling and knobhead. He should have said.
Mine was scheduled though.
Yeah, but I know. Mine was on a fucking whim.
And then I had people in the chat and it was like, oh, fuck it. May as well just fucking do it.
Carry on. Yeah.
You know, mine's gonna be about fucking Israel and fucking Netanyahu.
Mine's going to be about bollocks. I'd rather fucking people listen to fucking Israel.
Yeah. So I thought, well, I'll just fucking just roll on. Just roll on.
You're up for tonight, ain't you?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to be doing a multi-stream.
All right. Yeah, I did share it earlier on in here because Urban. I said I ain't going live tonight. I said because 9 o'clock, Michelle say.
Yeah.
And Beyonce had already been in, done a new logo up in the corner, bouncing about.
That's it.
Yeah, and then he then tagged Vincent because Vincent, I think yesterday there was a previewing or something, was there?
Yeah, there was.
Because you and Vincent were supposed to leave and go and watch the preview, but Vincent apparently tonight he said he couldn't find the preview or something.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Everybody's leaving me. They've all gone to watch a preview, and I'm not invited. And I said, that prick fucking Eisenberg only lives around the fucking corner from me.
Oh no, go and fucking knock on his door.
I'm gonna go and fucking knock on his door.
Doorstep him. Yeah.
He typed in the chat. He said, "I can only give the link out to fucking people that Eisenberg's fucking okay."
Yeah, but I think. Hang on, I'll put this backstage.
Hang on a minute. Don't put it backstage yet.
All right. Oh no, I'll text you.
Yeah, it's all right. I've just kicked Bright. Bright was backstage.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, hello, Bright. Yeah, so
yeah, I think Beyonce kicked him out of the chat earlier. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, up the top. The top. Hang on, show comments on stage. No. Where's that fucking button? Start. No. Live. Oh, no. It won't show for me, but it will show for you. So up the top where it says live, starred, and all that lot, you should have a button saying how many people are in the backstage.
Right.
It'll say, like, at the moment, it should say just me and you.
Yep.
No, but if somebody, me and Michelle noticed it the other day.
Yeah, but box flashes up when someone comes up as well.
Yeah, box comes up the top of the screen.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I know now.
Yeah, because Beyonce jumped up backstage the other day, and I thought, is it him? Is it him? Is it him? And it was like, Beyonce. And then he went, ding, ding, changed us all around, and then pinned the post. And I was like, all right, it's him.
Yeah, it's definitely him.
It's like trying to remember everybody's fucking authentication. It's a nightmare.
Actually, don't always match up to their screen name.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Fucking does throw you a curveball.
Yeah, and like when like Chris the Brick, he's always fucking changing his.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, it should be interesting tonight.
Yeah. Like I said to Beyonce earlier, is Pope the Dope turning up? Was because we need some fucking clarity.
Yeah. Well, hypothetically.
Well, I mean, I was talking with Michael earlier, and it's a case of in like going back to your life when it was played.
Yeah.
Right. If when my fuck buddy comes over here,
yeah,
walks in the door at fucking 6:30, 7:30 in the morning, whatever, locks the door behind her, comes up, jumps in the shower, and I'm fast asleep, and then she fucking jumps in bed, snuggles up to me, and fucking starts, you know, it's in Peter Dope's eyes, is she raping me?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You know, or like you wake up and you with your fucking missus next to you, and you feel a bit fucking horny, you know, and you know, is that what he's classing it as? I don't know. There needs to be.
I don't think he is.
I know, but there needs to be, and that was the comment.
That's the clarity you want.
Yeah,
I know.
And then Michael said, "Nah." He woke her up. She woke him up with a fucking strap on and shoved it right up him. And it's like,
but the thing is, he spoke about this subject right long after that phone call of 3.5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. So he spoke about it on panels where he's saying, "Well, there's no crime if there's no victim. So because someone doesn't come forward, does that mean there's no crime? Crime's still been committed."
Exactly. I mean, people come forward fucking years and years later. You know, there was a fucking 70-something-year-old bloke that's just been sent to jail down here. I think he got 5 years. And it was an historic victim from 30 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know? She'd been hiding it or holding it for 30 years.
Yeah.
You know, and then she come forward and they arrested him and obviously went to court. He tried to get out of it and they found him guilty and give him 5 years on it.
Yeah.
But I don't get it, because like down here they're giving out 12 years, fucking 15 years, 7 years, 6 years.
Sentences.
Yeah, they're giving out proper sentences. But then you look up and down the country. I mean, I was quite shocked when I saw the sentencing. What was it? 100 and something year, 125 years between them, was it?
Yeah, that group, yeah.
Yeah. You know, I was quite shocked when that came out. You know, when you think, I mean, there's a Turkish guy that fucking smashes a bottle, fucking bosh into somebody's side, yeah, and he walks away with fucking probation.
Yeah. It's mad.
And then you get matey from fucking Epping, a child and an adult, and he walks away. He didn't walk away. He'll be out before Christmas.
Yeah, he got a year, but he ain't gonna fucking do a year, is he?
Yeah, he ain't even gonna do that because he was on remand.
Yeah, for 44, 77 days or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll be classed as nearly 3 months off.
Yep. They'll only have to do technically 3 months.
Well, remand is normally double bubble, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Fuck's sake, well, he ain't going to do that long, is he?
No. Yeah, but eyes, you say we need minimum sentences. We got in statute law, yeah, it come out fucking before Boris. I think it come under, what's she called? What's that woman before Boris? She was trying to put the Brexit together and made a complete ash of it. Then Boris was supposed to take over, and then he just used hers. I can't remember her name. The woman that looked a bit like Maggie Thatcher, but didn't have the balls of Maggie Thatcher. Oh. The grey-haired conservative one, the one that Boris took over from. I can't remember her name.
Oh, fucking Theresa May.
That's it, Theresa May. Well, she put in power, caught with a knife, 5 years. Oh, Big Mac.
Oh, Big Mac.
Yeah, no, not Liz Truss, not fucking 40-day Liz Truss. But you know, Liz Truss, they got rid of Liz Truss, and then the fucking cons, that skinny fucker, he used the exact fucking Quasars or Quasi or whatever his fucking name was.
Oh, that cunt.
Yeah, but the Conservatives used their same principles on the budget.
Yeah.
You know, and they laughed about her budget, but then they used it themselves. I couldn't fucking believe it. But Liz Truss, no, not Liz Truss, fucking Theresa May, she brought in minimum sentences, caught on the street with a knife, and I think it had to be over 3 inches, didn't it?
Yeah.
Or it could be 3 inches, but if it locked, you still got 5 years.
Yep.
You know, and she put that into pat. You tell me anybody that's been locked up for 5 years carrying a knife? Nobody.
No.
Not one single person has been given 5 years for carrying a knife, even though they put it into law.
Yeah, so it's not like they carry out the letter of the law, do they?
No. Only if you talk about a fucking boat person.
Yeah.
Only if you talk about a hotel.
Yeah, or you do some dirty words online.
Yeah, you get your door put in. Well, I mean, I watched a woman earlier on. 2 o'clock in the morning, they rocked up at her house.
Yeah.
About naughty words. 2 o'clock in the morning, they knocked on her door.
Did you see that YouTube video of the 2 police women going to that woman's house?
No.
It was her daughter fucking put something on social media. And the next thing, they're coming in the house. They haven't even got a fucking warrant.
Fucking unbelievable.
Fucking where's this country going to? It's fucking, well, it's gone to the dogs, I think.
I think I'm going to put a fucking box outside, a key code box with my fucking spare key in it, and fucking keep my door locked with my YouTube channel. Just keep my door locked all the time.
Peter Dope's on his way.
Well, no, it's always open, because if anybody comes through that front door, fuck you know, they're going back out of it.
They might not be coming back out of it.
Well, no, there's a brand new hammer there ready to place in their hand. They come at me with a hammer, officer.
Yeah. I think I'll send them to the pig farm.
There's no overstepping the mark of self-defense then, is there?
That's right.
Exactly. Nobody should open the door to the place.
No. You've got no legal obligation to either.
Yeah. I think I think one of the last times the old bill come to me was for non-payment.
All right.
Yeah, non-payment of fine. And that was because my Cody, you know, where everybody talks about fucking Smiler sold a fucking dodgy car.
Well, even you'd have done it.
No, and my Cody said, I'll pay your fine. I'll pay your fine. I'm sorry I never fucking spoke up. I'll pay your fine. Right? We was in fucking bed, and all of a sudden, my whole fucking front room, because my house was upside down house, my whole fucking front room was all lit up, blue lights. I was like, what's fucking going on? My bedroom was lit up with blue lights. And I got up and I fucking looked out the window, and there's fucking police cars everywhere. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? So I thought, oh, my next door neighbour, you know, because I lived in the annex.
Yeah.
And I worked for my next door neighbour as well. And it's like, oh, what the fuck, man? So he was just getting up for work, and I was supposed to be going work with him. And I opened the window and I said, what do you want? Who are you looking for? We come for you. And I went, what? I thought, I better not be shouting out the window, like, you know.
No.
So fucking like a tit, I went downstairs, opened the fucking door. Opens the door. WPC comes in. All the others stand out there, but this WPC comes in. And she said, non-payment of fine is Operation something like fucking Operation fucking Snickers or something stupid like that it was called. And they were going up collecting every non-payment of fine. And I went, I ain't got no fines. There you have. I said, I ain't got no fines. I said, it's been paid. No, you got a fine. Morning, Di. So I'm looking at the paperwork, and I'm like, this is a cock up. This is a complete cock up.
Yeah.
I said, can I make a phone call? No. Right, are you going to behave? Because they're going to come in now. I'm like, what? Are you going to behave? And I'm like sitting on the stairs going, what are you going on about? Am I going to behave? And then they all come, and then they said, oh, we're going to have to handcuff you. So you've got to go in handcuffs and go in the back of the van. So I went in the fucking back of the van. We drove down the fucking road about 1.5 miles to another van, yeah? And everybody was sat in the other van. And we were all getting loaded up into this other van and then taken to special court.
Yeah, to explain why you haven't paid.
Yeah, so we got the special court. Got the special court, then the fucking in the court fucking GS4 or whatever they were called. They let me make a phone call then. So I phoned my mate, oh you cunt, I'd be nicked for non-payment. Oh no, where are you? I said fucking Truro Magistrates Court. Right, I'm on my way. So luckily he came up and fucking sorted it out.
Now.
Yeah, they was nicking me for fucking 7.5 grand non-payment. Twat.
Yeah, so yeah, I can't wait till tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Preview's good.
Is it? Is he going to be there though? Beyonce say he's not banned on the what's it called, on the StreamYards that he's using.
Yeah, well, I think it's dependent upon on someone. So as long as they say, excuse me, as long as they say okay, then yeah.
Oh, Heisenberg.
Yeah.
But I mean, well, is Torb still in contact with him? Because how
with
did he
Peter?
Yeah.
Well, he was on his panel the other night, weren't he?
Yeah, well, that's what I seen. You know, and it was like, well, all this fighting talk, no fighting fucking happening, when fucking spit the facts instead of bullshit, Peter.
Exactly. But he's just one of these people that wants people's information so he can creep round and fucking one of these people that likes to do a hit and run on you, like maybe do your car, do your door, do this, do that, and fuck off again. I'll go to Hyde Park. Okay, yeah, all right, 4 postcodes. All right.
Oh, 3 of us had our cars done.
That's what I mean. So, why would you do that? Ain't that stupid? Yeah, come and meet me. I'll meet you up, but don't expect to get my address. You want my address? Go to the council.
I think I've had 7 panels keyed.
That's what I mean. It's cowardly. But yeah, he won't give out his real postcode. That's the ironic thing about it. It gives out a permanent postcode.
We got a right gobby cow that's moved in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Now, we got a lot of grassy areas, like fucking, fucking shared grassy areas. What do you call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And for years, it's a shortcut through.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a park down the bottom, and then you got a shortcut down to another park, right? And also a shortcut to fucking the back of a church, right? And everybody comes in through the top road, through our place, which is like all fucking like basically a private area, and then out through the bottom. Right? Well, they come down with their dogs, and this guy has been coming down with his 2 dogs, 2 staffies. All right, and he's been coming down here for years. Right? They're never on leads because they walk to heel. You know, if they wander, he just calls them back. He just gives a little whistle and they come back. And he's walked through here for years. She was stood out. I could hear fucking commotion out my kitchen window, and I fucking goes out to the kitchen window. She's standing there with her mobile phone, screaming at this fucking bloke to get his dogs on a lead. Don't come through here with fucking your dogs off a lead. And she's screaming at him, and she's videoing him. I'm reporting you to the council for having your dogs off a lead. Now, there's no signs anywhere that says fucking no ball games and fucking all dogs should be on the lead, you know? And I'm thinking, what are you doing, you troublemaking bitch? This bloke's been walking through here for years, you know? And you see him walking up the main road with his dogs before he turns into here, you know? And his dogs walk on the pavement next to him. And it's like, why are you doing that? Well, anyway, I was out doing a neighbour's car, diagnostics on a neighbour's car, and this fucking gobby twatter comes out, and there's a dealer moved in that twatted his fucking missus up and shit, you know. So the old bill had been out for him. Anyway, she's got the arse with this bloke. So she's fucking videoing him and giving him verbal fucking diarrhea. Well, at the time, I'm out of the car and I'm under the bonnet of the car. Well, she stood there talking to 2 neighbours. The fucking next minute, my neighbour's car, the other woman that was there, her car, and my car all get fucking keyed. Yeah. Fucking gutted, man.
You think she's done it?
No, she ain't done it. The fucking guy that was going to the dealer.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah. Now, he had a parcel delivered by a dodgy-looking woman and a dodgy-looking bloke. Not no Uber or any Amazon driver. Yeah? This stupid cow opens up his fucking shed, takes fucking photographs of his fucking delivery, and then phones the old bill. And she wonders why they fucking, you know, throwing shit at her windows and everything else. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, you stupid cow? You know? And it's like, I spoke to the next door neighbour. I said, are they going to get rid of this fucking gobby bitch, are they? Are they going to get her off? Because she's just doing nothing but fucking causing ag, man. You know? It's nice and fucking peaceful, fucking 32 houses, you know.
Everyone getting on with their lives.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think there's about 3 of them or maybe 4 of them that I've never met, I've never spoken to, you know, and you never see them. All the rest, you know, like they were doing fundraising for my old next door neighbour that, you know, sadly passed away when she had a breast cancer. You know, and so like you did a coffee morning to raise a bit of money, and built a memorial garden for her. So you meet you meet some of the ones that you haven't met before, but everybody got on. You know, everybody got on. But there's fucking one witch. Oh, she's a fucking witch.
Where'd she come from, Smiler?
Local area.
Oh, she's local then.
Yeah, but she's just so full of fucking anger and fucking. I said, you want a good fucking woman, you do.
Well, it's a good sorting out by the sounds of it.
You know, I said, what the fuck's the matter with you? You know, we used to have it quiet around here. It was cushy. You know, you didn't have to lock your front door. You didn't have to fucking lock your car. Didn't worry about anything happening to your car. Now you fucking turned up. Everything. There's fucking somebody's had the fucking tires done. 3 of us have had our fucking cars keyed. You know, my next door neighbour turned up, and I'm like looking at my fucking phone, and I'm like, why is my next door neighbour standing there with 2 coppers? Fucked if I'm fucking answering the doorbell. I ain't fucking opening the door to the fucking police. What to the fucking policeman?
Yeah.
You know? And then she can see my kitchen window. She's shouting me through the fucking kitchen window. And it's like, no way, man. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then later on, obviously they fucked off. And later on, she fucking come again. And it was like, I said, what's on? Oh, they want to give you crime reference number. I said, what do you mean? Oh, have you not been out? No. I was out this morning. But I haven't been out this afternoon. No, why? Oh, come with me. And I went, what? And she said, come with me. And I'm like, you fucking joking, man. Why the fuck? And then she pointed at the Peugeot, and then she pointed at her car, and it's like, for fuck's sake, man. Fucking 2 weeks I had that bastard car, and it's fucking keyed on £7.
Oh. So, well, you've got to go through the insurance now. You're going to sort it out yourself.
Fucking, well, I'll sort it out myself. It's £500 excess on my insurance.
Like,
some of it I can mop and polish out, and then there's 2 bits that have gone into the primer, so I need to blow them in.
Bad news. Is he young or old?
The guy?
No, the woman, is she young or old? The mouthy one.
Oh, she must be fucking 70.
Really? Now.
Yeah, she's a right miserable cow. 8 people basically all popped their clogs. They all had the GB.
Yeah.
And one by one, they all fucking popped their clogs. One of them had a massive, great stroke and never came out of hospital. My next door neighbour, she ended up with breast cancer, and the surgeon said he'd never seen something so aggressive in all his life.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's mad. So they all, and then we ended up with this fucking stupid little drug dealer.
That's all you need on your fucking doorstep.
Yeah, Mrs. Gobbett. So yeah, you get all kinds of fucking people turning up left, right, and centre. Then the next minute you go fucking shouting and bawling and fucking arguing.
You think of that time of your life at 70, you fucking calm down a bit.
Oh, she's a right fucking aggy bitch, she is. Yeah. I said, did your husband fucking leave you, kick you out, or fucking die because you fucking bored him to tears or shouted him to death? Yeah.
I bet she's a proper curtain switcher as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what time did I go out? I think it was about 9 o'clock it was.
I bet she wrote that down in her book.
No, I went out about 9 p.m, right? I was literally out the door 5 minutes. Come back. She told the next door neighbour that I'd moved my car. And the next door neighbour moved from the parking space they were in and parked where I came out of. And I'm like, you're having a fucking bubble, aren't you? You've moved literally 30 feet into a different parking space. So from where I was parked, they wanted my parking space.
Yeah.
So as soon as I reversed out the parking space, they fucking got a knock on the door saying he's moved the car. So they came out of a perfectly good space.
Yeah.
To go into where I was parked. And it was like, fuck me, man. what the fuck?
That makes sense.
I say it because my next door neighbour, she's like the fucking Bible. She knows everything that's going on. And like if something happens, she knows about it. And I went, I fucking can't believe it, man. And she said, what's that? I still fucking popped out last night. I said, when I popped out, I was only out fucking 5-10 minutes. I said, by the time, yes, she moved her car, didn't she? Yes, Mrs. fucking Gobby told her you'd moved. I went, what?
Fucking hell.
Yeah. I know, she wanted your parking space, and it was like, fuck's sake, man.
Jesus.
I said, well, I was out. Why didn't she park there while I was out? Oh, because the red car was there. Oh, all right then.
Fucking hell, need a neighbour like that.
Well, we've got no designated parking spaces. It's like
that's a free for all.
Yeah, first come, first serve.
Fair enough. That's the same here, though. But like most of the people here have got 2 fucking motors, and I think I'm fucking barely struggling to afford to keep one.
Yeah, well, I had 2 motors here. I mean, I had my van, and I had my Mitsubishi. Well, my Mitsubishi's in my mate's garage. And my van I got rid of when I was up in London.
Yeah.
Well, when I come back, my next door neighbour, you always used to park down the fucking bottom car park. Oi, Mr. Deegan.
Oh, Mr. Deegan, good to see you, mate.
Always parked down the bottom car park. Never parked up top car park. So where my van was parked, when my mate come and picked the van up, she nicked my parking space. So when I went to pick the car up, I drove her car up to pick my car up. When I went and picked the car up, she said, you better not nick your parking space back when you get back. I've been quite happy with that parking space, thank you very much. And it's like, well, it was my parking space before yours.
Yeah.
She went, no, it wasn't. I bought so-and-so's car and I was parked there. I went, hang on a minute. I was here for fucking 2 years with a Range Rover. I said, no, I was parked in that space with a Range Rover. I said, and it was next door to the fucking white Range Rover. I said, and after that, I said, when I got rid of the Range Rover, I said, I parked my van there. I said, my van's always been parked there. I said, my fucking Mitsubishi's always been parked down the bottom car park. Yeah, but you got 2 cars. I said, well, hang on a minute. Fucking matey down in number 32's got fucking 4 cars. Well, he's got 2 work vans. And his car and his missus's car. In a minute, his fucking boy will have a car.
Okay, that'll be 5.
Yeah, that'll be 5. Yeah, he's got 2 work vans. Fucking tipper, a transit tipper, or an LDV tipper. I can't remember which one it is now. But he's got a tipper. He's got a work van and 2 cars.
Okay, now. Fucking lucky to get a space here. Fucking the other car parks full of fucking vehicles that they seem to be working on. It's like they've got their own fucking private garage there.
No, yours has
mechanics.
What, your place?
Yeah. Fucking, they've got commercial vehicles and all sorts there they're working on every day.
Fuck, you know.
The council turn a blind eye. The fucking traffic fucking bloke turns up on his moped, one of the brothers, goes over to him, has a chat with them, and then fucks off, and they don't get a ticket or anything. No, they haven't got permits.
Mind you, I mean, every couple of days I've got people turning up and I'm standing out there doing diagnostics on their cars.
Yeah, but that's fair enough. I mean, like, this lot fucking got like I don't know, maybe about a dozen parking spots. They've got fucking Luton vans, panel vans, fucking cars, they've got all sorts there.
Fucking hell.
And the council don't say fuck all.
It's mental, isn't it?
It is.
You can't even, here, you can't even take a wheel off a car without somebody phoning the council.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I was going to do some work on my Mitsubishi. When they was like, come over, what are you doing? Was fucking taking off a load of the fucking stainless steel bits and the fucking aluminium bits to fucking polish them because they're fucking, losing their shine.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do that here, you get sent to fuck. It's like, what? You can't do that here, you get sent to fuck. What do you mean can't do it here? The car can still fucking drive. Oh, yeah, but you ain't got no MOT on that car. I said, yeah, and? I said, I haven't had no fucking MOT on it since 20. And he went, 2017, yeah, I checked it up. I went, what? No, I checked it up. He said, but it says it's insured. How can you have insurance if it's got no MOT on it? I said, what's that red plate? Of course, when I went to fucking hospital, I got my fucking collar felt, didn't I? For driving to hospital. Yeah, driving to hospital on fucking trade plates.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because I still got my trade plates.
Yeah, you're all right then.
No, A to B, innit?
Yeah, not fucking drive around to the shops and everywhere else with it.
Yeah, I've driven that Mitsubishi since 2017 on trade plates.
Yeah.
Mm.
It just took a long time for you to sell it.
Yeah, well, I could have put it through an MOT, but it was just easier because, 1,500 miles a year probably I'm doing that. It does fucking like 8 or 9 to the gallon. 3 litre V6, 400 brake horsepower.
Heavy car though.
Hello, Tim. Morning, Tim.
Yeah, it needs to be 400 fucking horsepower to fucking move the thing.
Oh, it'll push 165 without fucking thinking about it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it'll push a ton in second.
Oh, fuck, how long have you been going live for? 10.5 hours, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Stealing the airwaves.
I know. Shocking, isn't it?
Yeah. Hope you're around tonight, Mr. D. Michelle's going live.
You'll definitely be there.
Yeah, I'm going live. Well, I'm going live. We're all going live.
So what are you doing? Streaming it on yours, but on Michelle's panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to be streaming it as well.
Am I?
Yeah, I think it's trying to capture a bigger audience. It's a hot topic tonight.
The only problem is if you get somebody come up on your fucking panel while you're restreaming.
Yeah, that's all right. I just treat it like I'm sleeping. Just won't be able to answer them.
It'd be like that fucking prick that nicked my beep beep.
Beep beep. Who's that?
Beep beep, bus wanker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you got that weirdo fucking Andy's nicked my beep beep, hasn't he?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, he called himself Beep Beep.
Weird.
No, Michelle used to call me bus wanker, and I go beep beep.
Yeah. Yeah, I Dope is listening. And he can put his side of like the hypothetically speaking moment. And he weren't even led into that conversation. He fucking switched the conversation to that. Oh, interesting, Mr. D.
All right. Brian. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Vincent's got that video.
Yeah.
Yeah. My name's not Mr. Potter. That's the one. I mean, that must have been quite a while ago because you're standing in the police station having a fag, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, but if you look, he's actually still outside, but he's underneath the canopy thing.
No, right.
For the building, yeah.
Yeah, 4 foot, all 4'8" of him.
Oh, fucking, yeah. That's with his shoes on.
his platforms use.
Platforms.
I seen that video and I thought, you're fucking threatening all these people on fucking line. You got fucking small man syndrome, you fucking idiot.
He has, honestly. He's only good for intimidating women. That's all he's good for.
He got no fucking neck, neither. His fucking head goes into his neck.
No neck cope.
Yeah. He got more fucking he got no neck, but he got more neck than fucking giraffe.
Yeah.
Fucking I remember when he was giving it the fucking big I am on here, on with me.
Oh, well, he's going to come to you.
Yeah, and I'm like, I'll fucking meet you, Peter. We'll put 500 quid a piece in. And we'll fucking, whoever wins, fucking gives it to, gives it to a charity of our choice. Most of mine will go to kiddies in hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, the children's ward.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, give it to the nurses to buy the kids fucking presents and what have you. You
Nice.
know?
Vote would give it to the fucking Master Builders Federation charity. And they have to put up wallpaper over wood chip.
Yeah. He spent 20 fucking minutes arguing. Then he fucked off, and then he started fucking ringing me, the little prick.
Weird.
Yeah, that person in fucking Scotland, you know the one. He gave out a number.
Strange behaviour.
Scottish twat.
I hope he does turn up tonight. Because, it'd be interesting to see what he's got to say on it, because he keeps going on about it being AI.
Well, I mean, what I fucking heard on your panel with fucking Eisenberg playing it, how the fuck can it be AI? Eisenberg was showing the fucking phone.
Yeah.
Right, it was dark.
Yeah, but he was holding the phone up.
Yeah. So how the fucking hell can there be fucking AI, the fucking idiot?
And then he's trying to say that fucking Eisenberg led him into that conversation, which he didn't. It's just rambling. That's what he was doing. But to say he got his own karma because of something that he did previously in his younger day.
No, wasn't it somebody who's supposed to have done it to him, so he done it to somebody else?
I think the way I heard it.
Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah, he got his karma because he had done it to some woman, and then years later, a woman done it to him.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like,
there's no victim, so there's no crime.
But I ain't being funny. Unless she's fucking 20 stone, how does a fucking woman grape you?
I know.
And even if she climbed up on top of him or climbed on top.
Well, he's only 5'4".
But you know, how'd you get aroused?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it's what he said about Shah on the live on someone's live was fucking disgusting. Trying to say that the woman was all, being sort of promiscuous when she was doing nothing of the fucking sort.
Oh yeah, she had her nails done, she had her fucking makeup done, she had a fucking short skirt on or short dress on. And
Not even fucking short. I've seen the outfit. Goes below her fucking knees. Well, yeah, that's true, Mr. D. But in order for fairness, because then you're taking away every single excuse or bullet from him, where he's saying, "Oh, it's AI. Oh, it's been doctored. Oh, I haven't had a fair shout." No, you have your fair shout. Then what you got to say? Nothing.
yeah, he was a fucking disgusting cunt, the Binksy.
Oh, he was. But in the real, Binksy would actually batter him.
Oh, yeah, fucking right.
She would. She'd batter him.
Yeah, that's what Michael Castrian said as well. Michael Castrian said, well, did she put a fucking strap on and enter him?
That's probably what got hit round the head with.
Yeah, that's what he got brain damage from.
Yeah. A 12-incher. But you could tell from his language and everything how he's got a really deep hatred of women.
Oh, he hates women.
Deep hatred.
Detests them.
Yeah.
And detests his children.
Yeah.
Detests his children.
Yeah, he's got a dislike of dustbins as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's because he went in fucking head first.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll have to find the camera footage of him lifting the bin from Charles' front door. Where he's got a bin fetish.
Well, he's probably worried that she was going to stick him in it.
Well, she's fucking bigger than him. She'd knock him out.
I've never seen her.
I have. She'd fucking knock him out. She's lovely, but I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of her. She's fucking fiery. I still think that night he had some sort of intent, but he fucking, I don't know. And she said, right, time for you to go. That was it. But going around there and telling her to turn that shit off on the telly, and who the fuck are you to go in anyone's home and tell them what to fucking do?
Isn't it? You didn't fuck all to do with you.
Yeah. Well, I'd be pretty insulted if someone I invited round brought a kettle. I go, what, mine's not good enough for you?
I don't know. I mean, my mum had a special kettle, but she was a hairdresser and she got allergic to metallic.
Yeah, but Peter Pope's just allergic to life.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, if she ever come to my place, I used to boil her water in a Pyrex jug.
Yeah.
You know, in the microwave. Then make her a cup of tea out of that. You know, but always had a plastic.
But if his kettle's got metal insert inside, and like most kettles have, then what's the difference?
Like always had fucking plastic spoon and plastic cutlery because she couldn't hold metal. But I mean, most of the time she'd have like fucking gloves, cup of tea, like that. So she had gloves where, you know, if she come round for fucking dinner or whatever, or I'd cook dinner or whatever, she'd wear gloves to hold the cutlery. He used to bring her out in this fucking
rash.
Well, dermatitis. Well, all the skin would peel. It would blister and peel.
You know, well, I know. Yeah, that I can understand, but fuck me, like, you're bringing the kettle round because, use purified water.
Well, let's take the piss out of him because he uses, not purified, he uses fucking...
bottled water.
No. He, what's it called when you put it in a still? Put it in a still, it turns to steam and then drips into a fucking... It's what you do to alcohol.
Yeah, like brewing.
Yeah. So you boil it and it turns to steam and then drips out the other end. I can't remember what you call it.
Fuck me, must be going through some electric if you're going to have a cup of tea that way.
But doing that, as well as taking the bad out, you take all distilled. Thank you, Nutter. Distilling it. It's too early in the morning.
It
is. So he distills his water. It's like, what the fuck, man? You know, distill it and deionize it. Get on.
Yeah.
Go and buy fucking battery top up, mightn't you?
Might as well. Well, it is a bit fucking bitter, isn't it?
Yeah, but you used to be able to go to the fucking car shop and buy
that.
Yeah. To
The ionised water. You can get that from an iron as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Fill your iron up, stop it clogging up.
Yeah.
I've never thought you're daft, Nutter. Short, big bushy eyebrows, but never daft.
Fucking even Nutter's bigger than fucking Peter Pope. Yes. Honestly, fucking Nutter a tower over him. He ain't even fit enough to fucking lace up Nutter's boots anyway.
No, 1-2 cross and fucking Pope. We're gone. Good night, Vienna.
Fucking Nutter will give him the old 1-2.
And he's got his punch bag at the right height as well. That was set up to fight everybody its own size. You never put it up the wall fucking tall enough for a normal person.
Well, he's punching above his weight. I've met Mrs. Nutter Smiler.
All right.
He's punching well above his weight.
But Nutter's never punching uphill. If he fights anybody normal, he'd be punching uphill. He's never fucking practiced punching
you in the
bollocks. I can't reach any higher.
Yeah. Fucking get you in the goonies, all right.
But then it's like Chris the Brick. Chris the Brick fucking sent me a video fucking ages ago. I told him I was going to put it on YouTube. He got fucking, his ankles are fucked, man. And he's got his punch bag hanging up outside. His fucking punch bag's bigger than him. Fucking punch bag. And I'm like, Chris, what the fuck is that, man? Your punch bag is fucking bigger than you fucking dickhead. He's punching it and kicking it, and it does about 30 seconds, and he's completely out of fucking breath.
That's all those bricks he's carrying.
He don't carry no bricks no more.
I love Mrs. Nutter. I love Mr. Nutter as well. They're top people.
I've never met Mrs. Nutter, but I mean,
honestly, he's a funny fucker. He's he's on there.
Yeah, you know what Nutter's like online, so you imagine his missus has either got to put up with him, or she's 10 times worse than him.
Well, she'd put it this way: she's the governor.
She's the
governor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're lovely. Fucking me and Nutter ended up with this fucking old boy. Fucking starts calling him Granddad. Proper old school hippie he was, Myler.
Who was?
Oh, this guy at Banks's party.
Oh, right, okay.
Fucking he got SR falling all over the place. He's out of his fucking nut.
Well, he kept fucking opening other bottles of beer, didn't he? He couldn't remember where his last bottle was.
It's fucking Arcash.
Oh, that was Arcash, was it?
Fucking Arcash. He'd come, he'd go here, have one of these. I said, I can't, I'm driving. He went, no, you can have one. And he's supping from his. He put it down, fuck off. And then he's going to the crate to get another one. I'm thinking, what's he doing? He must have opened about half a dozen bottles of fucking beer. It was a good party. It was a good laugh. Fucking Granddad got me, but that bird donut, fucking hell, she scared the shit out of me. And she started kicking off. I'm like, oh, sit there, shut, mate. Don't make eye contact. But honestly, Violet is a scary bird. Oh, weren't she not? Fucking hell. I can't even remember what they were talking about because we were having our own discussion. And it just got louder and louder and louder. And then she's got up out of the chair. And I thought, oh, here we go. And then Granddad's having to fucking calm her down. And fucking Granddad was like the patriarch of the troop. Yeah, she did look fucking scary. And I'll tell you what, she wouldn't be out of place in fucking Terminator.
I tell you, I reckon would be scary. Duke.
Oh, Dupes. No, you wouldn't want to mess with Dupes. Fucking Dupes is fucking taller than most men on here.
I know. She's taller than her fucking husband.
She fucking makes 6 of Peter Pope.
I remember Speaker's Corner when that silly cow fucking threw a cup of tea at her.
That's the wrong thing to do to Jupiter.
Oh, Jupiter just fucking marched through people. Fucking have a go at my fucking husband.
Yeah. Fuck, man, she just ploughed through people. She's like fucking like JCB. And I want to get on the wrong side of her. But this bird at the party, she was quite tall as well. She was a big bird.
Mm.
Well, fucking hell. I don't know how fucking Granddad and Banksy fucking, and it's obviously they know her well, do you know what I mean? But I thought, I'm fucking scared to even talk to her.
All right, take it easy now. Have a good day, mate.
Yeah, see you later now. Have a good one, mate. Glad I met you. This is now. Have a good day.
We'll carry on plotting. We'll carry on plotting now how we're going to get your eyebrows.
I Jackie's brow.
He wouldn't even shave one off us, Harry.
I'll do mine with charity.
Yeah, but yours aren't like that, are they?
Well, I don't know, not fucking far behind.
He's fucking painted it is, he has.
Yeah.
He got nothing. Fucking Esseltine's got nothing on Nutter.
Yeah, well. He has got a healthy set of caterpillars.
Remember fucking Esseltine, he used to comb them, didn't he?
Oh, fuck yeah, he's got some brows on him.
Mm.
Keeps the rain off his eyes.
£1,000 for Xmas, not charity. Yeah, that's right. That's what we said, wasn't it? You said no, fucking charity begins at home. I'll do it for Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, they've done their eyebrow one day online. Was that JJ?
I don't know.
Yeah, JJ. I'm sure I remember he fucking shaved his brows. You know.
I haven't seen JJ for ages.
I think he just got fed up with it, I think.
And what's he called? What's he called? Popped up in the chat the other week.
Oh.
Oh, fucking, what's he? Shits and giggles.
Oh, yeah, shits.
Yes, I think it was in your chat he popped up in.
Yeah, he did, yeah, he did,
Yeah, he popped up in yours, and then somebody went, all right, shits, and it was like, fucking hell, you changed your fucking name again.
Yeah, I like shits.
Yeah, shits is
funny
good.
guy.
He come on, fucking winded me up one day. And it fucking took ages to sink in. It was shits because I can't remember if he had a voice changer or he put on a silly voice, didn't he?
Yeah.
And fucking ages I didn't realise it was him.
Hey, funny guy.
And they started laughing.
It's fucking 9 o'clock. Jesus. Right, I'm going to fuck off, Smiler. Thanks for having us up.
Yeah, 10 hours.
To go.
10 hours, 59 minutes.
Yeah, I think you're just about there.
Yeah, time to go.
Yeah, well, look forward to seeing you tonight and everyone else, and yeah, it should be good.
Shits is always on. No, that's a different Shits. I think that is Big Mac. I don't know whether it is the real Shits. But I think there's somebody that goes in TNKs called Shits.
Yeah, but it's not these shits.
Yeah, it's not these shits. No.
Nah.
Right,
people. Have a good day.
Yeah, and you, mate.
Yeah, take care. See you later, everyone.
Take it easy, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. It's in. I've talked to him. Oh, right. Okay, then. Well, I don't go in Spaxels. I occasionally ghost TNKs. I definitely don't go and fucking beep, fucking idiot. Anyway, I hope you all have a good day. No, I don't think I am. I'm going to sign off. See how many strikes I get for videos that I played earlier. And I shall catch you all later. 9 o'clock, Michelle sees. 9 o'clock, Michelle sees.
You've got mail.
I think everybody's got Michelle C's channel, haven't they?